Oh.
Ready?
Ready? Yeah.
You can start.
Can you hear me on stream? Cool. Nice. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for the patience, and welcome to today's, one of today's opening sessions for the Data Saturday Sofia 2022 edition, which is going to be about dedicated SQL pool in Azure Synapse Analytics and how you can use it. First of all, let me start with a big thank you to our sponsors who are kind of empowering us to have this event, both in person and virtually. Cheers to all the companies on the slide and Sofia Tech Park for hosting us for yet another year. With that said, I'll start with a short speaker intro so we all know who I am. And after that, I'll move on to a little agenda where I will talk about what I'm going to talk about. And then we can move on to the meat of the presentation. So who am I? I'm Vladislav Gankov. I go by Vlad these years, so that's how you can refer to me. I'm on LinkedIn if you want to chat, and I will be around the presentation halls after the session ends if you want to talk about anything in Bulgarian or English. I'll be more than happy to. Where I work is at Datis. We're a data consultancy, also one of the sponsors of the event. We've been recently acquired by Telefonica Tech. Shortly, we're very cool. We work with data. What do I do there? Well, if you were to pick a random moment in time, that's my title, but that's not important. Really, what I do there is mostly one of these four things on the slide. So I'm either tackling some SQL in Synapse, I dabble in PySpark in Databricks usually. I orchestrate things using KDF mostly, and sometimes, being a consultant, I do have to go in meetings. Now, I'm not saying these are ordered in by preference, but maybe they are. Broadly speaking, I'm helping companies make sense of their data. So, what will we cover today? I'll start with a short intro to Synapse Analytics and what the service itself is, because we can't talk about dedicated SQL pools without putting them in the context of the overarching service, which is Synapse. Once we're all on the same page, and I'm sure everybody knows what Synapse is, I'm going to dive into exactly what a dedicated SQL pool is. And then we're going to talk about the techy stuff, how to store data in a SQL pool, how to load data into a SQL pool. It doesn't get there on its own. We need to get it there, and then we can store it. And once we're done with this stuff, we can query it, but that's kind of straightforward, although that's where you actually get the value out of a dedicated SQL pool. I'm going to talk about how to manage one. It's a discipline of its own, running a dedicated SQL pool. But trust me, if you run a SQL database, you can run a dedicated SQL pool, and it's going to be just fine. And finally, I will talk about how it integrates with the broader Azure ecosystem. Things are rarely used in isolation. Microsoft have a very wide breadth of services in Azure, and they work very neatly when they're used together. So I will talk about the different services Synapse integrates out of the box and what you can do if you use all of them in conjunction. And another thing, the session is very open to questions. We have more time than I have content, so do feel free to interrupt me. I will be very happy to answer your question if it's a relatively quick one. If it promotes a discussion, we would probably have to have the discussion after the session. Oh yeah, and there's going to be a Q&A slide at the end. If you want to hold off until the end, that's also an option. So what is Azure Synapse Analytics? Well, I love there are 4 words which Microsoft used to describe it. And I love this description. It's a unified cloud analytics service. And I love unpacking this word by word. So why is it a cloud service? Because it's in the cloud. Everything in Synapse is in Azure. Why is it an analytics service? Because you use it to do data analytics. That's the whole purpose of Synapse. Why is it a service? Because you don't manage it yourself. Microsoft do a lot of the hard work for you, but there are still a lot of fine points and gotchas and things that you can tune to make it run better, or things that you need to do to get it running properly. Still, it comes out of a box and it runs. That's it. And why is it unified? Because you can do a lot of things in the same place. So if we look at the kind of the common problems that we have to deal with when we're doing data analytics, Synapse has think of it as a toolbox. Synapse has a tool that you can use for each of those. So you can do data integration. If you've ever used Data Factory, you've got Data Factory in a box in Synapse. You can use it to integrate with pretty much anything and pull data into Synapse using it. You have a variety of analytics runtimes. So today, I will be talking about one of the SQL runtimes. In fact, there are 2 inside Synapse. One, which is the serverless SQL pool. Maggie is having a session about it in the other track. So fortunately, you can't do both, but if you're interested in it, there is going to be a recording after my session. And shameless plug, I also did a session on Synapse serverless a few months ago. There is a recording on the internet. And the other runtimes, which we're not going to cover today, are Apache Spark and Data Explorer. I'm not going to cover the rest because we can spend the entire session talking only about this slide. So key takeaway, you can integrate data using Synapse. You can use a variety of runtimes to wrangle it and analyze it. And the one that we're going to be covering today specifically is the Synapse dedicated SQL pool. Yep, you know that. So what is a Synapse dedicated SQL pool after all? Well, it is essentially the enterprise data warehousing capability of Synapse Analytics. It represents a collection of resources. So a dedicated SQL pool, while presented as one thing or one of a thing, because you can have multiple SQL pools, at the back end, in reality, there is a collection of resources, and we're going to look at them on the next slide and kind of unpack exactly how it works at the back end. You don't need to manage it yourself. That's done by Microsoft. That's why it's a service. But it is very important that you understand how it works at the back end, because a lot of how you use it is defined by how it works. So if we boil it down to its simplest form, if I have to describe it using 2 sentences, one would be you store data in relational tables using columnar storage. So every database specialist in the world rejoice. You know how to do that. It's the same thing. And the second one is it allows you to run analytics at a massive scale using its own distributed query engine, which we're also going to talk about in the next slide. So in my experience, if you properly distribute your data and you're careful about how you store it, this thing is really quick, even at its smaller scales. Hundreds of millions of rows, it laughs at that. Billions, it chuckles. It's really very, very powerful in this regard. So what happens, sorry, I need a timer. So what happens at the back end of a dedicated SQL pool? How does it work behind the curtains? Well, I have shamelessly stolen this diagram of the documentation in Azure, and we can once again unpack it. So one of the key parts about it is that it's underpinned by Azure storage. So your data is stored in Azure storage, and it's a distributed computing engine, which means that you have multiple compute nodes which are processing your queries. And the very, very, very important part is that these two are uncoupled. Your compute and your storage are not in the same place, and they're not the same thing. So you can scale them independently. In fact, if you use the columnar storage options, Microsoft proudly brag about a dedicated SQL pool being unlimited in terms of storage. I haven't tested that claim personally, but I've heard from Microsoft engineers that they have a few petabyte scale warehouses running in Azure, and they're kind of inviting their customers to push the service to the limit. So if you're into that, great. And the other thing, well, yeah, that's pretty much it. So how does it work? You connect to it. It feels like a SQL endpoint. It looks like a SQL endpoint. In fact, you can connect to it using SQL Server Management Studio, even though Synapse has its own Synapse Studio that you can use to manage queries and manage the platform. It's so SQL-y that SSMS just works with it. Or an application can connect to it. Again, it's got a SQL endpoint. It behaves like SQL. You fire off a query, and that query goes to the control node of the solution, which is kind of the brain of a dedicated SQL pool. And the control node breaks down your query into instructions, which go on the compute nodes. The compute nodes pick up whatever they need from storage. They run your computations. They're aggregated back on the control node, and you get your nice and shiny result. Now, while this allows you to run, as I said, it allows you to store huge amounts of data and run very, very big and heavy queries on it really quickly, it also brings its own set of challenges, which we will look into. So, first of all, well, actually, no, let's go through the next slide. So, compute separate from storage, we covered that. Differences between serverless and dedicated, I will really quickly go over this, just so that we're kind of on the same page about which SQL pool does what. So, dedicated SQL pool, it's the enterprise data warehouse, essentially. It's what used to be called parallel data warehouse. You need to load data into it. Data goes inside the pool, and it's stored in the pool. You have some sort of compute running which you manage. There is a cluster somewhere which, well, manage is quite a strong word. You define how big it is and whether it's on or off. That's it. But there is a cluster somewhere. With serverless, you have the complete opposite. Microsoft are managing the compute. You connect the serverless pool with your storage, and you throw your query over the fence, and that's it. Microsoft handle the query, Microsoft handle where it's executed, Microsoft handle how it's executed. You throw a query over their side of the fence, and they throw the result back at you. That's it. You don't manage anything there. And the key part is you don't load data separately anywhere. Data exists where it is, well, in an Azure data lake. So these are kind of the key differences. Of course, the pricing. With serverless, you pay per amount of data that the query has processed, and with dedicated, which again is the focus of our session, you pay for the amount of time your cluster is on, or I should probably use the proper terminology, for the amount of time your SQL pool is on. You can pause it and you can resume it, so you can stop the compute. The compute will not be running. Of course, you will not be paying for it if it's stopped. You will only be paying for the storage you're using, which for some use cases, it allows you to save some money. For example, if you're only using dedicated SQL pool to wrangle some data, load it into Power BI, and your users are only exposed to the data via Power BI, you probably don't need the SQL pool to be on 24/7. You probably only need it to be on while you're loading the data, while you're wrangling the data, while the data goes into Power BI, then you switch it off and you save some money. You can scale it up or down, so the cluster size varies, and you can change that during runtime, which again affects the pricing. I'm sure we're all familiar with the basic concept of the larger the cluster is, the more money it costs to run it. And while we're on the subject of cluster sizes, let's talk about the capacity limits. If we're going to be having a certain amount of compute, well, we kind of want to know how small can we go and how large we can go, right? We want to know the limits of our service. As I said, if you're using the columnar storage, cluster column indexes, you're storing your data in a columnar format instead of in a row-based format. Microsoft claimed that the service is unlimited in terms of storage. How about the compute then? How big can our compute go? Well, there are clear limits. It's just not very clear exactly what you have behind the limits. The limits are defined in what Microsoft called DWUs, data warehouse units, and they represent an abstraction of compute and I/O throughput. And it's not, at least to me, very clearly defined exactly what 100 DWUs mean in terms of cores and I/O. The fact is, the smaller the DWs are, the less powerful your cluster is. The larger they are, the more powerful it is. And I'm going to now introduce another key concept of Synapse dedicated SQL pools with this chart, which is compute nodes versus distributions. Your data, when you're using a Synapse dedicated SQL pool, is distributed into 60 distributions. So every query that you submit to a dedicated SQL pool is broken down by the control node of the pool into 60 smaller queries. Each query hits a distribution. The compute node on which the distribution lies processes your query, and then it's puzzled back together for a result. So the amount of distributions is always 60. It's never less, it's never more, it's 60. The amount of compute nodes, however, changes with the scale of your pool. At the smallest possible scale, you have one compute node, so one VM somewhere, and all 60 distributions are on the same compute node. Whereas on the largest possible SQL pool, you have 60 compute nodes, and each compute node hosts one distribution. So these are the two extremes, and you have basically everything in between them. Memory. That's the, not to be confused with storage, this is the actual memory of the pool, random access memory, RAM, whatever you call it. not storage. So you can have at the smallest distribution 60 gigabytes, and at the largest distribution 18 terabytes of memory, which is one big pool. It is quite possible that if you don't have a huge data size in terms of storage, you could fit your entire warehouse into memory, which, as you can imagine, speeds things up quite a bit. So that's one thing you need to worry about. And of course, the costs vary from a cup of coffee per hour for the smallest one to a brand new car with a big engine per hour for the largest one. And another very important limit that you need to consider when you're running a dedicated SQL pool is the concurrency limits. Again, these vary by service level, which is, again, size of the pool. And the key part is that even in the largest dedicated SQL pool, you can only run 128 concurrent queries on it. So if you have 1,000 analysts that want to hit your warehouse with queries at the same time, maybe a dedicated SQL pool is not the answer. Maybe you need to wrangle your data in a dedicated SQL pool and then split it into separate data marts for each department. Basically, we don't have time to dive into it. There are strategies for dealing with this if it's an issue for your use case. But as it stands, there is a limit on concurrency, and you need to be aware of it. The concurrency slots I will cover in a later slide. These determine how you can balance your queries. Anyway, so storing data into Synapse. As I mentioned, we have 60 distributions per SQL pool. Regardless of the amount of compute nodes, we have 60 distributions, and your data is distributed into them. Well, how? What's the algorithm used to distribute your data? And, well, there are 3 different ways that you can choose to distribute your data, and this, in a large part, will determine the performance of your SQL pool. So it's very important how you do that. The first distribution method is replicate, which is quite straightforward. I'm sure everybody can guess what it is. The data is replicated across all of the 60 distributions. Oh, the sharding is done on a per table basis. So you can distribute every table in the most appropriate way for that table. So if you're going to be replicating something across 60 nodes, as you can imagine, if we're, let's assume we have a star schema dimensional model stored in the warehouse, which is usually a sound assumption, you probably want to distribute your dimensions, especially the smaller ones, which do not change frequently, across your nodes, rather than distributing a fact table with 500 million rows, because then you would be storing those 500 million rows 60 times, and that may not be good for you. And there is one very important gotcha about the replicate distribution, which is every time you change the table that's being distributed, and when I say change, I mean insert a row, update a row, delete a row, the entire table needs to be rebuilt. So if you have replicated the table with 1 million rows for whatever reason, and you insert one more row, the dedicated SQL pool will have to delete the table from the 60 distributions. It has a master record for each replicated table. It will update the master version of the table, and it will replicate it again across the 60 nodes. So if you have lots of singleton inserts or updates during the day, chances are that's not your distribution option. And the other very important gotcha, which I may have fallen into, is that the table is not replicated when you perform the modification, so update, delete, insert. It is updated the first time you query it. So it is quite possible that you perform your daily load of your warehouse, your ELT, you get the data in, you think it's replicated, and then when you start actually querying the data, you need to wait for 1 or 2 minutes for some replicate tables to replicate. Yeah, this one got me. Well, why is it a good idea then? Why would you use it? Well, if your data is distributed and you're running queries with joins, and I'm pretty sure that most of the queries we run are going to have some sort of join in them, right? Well, to join the data, it needs to be in one place, right? So if your data, the rows that you want to join are on different or row groups, because we're using columnar storage, if your row groups are on different distributions, they need to get on the same compute node. So you need to wait for the data to move from node to node, get joined, then you get the result. If a table is replicated across all nodes, well, it's just there, you don't need to wait. So to sum it up, if you have dimensions which don't change frequently, use replicate. The second option, probably the most straightforward one, is round robin. Dedicated SQL pool, you literally pick a distribution at random, put the first row there, or row group, and it will start going over the other distributions until it has distributed your table evenly. It's a good idea because it's done really quickly. You don't need to wait. You start loading data, it starts going into the pool. Why is it a bad idea? Well, if you want to join things, they're going to have to be moved between the distributions again. Where would you use it? Microsoft suggests you use it when you are loading your staging tables. Spoiler alert, that's a couple of slides down the way, how we load data into it. But essentially, it is a good idea to use it when you're looking for speed. You want to get the data in storage as quickly as possible, and you don't care that you're going to incur a performance penalty when you join it later. So for staging tables, it's probably a good idea, with one little exception, which is the hash. You can choose a column or a multitude of columns and have them hashed using some sort of hashing function, whatever Microsoft have chosen. And the hash will determine where your data goes. So data with the same hash will always reside on the same distribution. Why would you use that? Well, if you're going to be joining data between two tables, you can choose the columns that you're going to be joining on as the columns used in the hashing function, and they will get distributed in the same distributions. So later on, when you try to join the two tables, the data is evenly distributed between the, well, that's not a guarantee, that's a gotcha. The data is distributed between the distributions, data with the same hash is on the same distribution, and it just joins. You don't need to wait for the data movement service to shuffle data between the distributions. And when I said it's not guaranteed that it will be evenly distributed, this is, again, because of how it works, data with the same hash goes in the same distribution. You need to choose a high cardinality column, so lots of different values. You need to choose a high cardinality column for the, or group of columns. If you don't have one, you can use multiple columns as the basis for the hash distribution. If you use a column where you have, let's say you use a date column and you distribute it by that, data with the same date will always reside in the same distribution. So later on, when a user queries, I don't know, they query the data for today, well, the data for today is going to be in the same distribution. And instead of your query running on 60 separate distributions and each of them sharing a part of the load, your query will hit just one distribution and you're going to lose 59 60s of your SQL pool's performance. So bad idea. Another bad idea is using a column with lots of nulls for the hash, because null, it's treated as the same value. So all the nulls, they get distributed in one distribution. And later on, when a query hits the nulls, again, you lose a ton of performance. This is also the exception for getting data in the SQL pool. If you know that you're going to be using a hash distribution, you can just load it. Well, depends on your data and your tables and your warehouse. Everything depends. But if you know that you're going to be, if you have the same columns that you're going to be using for the hash in one place, you can just load it as hash distributed from the get-go. Anywhere down the line, you're going to incur the performance hit, or you're going to have to do the computation which calculates the hash and distributes the data based on the hash. Might as well do it as early as possible and then use the data when it's distributed. Good idea to use it is in fact tables, especially when there is one way to join them to your biggest dimensions. It's also a good idea to use it in big dimensions. For example, customers. It's probably a bad idea to replicate your customers because every day they will change. Probably a bad idea to replicate product dimension because again, products will change. It may be a good idea to choose a proper hash and distribute them based on that. So this is probably the key. Well, for me at least, it has always been the key thing to have in mind when getting data into Synapse. Getting it out of Synapse is straightforward. You write a SQL query. If you know how to optimize them, everything you know is transferable into Synapse. Query optimizer, query plans, well, with the addition of the distributions, everything works the same way as in SQL Server. If you know how to optimize queries in SQL Server and you learn how the distribution works, you know how to optimize queries in Synapse. But for you to be able to do that, you need to have chosen the proper distribution. If your data is distributed in the wrong way, it doesn't matter how good you are with the query optimizers, your queries will probably be slow. Loosely based on a true story. Yeah.
Yes, I'm thinking here. So okay, I got my fact table, and I got customers, I've got products, and if I've got customers, I can hash the fact table and the customer dimension on the hash. But then if I want to also have the products, which are completely unrelated to the customers, then I sort of how do I? Then I will have to have the products in all 60 nodes and complete uncorrelated with the facts or the customers. Or do I misunderstand something here?
Yeah, that's the thing. You need to see which one will be faster for you. It's an issue we also sometimes have. In that case, I would either hash it on the columns, which like the biggest table that you're going to be joining to, or the one that you're going to be joining to the most often, or I will just choose one which results in an even distribution. Yeah, it's a bit of a pickle. This is one of the most difficult things to do. Yeah, it's an issue for me as well. when I have to work with it. I don't have the best solution for it. You basically choose what will work the fastest for you. You can also experiment with it. The create table as select function allows you to easily change the distributions. There are a bunch of DMVs which you can use to see how the data is distributed, if there is a skew somewhere. So if the thing you've hashed on results in a lot of the data going on the same distribution. So what I would do is I would try with the biggest dimension, see how my queries perform, and run a little experiment, distribute it on a few different columns or on a few combinations of columns and see which one works the fastest. For me, at least, I haven't found a clear answer to that question. Good one. Oh, I should have probably mentioned this in the beginning to stimulate people, but I have a hammock here which will go to the person that asks the best question during the meeting. I'm going to use the highest scientific method of choosing which one is the best one. So I may be a little bit biased, but at the moment we don't have a lot of contenders. So if you want to go for the hammock, ask me stuff.
You should have provided an incentive earlier.
Yeah.
Now you know, so maybe you can ask better questions than I did, because I don't really have space in my backpack for it.
You can convert the hammock into a very big backpack. So column store indices. I know it's the wrong plural, it's indices, whatever. We don't have time to go over it. If you know what it is, store your data using column store. If you don't know what it is, I highly suggest to spend a few hours reading up on it. It is the way to store data into a dedicated SQL pool. You need to have a very good reason to go with a row-based table storage option. So column store, which also brings challenges of its own, because between the column store index, which works best when you have more than 1 million rows per row group, each row group would ideally get distributed, and between the partitioning, to fully leverage the power of a dedicated SQL pool, you need to have some really big data. So partitioning, you can partition data in a dedicated SQL pool, and that works exactly like partitioning in vanilla SQL works like. Your data gets split up into physical partitions, and then when you are based on a certain predicate, let's say you have the data for each calendar year going in a separate partition, then when a query comes and I don't know, users want to look at the sales for year 2021, that query will only hit one of the partitions, and you won't have to scan through all of the other years of historical data that you might have. It is exactly the same here, with one little gotcha, which is each partition gets distributed separately. So, which makes sense, right? You want your queries to hit as many distributions as possible. If possible, you want your queries to hit all of the distributions, but you want them to hit as little partitions as possible, so you don't have to go through all of the data. That bit is the same as in classic SQL, right? You want your queries to hit as little partitions as possible. Well, this, if you're using a clustered column store index and you're partitioning your data and it's getting distributed, you need to have lots of rows for this to be optimal. Ideally, you would have 1 million rows per distribution. The minimum is about 100,000 for you to start gaining the benefit from clustered column store index. I don't remember the exact number. It's over 100,000. If it's less than 100,000, the clustered column store index doesn't compress the data, so you don't get the benefit of it being compressed. And Microsoft's algorithms for data compression in clustered column store indexes are quite good. Then you need to have at least 60 times that. So at 6 million rows, you're starting to gain the benefit of both the column store index and the distributions. And then if you want to partition your table, you need at least 6 million per partition, ideally 60 million per partition. Well, not mandatory, of course. And I probably spoiled this bit earlier, but yeah.
So you need 60 million rows regardless of the size
No.
of your regardless of the size of your pool. Because if you have the smallest pool, you still have 60 distributions for one node. And that means when you increase, do I understand it correctly? You still keep the same number of distributions. There is no data movement, just pointing to where it gets the information.
When you increase the size of a pool, you can get more compute nodes. So there will be some data shuffling when you're scaling up or down. When you're pausing and resuming, it just stops and turns on or turns off. When you increase the size of the pool, the distributions get moved to the, like, if you have the smallest one and you have 60 distributions on one node, and you increase the size to such a size where you have two nodes, you're going to have to move 30 distributions to the other node.
But that is still entire distributions. So it's no rehashing or changing the
distribution. Exactly. It's all the distributions. The replicate ones will have to be replicated again because that's how it works. And this is not a limit like a hard limit. You can have, it's absolutely fine to have tables which only have thousands of rows or even hundreds of rows and not replicate them. You will just be losing some of the benefits because, well, if you have 60 distributions and 100 rows in a table, if it's round robin distributed, you will have 2 rows in every distribution. You're probably not gaining much benefit of your query being split into 60 subqueries and then being aggregated up, right? It's not that it's not going to work or it's not going to let you store small amounts of data. You're just not using the dedicated pool to its maximum. Also, the clustered column store index won't have compressed your data. But then again, if you have 100 rows, do you care if they're compressed or not? Storage is dirt cheap nowadays, so chances are you don't care. The thing is, if you want to start getting all the benefits, it would be wise to have lots of data. In fact, if you have small amounts of data, if you have no big fact with tens or hundreds of millions of rows, it's probably not a good idea to use a dedicated pool to begin with. You will do just fine with a normal Azure SQL database and run an old school warehouse. You really start seeing benefits from dedicated SQL pool when you go into the tens of millions or hundreds of millions or billions of rows.
Okay, if I have staging and data warehouse on dedicated pool, then I have staging and round robin. I can use currency, business entity as replicate distribution, customer contract as hash, and also fact as hash.
If that, well, you need to take each one into account, but that would be a good idea in general, yeah. Again, it depends on how many rows you have and how frequently they change. If your customers change daily, you probably don't need to replicate them. If you only sign new contracts like once per week, replicate them. It's fine. In fact, if you have changes in your dimensions, and they're not very huge, and you're only doing a data load once per day, I would probably still replicate all of the smaller dimensions. The performance hit of you having to wait for the replication is not so big. Well, depends on your data in terms of rows and how many columns and how how they're populated. But let's say if you have I don't know 100,000 rows in a dimension, and they do change daily, but even with lots of columns, that's probably going to be what, a gigabyte, maximum 5 gigabytes. That's going to take seconds to replicate. You're going to be fine if you replicate it. If you try and replicate your entire sales fact table where you have hundreds of millions of rows, that's probably not wise. In fact, we do replicate dimensions with over 100,000 rows, and we do load them daily. If you have a use case where you're updating your warehouse throughout the day and you have 50 loads running daily, or you have a load running every 5 minutes and you're doing very small incremental changes, well, those 30 seconds that it takes for your dimension to replicate, they matter. If you load your data once in the morning, kind of the vanilla data warehouse use case, you load your warehouse once in the morning with the data for yesterday, you probably don't care that instead of it taking 60 minutes, it's going to take 65 minutes to replicate the dimensions. Just incur the penalty and get the bonus when you query it. You can tell I'm a consultant by how much I use the phrase, it depends. Actually, we did cover a lot of this. How am I with time? Ooh, I have 10 minutes. Okay, chop, chop. We did cover a lot of this during the session, actually. Ideally, what would happen is you would load data into a data lake Gen 2. Dedicated SQL pools are very tightly integrated with data lake. They work very well. They load data from it very quickly. You can export data back in data lake very quickly. There are a couple of expressions which are, they appear in SQL as well. I've seen them the most in dedicated SQL pool. One is create table as select. Essentially, you define a select statement, you choose a table distribution and give the table a name. Synapse runs the select statement, and that's your new table. You can use that to change the table distributions if you need to, or if you're not incrementally updating your, let's say, your dimensions. Maybe your dimension is very small, maybe you don't want to insert data into it. Maybe you want to drop it and run a select statement which creates a fresh version of it. That's a valid use case. You can run a single create table as select the data from however many staging tables you need to select from to create the dimension. Just have that stored. And you have the reverse statement, create external table as select, where again, you run a select statement, you provide a table structure, and that gets exported into your data lake. So it's very easy to export data out of Synapse back into the data lake if you need it there. Yeah, anything that can use Polybase can load data into a SQL pool. So you can use Data Factory, which runs stored procedures. You can use Data Factory, which runs copy activity. Yeah.
So could I run a create external table and get a nice extract from my big dedicated SQL pool warehouse into a data lake and create a poor man's serverless pool against that part of the data lake?
You can, and it's actually a use case I've seen where people do exactly this, run a small extract, extract the data into Parquet, put it in a separate location in the data lake, and expose it through a serverless SQL pool. Yeah.
I was thinking, like, when you said the limit of concurrent queries,
yeah,
would be distributed that way. maybe.
Yep, that's one way to get over it. Yes, I've actually seen this. So yes, it's a pattern you can use absolutely. Yeah.
Can I connect neuron bus to dedicated pool somehow with link service or just connect by connection string?
So yeah, I don't know what you said this, but you can use exactly dedicated SQL pool. It behaves like a SQL endpoint. Your application won't even know that it's not hitting an actual SQL database. It's SQL. It has connection strings in the standard ODBC format, so you can just hit it with anything. It's gonna behave like SQL. Databricks also has a way of loading data into Synapse pipelines, which is essentially Data Factory can also do it. Even SSIS nowadays can load data into a Synapse pool. So the world is your oyster. And a variety of other non-Microsoft tools, but I am a bit biased in this regard. So, and yeah, finally, you transform the data. So get the data in data lake, get the data into a staging table using your orchestration tool of choice, run some stored procedures to get it into a dimensional model, and consume the dimensional model however you want to.
Can I use sequence in tables and dedicated pool?
What?
Sequence.
That was the auto-generating ID. Good question. I think you can.
I don't think it's supported.
No, it is not supported.
I
I'm new that why I'm asking.
Yeah.
You can use row ID, select max ID, something.
That's what we were doing. I think that I'm gonna check this right after the session because sequence I don't think is supported, but identity I think is.
Identity, but it's not. You can you get 160.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That is,
So that,
I guess, I can see a challenge with implementing sequences in identity and so on over 60 nodes.
yeah, exactly.
That doesn't seem like something that would before.
Yeah, because then you would have to have some kind of how was that called in English? That thing that manages the concurrency, some sort of a log. Yeah, exactly. Which would slow things down if you want to guarantee which node gets which ID, and that you don't duplicate IDs. Yeah. Well, no. So really quickly, I have to whiz through the last few slides. This one is very important. Workload management. There is always a trade-off with everything in IT. There is a trade-off. Here, the trade-off is between query performance and concurrency. We saw that there are certain limits on how many queries you can run at the same time. There is the concept of a resource class which exists in a dedicated SQL pool, and you can use that to manage this trade-off. There are two kinds of resource classes, broadly speaking. Static, which allows the same amount of memory across all service levels, or should I say, the amount of resources you use is the same across all service levels. So if I have a query which is running with the smallest static class, it's gonna take one of the total capacity of the pool. One is an abstraction. Let's say that the smallest size of a pool has 10 slices of performance that it can divide. The smallest static class will use one of these slices. The largest pool has 10,000 slices of performance. If you have a query which is using the smallest static class, it would still use one slice of performance, regardless of the fact that you have now scaled your pool and you have 10,000 slices of performance. So if you use a static resource class, this essentially means that as you scale your dedicated pool, you will get better concurrency. So more queries of the same static class can be run on a larger pool, but they will still get the same performance as if the pool were smaller. And we have the exact opposite, which is a dynamic resource class, where the more you scale the SQL pool, the more performance your query gets, but you don't get improved concurrency. The largest dynamic resource class query can use about 70% of the pool's total performance. You can only run one of these at the same time, regardless of the size of the pool. 70% of something is always 70% of something, so you can only fit one query. But the larger your pool is, the more performance this will get, right? 70% of 30 gigabytes of memory is 20 gigabytes. 70% of 1 terabyte of memory is 700 gigabytes of memory. As you've probably guessed, it's a good idea to use the dynamic resource class for when you're loading the warehouse, or let's say when you're loading Power BI or whatever you use to consume data out of the warehouse. So you can get a nice big chunk of performance from it. And when you're allowing individual analysts, if you do that in your environment, if you're allowing individual analysts to run queries on your warehouse, it's probably a good idea to give them a static resource class so that you can get better concurrency. So if I had to sum it up in one sentence, if you want to get better concurrency as you're scaling your dedicated SQL pool up, use static resource classes. If you want to get better performance when you're scaling your SQL pool, use dynamic resource classes. And then choose the appropriate resource class depending on the user that is hitting the pool. Again, you probably don't want a user to be able to use 70% of your performance while you're loading the warehouse. That's probably not going to end up well.
The resource classes are allocated for the entire pool, right?
Yep.
It's not per table, per...
No, it's for the entire pool. It's per user or group of users, which is my next slide, by the way, managing a dedicated SQL pool. So you assign the resource classes on a user or group of users or a role. You have the same concept of logins, users, and roles that you have in a normal SQL database. If you know how it works in SQL, you know how it works here, 0 changes. Well, it integrates with Azure Active Directory out of the box because it's in Azure. So it's probably a good idea to use Azure users and Azure groups to manage the security here. The point is you can assign the resource classes per user, but then it applies to everything in the pool. It doesn't matter what your query is hitting. It matters who is querying. And I need to wrap it up. So backup and restore. This is done automatically. There are certain, you can find it in the documentation. There are certain recovery point and recovery time objectives, which Microsoft has it's part of their SOA. They will back it up automatically. The restore option is one click, right click, restore, choose which restore point from a drop-down menu, done. One gotcha here is that you can't back up a SQL pool if it's paused. So if your pool is only on for 1 hour a day when you're doing your daily load, you want to back it up yourself, regardless of whatever is said in the documentation. If your pool is on a lot of time during the day, one of the automatic backup points will back it up. Don't care about it. Security. So I said users and logins, the standard SQL security of granting and revoking permissions and denying, it's the same thing. If you know SQL, you know it. Data classification, that's mostly Azure thing. You can use a classifier engine and see which columns contain PII data, and then it integrates with Purview. It's really cool. Transparent data encryption. At rest, your data is encrypted, works out of the box. If you want to bring your own key and encrypt it with your own key, you can, but then it's you need to configure it, essentially. Dynamic data masking, completely supported. you can choose which columns get masked and the way they get masked. So if you have social security numbers or credit card numbers or that kind of stuff, you can mask it. SQL auditing. If you know how auditing works in SQL, you know how it works in Synapse. The difference is the audit logs get saved in an Azure storage account. You can just store it in the data lake that's connected to Synapse. Row and column level security. Again, if you know SQL, you know this. And finally, networking. It supports private links in Azure and private endpoints, so you can define specific IPs. It's got a database firewall. Well, it's got a server level firewall, so you can define IPs. And yeah, I think, well, integrations, okay. It integrates with these things. We don't have time to go over them, I'm sorry, but basically everything that has data in its name and it's in Azure, it integrates with, and we're done. Right on time. Right on time.
We're waiting. You are the last who is finishing because now it will be opening. I
Yep.
think you also will talk on the opening.
A little bit, yeah. Well, okay, cool. We're done. If we had a lot of questions during the thing. You get the hammock because you asked the best question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is all the knowledge I have, so it would just not fit.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
so
cool.
we have to give it to someone else.
So second best question, lady in the back. Because you asked something which is not supported, which is a good gotcha to know. So cool. And with that said, thank you everybody for attending this session. If you have any questions, I would love to talk about things. So find me outside. And now we need to run to the opening, right? Yeah. Cheers.
We join the opening in track 1.
Track 1, yeah. Which is intuitively in room.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that, you know, we're never, tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for Adatis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, yes, I've been here just over 10 years now. And going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances, to yoga classes, to pizza making and fitness challenges, to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Papa. Excellent!
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ethics Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Adastra is a global IT consulting company that helps businesses across the world unlock new opportunities in the global marketplace by getting the most out of their data. We craft enterprise data management strategy, cloud-based and modern data warehouse solutions, business intelligence and analytics, enterprise application development, digitalization, and automation. Data has long been at the core of our activities, so are the people. We are looking for passionate graduates and experienced IT professionals to join our team. By joining our team, you will drive the business growth of industry-leading global companies. Stay connected with cutting-edge technologies and platforms. Embrace tech mastery with the support of a personal mentor. Enhance your career with more than 60 technological trainings and certification opportunities. Spend time with like-minded teammates and join numerous exciting initiatives and team events. Want to grow with us? Get in touch with us to discuss career opportunities. We'd love to chat.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
stick around because we truly love the company that much that, you know, we're never, you know, tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to, you know, a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datus because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, yes, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances, to yoga classes, to pizza making and fitness challenges, to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Excellent!
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ether Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Adastra is a global IT consulting company that helps businesses across the world unlock new opportunities in the global marketplace by getting the most out of their data. We craft enterprise data management strategy, cloud-based and modern data warehouse solutions, business intelligence and analytics, enterprise application development, digitalization, and automation. Data has long been at the core of our activities, so are the people. We are looking for passionate graduates and experienced IT professionals to join our team. By joining our team, you will drive the business growth of industry-leading global companies. Stay connected with cutting-edge technologies and platforms. Embrace tech mastery with the support of a personal mentor. Enhance your career with more than 60 technological trainings and certification opportunities. Spend time with like-minded teammates and join numerous exciting initiatives and team events. Want to grow with us? Get in touch with us to discuss career opportunities. We'd love to chat.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
stick around because we truly love the company that much that, you know, we're never, you know, tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to, you know, a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datus because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, yes, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances, to yoga classes, to pizza making and fitness challenges, to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Excellent!
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ethics Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
So we're in.
Okay, perfect. So, thank you for coming. Thank you for attending this session. It's a pleasure to come here in a session. Okay, it's wonderful. So, thank you for all the sponsors in the event. You know that without the sponsors, these events will not be possible. So, thank you for all of them. And let me introduce myself. I'm Juan Moreno. I'm support escalation engineer at Microsoft. I belong to the SQL Server hybrid Azure team. That means that I mainly take care of on-premises and on Azure virtual machines. Okay, and with me it's my colleague José Manuel Jurado.
Well, it's clear that we are from Spain, right? Because with the name Jose. My name is Jose Manuel. I'm escalation engineer working in Microsoft for 12 years, something like this today. So mainly my main focus is to work with Azure SQL DB and manage instance. Okay, so we are the bad guys that we are in support. So speaker in multiple events. More or less, we are used to work with a lot of DBAs, IT companies, CDOs, IO.
Okay, so what are the objectives of this session? What we have detected from support is a huge gap in regards the knowledge about high availability on SQL Server, how you can use it, and how we divide it. Okay, so we prepare this session mainly to be able to know and to discuss about all the different solutions that we have for high availability, and this will be the agenda that we will have. Okay, first of all, we will understand the difference between the different flavors of SQL Server high availability that we have. We will learn how to differentiate between all the models that we have, and we will see the pros and the cons that we could see there. We will try to help you, if we have enough time, to identify which model adapts better to you, and then we will give a very short guide of starting troubleshooting, because one of the problems that we see mostly in support is that once you come to us, once you open a case because you have a problem with high availability, usually the data has been overwritten. Okay, so we will show you how to collect the first data that we will need to go through.
I have a question for you. What does mean SQL high availability?
Okay, let me explain. That's a very good question. When we talk about high availability, we talk about something that allows us to continue with our machines in production, live up and running, okay, when we have something that could be expected or even unexpected, okay? So high availability, it's a good solution for when we have a hardware component failure, okay? For instance, one of the machines goes down, we cannot work on it, so we can prepare something with this high availability to have another machine or another different stuff to continue with the work. Also, we have certain scenarios that are planned scenarios. For instance, we need to upgrade the operating system, we need to upgrade the SQL Server or whatever, and we need to have a stop of the business, okay? We need to have some downtime, but the business don't allow us to have that downtime, okay? So we need this kind of solutions in order to prevent that downtime. Also, the same place of the upgrades, we have the security patches, and then other kind of maintenance tasks that people have. Okay, so as you can see, we have one of them that is, let's say, unpredictable, that is a component hardware failure. Very old one that is log shipping. Log shipping, let's say that it's something that is mixed between high availability and disaster recovery, and is very, 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 very easy to know. We will see it later in a different slide. And then we have what we call always on, that is the main solutions that we have for high availability. The other one is the always on failover cluster instance. okay? And as you see, we will see it later in more detail, okay? But we have those kind of features. And then we have the availability groups that was introduced now to 2012, and is now one of the most popular that we have, okay? Both of them, failover cluster instance and availability groups, require as the backbone the Windows Server failover cluster. Needs a Windows Server failover cluster underneath, mostly to have the health check and all the failover stuff, the automatic failover stuff. So, what about log shipping? Please, Jose Manuel, go ahead.
Well, basically, it's as you can see here, is we are going to send the data from the primary to the different nodes that we have, right?
Exactly. So we start in our primary, in our main server with a backup. We do a backup job for the transaction logs, okay? And then we have several jobs with the agent, we need the agent, and we can have a monitor server instance. This is optional. It's not something mandatory, it's something optional, okay, depending on the scenario you want to have, okay? And what you have is to share that backup between all the replicas, all the secondary server instances that you will have. So the second step will be to copy those transaction log backups that we have done, okay, to all the secondary servers that we will have. And the third step will be to restore those log backups so we can have the same information in all. The good point of the log shipping is that you can set the timing, the delay time that you could have between the backups and the restores. So you can decide, for instance, if you will have 7 minutes of delay, 10 minutes of delay. So imagine the situation, something happens here, and we don't want that to be happening, okay? What we can do is to stop these jobs and restore or go to one of the secondaries to continue there, okay? So it's not only the normal availability like we usually know, okay, having other replicas that could allow us to continue working in case of failure in the primary. It allows also to allow us to regret about something that have done in the primary and go back in time to one of the secondaries, okay? So what do we have when we talk about SQL Server over Windows Server failover cluster instance? That means always on. First one, the first thing is that both of them, AGs and FCIs, as we have said, the Windows Server failover cluster as the backbone. This is the one that will monitor the health, okay, and will allow us to do automatic failovers between the replicas or between the nodes that belongs to that availability. Isn't it, Cosmo?
Yes, but how works this one? Do you know?
Which one of them?
How test SQL Server that is running SQL Server?
Okay, let's see a little bit.
Yeah.
So let's start with Windows failover cluster instance. Okay. The first thing that we will see in the failover cluster instance is something like this. We have the SQL Server instance as our resource in the Windows failover cluster server. Okay, so all the people outside will access through the Windows Server failover cluster resource that we share from SQL Server. Okay, so we have a virtual network name that allows you access to our failover cluster instance. What is a failover cluster instance? Well, the failover cluster instance is just the service, or when we run in Linux the daemon, okay, that is the application, or at least one of the applications that run the SQL Server service. Okay, so imagine that we have a failover cluster instance with two nodes, with two different machines. We will have the binaries installed in both machines, and we will have something that is very important to note, shared storage. This is very important because it will be the weakest point in a Windows Server failover cluster instance. It will be the shared storage. So we have the instance installed in both, but we have it active only in one of them. That means that in this node, that will be the active node, we have that instance up and running, but in this node that will be the passive node, we will not have the instance running. We will have it installed, but it will not be running, okay? And this is very important. What happens when something happens here in this node and it fails? Well, we will receive a hard loss, okay, a heartbeat loss. That means that the Windows Server failover cluster does not detect a bit here, okay, does not detect that this node is up and running. So what it will do is ask for the instance in this node to start, okay? So let's say that it will wake up this instance, and then we will change the ownership of the storage from this node to this other node, okay? What is the problem here? That we will need to wake up this instance. So we will need to wait till all the services are up and running in this node. And now we will work on this node. And because it's shared storage. So now it doesn't belong to this node, it changed and is owned by this node. That means that we have exactly the same information and we have to do nothing in regards any of the databases or any of the information of the instance. Okay, we will have everything there. The problem, we have one active and one passive. Let's talk a little bit more.
In all the cases, SQL failover cluster will move to another instance.
I don't understand your question.
Yes, because you know that this, for example, if something happened with this instance is will try to recover the instance by itself before moving.
That's a good question. It will depend on how you have configured your policy in Windows Server failover cluster instance, because sometimes the error that happens here is something that is punctual, okay? So most of the times we configure it with a retry policy, okay? That means that the Windows Server failover cluster instance, instead of moving the whole instance to the other node, we'll try to restart the instance here. And if it is able to restart the instance here, we will continue working on this node instead of...
No, all the times that have any failure, we are going to move directly to the server.
It will depend on how you configure it.
Okay.
You can choose between reattempt or between immediate failure.
You mentioned something about the weakness. You mentioned about weakness. So it's about the Saturday Sofia. What does weakness?
We will see that a little bit later.
Okay.
If you let me, we will see it in a later slide.
Okay.
So, what in regards availability groups? Availability groups are slightly different. Okay, we will have our Windows Server failover cluster. Okay, all the nodes that we have in using availability groups will belong to those clusters. Sorry, but despite we have the machines, the box belonging to this Windows Server failover cluster, we will not call from the SQL Server perspective, okay? We will not call nodes, okay? And we will not have active and passive nodes. We will talk about replicas. What is a replica? Well, a replica is a virtual object that represents a group of databases, okay? And we will see later that we call it an availability group. And it's hosted by one SQL Server instance, okay? So we have one replica on each SQL Server instance. How many availability groups could we have in a replica? Well, considering that an availability group is a set of databases for what we provide the high availability, we could have up to the limit of our hardware, okay? We don't put any specific limit, we don't put an arbitrary limit because it will depend on the CPU and on the memory mainly that you could have in that box, okay? So imagine that we have an availability group with a couple of databases and we go to another node that belongs to that Windows Server failover cluster and we have another replica. That means that this node will also host that availability group. Okay, same databases, and we will have different storage for both of them. So remember, the availability group is not something that is virtual, it's an object that will be represented in the cluster, and is the only one with a couple of things more than the listener and the network that we will see on the cluster, okay? We don't have shared storage. Each replica will have its own storage. So nothing will be presented to the cluster in regards to storage.
When you mention about DB1, DB2, what does mean? Does mean that is hold the server or just so
No, we will just give high availability for the databases that belongs to a specific availability group. Okay? So that means that we will not give high availability for all the information that we have in one instance. We only give high availability for the objects that belongs to those databases that are part of an availability group. In the availability group, we cannot introduce the system databases. System databases are always out of the availability groups. If you have users, if you have keys, if you have encryption, certificates, whatever you have outside the databases should be replicated. We will see what is replication now. Replicated to the other replicas manually. We provide some to do it in, let's say, an automated way, but you are the responsible to replicate it. It's very, very important with encryption, for instance.
And it has been improved this in 2022.
Yes, that's the point. Okay, so you get in advance. Now we can automate fully it with the new features that 2022 has in regards to availability groups. That's true. Okay, there are a little bit, let's say, some small things that you need to do. Okay, but yes, it is replicated automatically. So imagine that we have a unit of high availability group that is the one that provides the high availability, that it means, okay? And what we will do is we will fail over that availability group, not the whole instance, because here the service is up and running. The same thing happens here, okay? In both replicas, the server are up and running, and we just go to the other one with the replica. What we talk about, that we have the main replica for talk, let's say in silver, okay? Will be called primary replica. That is the replica where we are writing and reading. And then all the other replicas that you have are the secondary replicas, okay? Remember, all the instances are up and running, are on different machines that belongs to the same cluster, and all of them are up and running. What happened when we have this primary replica? Well, that each replica will host these databases. But we need to send that data to the other replicas, because we said that the only one that allows read and write is the primary. So if we are writing here, we need to send this data to the other replicas, okay? The other replicas can be configured in 3 different ways. By default are non-readable replicas, but you can also configure those secondary replicas as readable or read intent. What means that? It doesn't matter if it is readable or read intent. That means that you will be able to access to those replicas and read the information there. Okay, that is something that is quite different from the failover cluster instance, where you cannot access the other nodes because our passive nodes, if the instance are not up and running, are inactive. Here you can read it. Okay, so you can use it to leverage the workload between the servers. Okay, the difference between readable and read intent, if we automatically redirect the read queries for the secondaries that are read intent. Okay, if we declare in the connection string that we are just reading, okay, we will the listener will automatically redirect. Because how we know which is the primary replica? Because we have something that is called a listener. We will see it in a few minutes. How we synchronize the information between the primary and the secondary secondary? Well, we send this information, okay? And we have two modes of synchronization between the replicas. The first one is synchronous. That means that we wait till all the replicas has exactly the same information. That means that when we send the data from the primary to the secondary, the primary will wait to commit or to roll back the queries till the secondaries give their acknowledge that they have received it and processed it. Okay? I mean that they have it. If we don't want to wait, because
To be accurate, the very research is being written to the transaction log on the secondaries.
Yes.
It may not have been processed.
When we have done the redo.
Yeah.
When we have done the redo, we send the acknowledge, not that, hey, I have received the block. Is when we did the redo, we said, hey, I have it, I got it, I have it written down, so you can proceed. Okay? Then we will commit it here or roll back if necessary. If you don't want to wait because you have certain delay on the network, for instance, if you have the secondaries in a different location, you can set an asynchronous mode. An asynchronous mode means that we are sending the data, but we will not wait to commit on the primary. We will not wait to have the redo on the secondaries. Okay? We will send information, and the secondaries will try to catch up to the primary. That doesn't mean that this is not synced. Okay? That means that maybe we have some delay in the data that we have here with the redo done, okay? So in the transaction logs, than the data that we have here.
So in the end, the most important thing here is, beside the CPU or resources, is the networking, right? In this part.
Not just the networking, okay? Because here we need to process the information that need to be sent. We need to pack it, and here we need to process that information. So imagine we have seen several cases when certain delay, and it's causing problems here because we are waiting here for commit because we have sync mode. But here we have a lot of reporting services and analyzing services written from the secondaries. Mm-hmm. So the secondaries has a really high workload, and they don't realize about it. And sometimes we are lasting more here than here, okay? I mean, this is, let's say, having some problems for doing the redo, the complete redo, because they are very busy providing information to the analysis report and to the reporting services.
It's the same problem that we have in Azure, you know?
Yeah.
Because when our customers choose I don't know, Premium 5, and here they choose standard, and the end the storage is very limited. Storage. So in the end we have problems in terms of redo. Yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes the people don't realize because they can have several availability groups, and they make the secondary primary for some of the availability groups, and they don't realize how they are overloading the other replicas, and they don't realize that when they have sync mode, they are really pushing a lot the resources on the secondary.
So and the end,
it's not just the network.
Yeah, and the end, so if we have many reportings, Power BI, etc., and the end, it's much better to have more than one replica, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So, what is a listener? As we have said before, we need to identify which one is the primary replica, because in a Windows Developer Cluster instance, we have the virtual network name. So that is the name that will point us to the correct node, to the active node. Okay, but here we have several instances that are up and running. Okay, so what is a listener? A listener is just one more, a virtual object that is created to redirect the traffic that it receives to the replica that is the optimal replica for answering you. And why I say the optimal and not the primary? Because of what we have said about the read intent on the other replicas. If the listener detects that you have a connection stream that is just for read-only, okay, it will most probably redirect it to one of the read intent replicas and not to the primary replica that will be, let's say, only working for reading or for write operations. Okay, So when we access to an availability group, usually we don't point directly to a replica, we point to the listener, okay? Can we point to the replica? Yes, you can. What will be the problem if you point directly to the replica? That you will not realize if it is the primary or the secondary, because it will not be able to distinguish if we have done a failover or not. But it's true that in certain occasions, you will need to access to one specific computer because it's, let's say, faster for you. Imagine the following situation. Imagine that you have an architecture where you have your main replica, your primary replica in London, okay? And then you have async replicas in several cities across Europe, okay? You have an office in Madrid, for instance, and you want to access some data. It's not needed to be live data. You are just reporting for the last week, for instance, and you prefer to go to the local replica, the replica that is located in Madrid. In that situation, the recommendation usually will be, instead to go through the listener, to point it directly to that replica with your read-only queries, okay? It will be faster because of the network. And I don't care if it is the primary, the secondary, I don't care about it. It's just because it's the local one. Usually, we recommend in those situations to have that if we have certain number of failures, then try to connect through the listener, because it will be because of that replica located in Madrid is down. So then we try to connect to the listener, and the listener will redirect to any of the other replicas. It will be a little bit longer, the time that we will need to wait, but it will work as high availability. Okay?
So at the end, the listener has one specific name.
Yeah.
Right?
It's an object that allows us to redirect.
And it has a name that I'm going to put in my connection string in my application, C# or whatever one.
Instead of the name of the server or the virtual network name.
And this part is going to redirect to the real primary server that I have.
Okay. Exactly. Okay. So we can mix of these solutions. Okay, and we can mix with different layers. Okay, usually we will have one layer. The basic statement is with one layer, but we could have up to 3 layers. Okay, of high availability, even more. But usually having more than 3 layers, it's not a good stuff for maintenance. Okay, but you can create it. The most easy one is standalone to standalone. Okay, with the server failover cluster underneath, you will have 2 replicas, and you have an availability group here and the other replica here. That will be the easier one. How many replicas could you have? Well, it will depend on the version of SQL Server that you have, but up to 9 replicas, okay? Yes, it will change a little bit, the next one, but up to 9 replicas. So that will be the easier one. How many availability groups may I have? As we said, okay, it will depend on your CPU and your memory, because having availability groups need to have at least 2 threads working just for keeping the availability groups replicating everything, okay? Then we have standalone to FCI or vice versa. That is a 2-layer high availability, because we have a failover cluster instance, and if you remember, we talked about failover cluster instance as only one instance. That means that we have here a Windows Server failover cluster, and here we have 2 nodes, node 1 and node 2. This will be the active, and this is the passive, okay? And this is my FCI, my failover cluster instance. At the end, this has one shared storage, but what we have here is one instance. Okay, now I have a 3rd box that is a standalone instance, but this box, also this node, belongs to the Windows Server failover cluster, okay? And what we can do is, here we have the 2nd instance. So what I will create is an availability group. In this instance, remember that this is one instance, okay? I will create my availability group, that is the availability group A. And in this instance, I will have a replica of that availability group, that is the availability group A, but this is the secondary replica. This is the primary replica, and this is the secondary replica, okay? And we will have here a listener that, if this is the primary, will redirect me to this one, and if we have a read attempt, and this replica is readable, it will redirect to me, okay? What happened here? We have two layers high availability. The first one with an FCI, and the second one between these two replicas, okay? Is a good solution? Yes. Why? Because we break one of the weaknesses of the Windows failover cluster instance, that is the shared storage. So imagine that we have a problem in this node. What we will is to fail over to the other node. We will fail over to this one, okay? For me, it will be transparent. So we will continue being the primary replica. And what happened underneath, it's absolutely transparent for me. So when, from my application, I try to access, the listener will redirect to the primary replica that now will be running on node 2. But for me, that will be completely transparent, okay? What happens if this node comes down? Well, the problem here is that the Windows Server failover cluster just could manage one level of high availability. I mean, the automatic failover will be just in regards this level of high availability. But if the entire FCI comes down, I will receive an alert, and I will be the one that will have to do manually the failover from the first instance to the second instance. So from the primary replica to the secondary. So in that situation, now this will be the primary replica, and when this comes out, will be the secondary. Okay? So the listener will redirect in that situation to this one. Where can I locate this one? Well, we will talk about it a little bit later in this slide. Questions here? No? Okay, perfect. So if we have that architecture in mind, we know that we also can have an FCI to FCI environment. That means that this availability group will be over an FCI, and this secondary replica will be over another FCI, okay? And what happened with this FCI and this FCI? Because how can I have two failover clusters in the instance, in the name, in the same Windows Server failover cluster, Windows Server failover cluster? Well, we just need to have asymmetric storage, okay? So part of the storage that belongs to that Windows Server failover cluster instance is just known by this failover cluster instance, and the other are known by this one, okay? So it is possible, but we can complicate a little bit more even that, okay?
It's too much.
What we can have that? We can have hybrid solutions. That means that this third replica, for instance, in this configuration, or if we have just the machines, this one not has to be located in the same location that the primary. This one can be, for instance, in an Azure virtual machine, okay? So I can have always in the cloud one replica. When we have these kind of solutions, we recommend to have it in async mode because of the latency of the network, okay? But so we will not have automatic failover between of them because they are in async mode, but we can have it located in Azure, okay? So what is next one? Next one is Azure only. What that means? That means a lot of stuff. First of all, that we can have it between several Azure virtual machines, but also, Manuel, this is all yours, that you can have it everything in Azure, okay? And it will be transparent for you. Is that correct?
Yes, it's everything. I'm waiting for my turn. The next slide.
Okay, perfect. So we will see this a little bit later, okay, because Jose Manuel will present it to you what means high availability when we talk HRLA. And then we have the distributed availability groups. What mean distributed availability groups? Well, imagine the situation that we have previously with this one in a failover cluster instance, and this other one also as a failover cluster instance. And we want to have an AG replica and an AG replica. What happens if I want to have two different Windows Server failover clusters? Well, one of the requests for having an availability group, okay, is that all the replicas should belong to the same Windows Server failover cluster. If we now have two different Windows Server failover clusters, what we need to create is what we call a distributed availability group. That means that we will have a third layer, okay, because we will have two clusters, okay, Windows Server failover cluster 1 and Windows Server failover cluster 2. Imagine that we have here this one. And then we will create an availability group here with several replicas. We can have here a standalone, and we can have here two replicas, okay? And then we will create another availability group here where we can have also different replicas here. And on top of this, we will create what we call a distributed availability group, okay? Here will be my primary in this Windows failover cluster, and in the second one will be my secondary. For the distributed availability group. What happens if here we have more than one replicas? Well, we have the primary that will distribute and replicate to all the replicas in this one, but the primary will also replicate the data to this availability group that is in the second failover cluster, okay? And what happens if in this second failover cluster I have also several replicas? Well, here we will have also for this local availability group a primary, but it is not called primary, okay? It will be called forwarder. And the forwarder is the one that will receive the data from the replication of this distributed availability group and will replicate this data to all the replicas in this second Windows Server failover, okay? It's a good solution.
Who is responsible for pointing the listener to either of the failover cluster groups?
You, because here the listener would be to this replica, okay? What happened here? This usually is not given as a high availability solution. It could be given by a high availability solution because with external processes you can automate it, okay? But it's more thing for a disaster recovery solution. Because imagine that you have your production environment here with the complexity that you want, okay? And you create this over top layer that is the distributed availability group. And in the second location, okay, wherever it is, you have a copy of the production environment, exactly the same. The distributed availability group will allow you to replicate all the data in an automatic way, okay? So you will have two clusters with exactly the same configuration and exactly the same data. The problem is that there is no automatic failover between a distributed availability group, okay? You are the responsible to create that failover, okay? So when you realize that, oh my God, we need to do something, or there is a disaster and all this primary solution comes down, you are the one that need to say, hey, we need now to point to the secondary, okay? And this will become the primary, okay? So you will continue being able to work in this one, but it's a manual failover. It will be not automatic failover there, okay? So this is the scenario, the most complicated scenario where you can have up to 3 layers of high availability, okay? It's a very good question. And at last, but not least, we are always talking about availability groups and the request of having a Windows Server failover cluster instance. Okay. As I said, the Windows Server failover cluster instance provide us the ability to do the failovers and to have the help check. Okay, at the level of we decide, but we have the help check. We have a solution that is the read scale, or also named as clusterless. And this solution allows you to have a replica without the cluster. The problem is that without the cluster, you will not be able to have automatic failover. So read scale replicas are used mainly for two different things. As a disaster recovery or last resource replica, okay, or as its own name said, as a read scale, as something that allows me to have a place where I can send all the requests for read only, okay, and I can access it without having a cluster. For instance, you can have this as a disaster recovery. Imagine that you have, instead of this one, okay, you don't want so much complication. So what you have is your main place with your cluster and whatever the architecture that you have underneath, okay? And then you have a virtual machine on Azure, okay? And you want that virtual machine on Azure to have the same data that you have on your production environment. But you don't want to complicate yourself and the maintenance to expand the Windows Server failover cluster instance to add this node and to have everything up and running. What you can do is, okay, I will create a read scale replica in Azure Virtual Machine, so the data will be automatically replicated there. What happened in the case of everything goes down here? Well, I can fail over to this read scale replica manually, okay? The problem is here is that I don't have listener. I have nothing here in regards the replica, so I will need to have let's say, to redirect all the connection strings to this one manually because I don't have listener. It's true that in the internet you can find how to hack the listener. It's not, I will not say it's non-supported scenario, but it will give you a lot of problems, okay? But you can manually redirect the connection strings to this replica to point directly to this replica, and you will be up and running because you will have all the data that you can have here, okay? And it will be automatically replicated. And even more, if we talk again about the architecture that we mentioned before, okay? I mean, you have your main office and your headquarters in Gothenburg, for instance, and you have an office in Madrid. The replica in Madrid, instead of having that distributed availability group, if you just want the replica from Madrid to be accessible for read task, for reporting task, okay, you can create a clusterless replica, read scale replica here, and you can point those reporting services or those analysis services to this replica manually, okay? Not through the listener, you will need to point this server manually, but you can do it, okay? That is a read scale or clusterless replica. So, all yours.
Sorry, I got the question here. So, this listener, what is that exactly? Because it sounds like a single point of failure to me.
The listener.
Yeah.
The listener is a virtual object. It's in the same way you create a virtual network name that reserves for the cluster to name the cluster, and it's the one that will differentiate where to go. The listener is created in the same way, but you create it from SQL Server. When you create an availability group, automatically it's created a listener. Okay. So it's not a single point of failure really, because it's not something that could fail in the way storage, in the way a computer can fail. It's something absolutely virtual. Okay.
It's a DNS configuration. It's an entry into DNS.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Well, basically, after all the explanation, basically we are going to talk about several things. That is how to implement this in Azure. Okay. So beside all the things that we have, the thing points that I'm going to talk is about some redundant, how is your application transparent failover, and the option that we have right now is how to link the data and pass from on-premises to managed instance. Well, what does mean some redundant? Basically means that, as Juan mentioned before, you're going to have, let's say, 3 replicas in your database in your always-on environment. Well, when you decide to use this one, we are going to allocate the different servers in different zones inside of the same region. Okay, we have differences, some A, B, and C. So that means that if I have 3 replicas, I'm going to allocate the first replica in one zone that is totally separated in terms of networking, in terms of high conditioner, etc. Another one will be in another location. Another one will be in another location. So that means that internally we are going to have this scenario. So in case that something happened, the failover will be the same that we explained later, but before, but the rest is the same. So we add more here in this part. So this is the point that we have. I think that for me it's very important about it's the test you workload, because when we are connecting in different zones, we need to check the latency between our servers. And we have other point, it's about your application. What does mean your application? Basically means that we could have more than 4 copies of the data of my database located in another place. More or less that I mentioned before about the always on. In this case, it's not just only 4, we could have 16. So we could create 1 copy of our data in different countries. Other points that, all things that we have is about asynchronous replication, okay? And in this case, we need to run the manual failover. What does mean? If something happened in my replica, in the primary replica, and I need to run the geo replications, I need to run the failover against another server. So,
one question here. Yeah. Do I need to create it and to manage it in the same way I do when I was on premises, or is something that you create automatically for me?
Basically, is the second option. Is we are going to do automatically for you. Basically, you need to go to the portal, specify how many or what is the locations that you are going to send the data to the servers, and that's it.
So I don't need to take care of
it. No. In case just only when you need to have more than 16, or you want to reach 16 copies of data, yes, in this case you need to do something special, because we don't have this option in the portal. Mm-hmm. Okay. So other things that I would like to mention is hyperscale. Probably you know what is hyperscale. Hyperscale is the big data that we have that you could save more than 100 terabytes of data. So in this case, when you have this, we have the limit in terms of secondary replicas is around 30. So you could have 30 copies of the data around the globe. Okay. About the failover group, basically it's the same that Juan mentioned before in Azure. Basically, we are going to have a listener. This listener is in this way. So as you mentioned before, basically I need to specify here the name of my listener, .database.windows.net, and this automatically will point to the primary replica or the secondary replica. After it, if you want to connect, as Juan mentioned before about the read scale, basically I could change in the DNS configuration in the listener to specify secondary, and I'm going to connect to the secondary data. Okay, so in the end, more or less, is the same that we have in Azure. One option that is very important that we have new right now, it's we have many questions from our customers that mention that, well, I would like to have in past environment a copy of my data, to have a replica in my data. So right now in managed instance, you have the option that is called the following. You have your always on environment here. Basically, you need to specify using the SQL Management Studio, and you are going to specify a replica in your past environment. So that means that managed instance will have the copy of the data from on-premises. Okay. So with this, we are able to migrate the data, export the data, use managed instance for reporting, etc. We have some limitations basically about the SQL Server versions that we have. And I think that the most important thing is how, as Juan mentioned before, it's about what that means. How is underneath, what is the technique that we are using in Azure? Basically, is we are using distributed available groups. As you mentioned before, we have 2 groups, but in this part, we have the same, okay, in this part. So this is the new things that we have in Azure. So in this case, we could follow on the next one.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So let's see, summarize it with the pros and cons of both of them. So what are the benefits when we have a failover cluster instance? Well, it is havability for the entire instance. I don't need to get care about anything in my instance. I configure my instance as usual, okay? And I will have havability for the entire instance. That is very, 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 very good. Automatic failover in the failure. Of course, if something fails in my instance, it doesn't matter what fails in my instance or in the hardware that I have underneath that instance, I will have an automatic failover. As we talk about it, it will depend on how I have configured it and how I have set up it, okay?
It's very important about it because in Azure, we have, to run this automatic failover to another instance, the minimum time is 1 hour. Okay, so in 1 hour, we are not going to run automatically failover to the secondary replica. Okay, it's very important to explain for the reason is that, let's say when we compare SQL Server with Azure, it's very important to mention that in passive environment, we have one hour. Why? Because we are going to try with the replicas that we have internally to start up again the replica. Okay, so it's quite complex to just only to wait 1 hour in order to recover it.
Yeah, in on-premises, it will not happen. It will take a top about 3 minutes, okay? Because otherwise, the Windows Server failover cluster instance will kill the service that we have. We will wait till those 3 minutes, and if it doesn't answer us, we will kill it and we will fail over automatically. So we have a predictable failover time, and that is quite important. It will be up to 3 minutes, maybe 3.5, but about 3 minutes. Okay, it's very reliable health monitoring. Okay, and we have a very flexible failover policy. We want to say here that, as we mentioned before, you have a policy of reattempt to run on the same node that has a failure, okay, to see if we can recover the service at that node. Or we can directly fail over to any of the other nodes that can take the ownership of it and whatever we want. And also we can set quorum with witness, with different kind of witness, with dynamic witness, with a lot of stuff that is new now. Also, that so it's very, very flexible, the failover policy that we can have here. Okay. Then we need zero reconfiguration of applications. Okay, because it's absolutely transparent for all of them. We move the entire instance, and we just need to point to the virtual network name, and it will be working up and running. Okay. And also, we have disaster recovery solutions available because one of the nodes could be outside, so as we explained before, so you can have some nodes as disaster recovery. And also, we have third-party disaster recovery that can run over the failover cluster instances, so and they work very good.
Yes, just I would like to mention one thing. So when I mentioned the grace period, because we have many questions about it, that's been the failover process, like Juan mentioned before, is we have here one server in Always On, and we have another server here, okay? So when we run the failover process, let's say to move the data, to run the failover to one node to another node is 1 hour, okay? But internally, we have every time that you create your database or your SQL instance, etc., you are going to have replicas here based on the environment. So in case that something happened with this node, automatically we are going to run in the same predictable time that you are going to have. We are going to run this part, okay? So that means that in this part, we have this option, okay? In terms of just only this 1 hour is when we run the failover to another zone, let's say to another region.
Perfect. And of course, this is one of the best things that we have is that we support a very broad array of storage solutions. Okay, you know that some years ago we just had few options for storage, but now we support a really broad array of storage solutions. And as you know, well, let's talk about it later. What about the availability group benefits? Well, it will be able to combine both in a very easy way. We can combine high availability and disaster recovery solution with very little configuration. Okay, so if we have our high availability, we can also reconfigure it for high disaster recovery solution with just little change on the configuration that we have. Okay, we have with the latest versions up to 9 availability replicas. So it's, let's say, almost no limit on it. Okay, and support alternative availability modes depending on the latency you have in your network, depending on your different locations for your data center. You can have the synchronous commit and the synchronous commit, so you can set the configuration to the best that fits to your product. Okay, and you can have the different replicas, some of them in sync mode and some of the async mode. We have active instance for secondaries. That means that, yes, I know that some of you will say one of the cons that we have, okay, that is that it will increase the cost, because if we have an active instance, we need to pay for it, and that's true. But you need to know that you can use that instance for other stuff, not just to host the availability group for the high availability. Okay, some people have other databases that not belongs to any availability group, and they also have that instance active for other stuff. Okay, and you have enhanced performance for your application because you have the read access, so you can leverage the workload between several replicas, and also you can do backups on the secondaries. That means that you will reduce the workload that your main server will be supporting. Okay, you have something that is quite good, that is automatic pay for protection. Okay, that means that if we detect some specific kinds of corruption in the memory page, we will not replicate it. We will correct, so we will send the correct page. Yes, it's true that this is limited to certain issues related with corruption. Okay, sometimes corruption is being replicated because it doesn't fit. We need to for the automatic page repair. But this is something that, for instance, failover cluster instance doesn't have. If we have this kind of page corruption in failover cluster instance, we will have that corruption. Okay, and we will have wherever the node you will run. And also, since these are standalone instances, okay, you will have all the solutions, all the storage solutions that you have for a standalone instance will be available for availability groups. Okay. Cons for the failover cluster, the main one, the most important one, we have a single point of failure on storage. We have shared storage. All the nodes share the same storage. So that means that if that storage fails, it doesn't matter how many nodes I could have in my failover cluster instance, I have nothing. Okay, and that is very important to know. So usually people create solutions for that storage with replication, with other solutions that is out of the failover cluster instance. Okay, yeah, you can have priority write one, whatever. So, okay, we have passive nodes. That means if I have 5 machines, 4 of them will be passive, will be non-active. So I will have 4 dead machines there doing nothing. Okay, just prepare in case they need to get activated. It's very sensitive to corruption issues. And remember, we have shared storage. We have less granularity because we don't have, for instance, database health checking that we have in availability groups. And now we will go for the cons in availability groups. That, unfortunately, it has. We need to replicate the objects. We are not talking about the latest version that, yes, it will solve this, mainly, okay? But all the till 2019, all the objects that not belongs to the availability group databases will need to be replicated. This is very important when we talk about jobs, about functions, about encryption, about certificates that you have, and of course you will have out of the databases objects. Okay. Licensing, yeah, you will pay more because the instances will be active. So we have that income. And the storage hardware cost, because each replica will have its own storage. So yes, you will have to duplicate, triplicate, or whatever your storage. So if we go to compare both of them, this is the let's say the main comparison table, just for your knowledge. And now let's see in a couple of minutes how to troubleshoot it in a very easy way. Just the information to collect. This is the most important information that you need to collect before it gets overwritten. Remember that the more workload your system has, the easier will be overwritten the information on your logs. Okay, so this will be mainly the information we will ask for you to collect when you open a case with us in regards SQL Server.
All these such things.
Yep.
All these such of things.
Yeah, it's very easy. TSS is a tool that we provide, and most probably you will.
But you have in the portal.
Yes.
In Azure you have everything.
Yes, I know, but
so it's too much work.
This is okay, and that's it. Here are the takeaways. So that's it. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
One thing about mobile calls with availability groups is that calls are quite complex. I mean, I see the forums every once in a while. People have had downtime exactly because they had an AG, for example. There was some issues, so the log grew on secondary, the log exploded, and yeah, they had to take down the AG to repair it, and it was down for hours.
Okay, that's a very good point, but I will disagree with you in the complexity of the availability groups. That comes not because of the complexity of the availability groups, but with a misconfiguration of the availability groups. Okay, so that means that the people usually have in mind failover cluster instances. Okay, and then they realize, oh, but I have an instance here, so I can do a lot of things more because I have an active instance here. And most of the times they don't measure correctly the workload of the different replicas, and they think on a second, like they usually think on a passive node. Okay, they think that the secondary nodes are doing nothing, and that is not correct. The secondaries are doing a lot of things. For instance, they are replicating and they are doing the redo, so they are writing in the transaction log, so they need this as good as you have in the primary, because they will need to replicate all the transactions that you would have in the primary. But they overload with the reads, and then it's where all these problems come.
You have to understand what you're using, and if you don't, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So what you need to do is to scale properly. And once more, most of the people, when scale availability groups, they are thinking on failover cluster instances. Okay, so they are thinking on, okay, I will scale this node, and the other one will be exactly the same. And they forget that when they have availability groups, both nodes are working. Obviously, the primary will have much more overload than the secondary. But since they see that the primary is the one that's receiving most of the workload, they start to balance that workload with creating this as a readable. And imagine that they have just replicas, and they do the backups here. They have this as a reading intent. So all the reading stuff will go here. They point directly the reporting services here, and more usually, besides it is not recommended, they install the reporting services and the analysis services in this secondary replica. Okay, and we have seen that a lot of times because they think that they can do it because okay, they think it as a passive node here. Okay, what we see is that sometimes the secondaries are even with more workload than the primaries, okay? Or they spend less money, much less money in the storage on the secondaries than in the primary. And then we have a bottleneck here in the secondaries in regards to storage.
That seems silly to me. If you want to have something with high availability, I would always build the two nodes to be identical, so I can have this one on Monday and that one on Tuesday and so on. Right?
That's the point. That's the point. And moreover, okay, imagine that you have 4 availability groups. What people do is they put 2 availability groups as primary in this node and secondary in this node, and the other 2 availability groups as primary in this node and as secondary in this node. And they said, oh, it is working fine. And then sometimes they open a case with you and they say, hey, the performance is horrible. We have a failover yesterday, and now the performance is horrible. Okay, and you say, okay, let me see. Okay, now your 4 availability groups are running here, and this system is not prepared to run all the 4 availability groups here. Okay, and that happens. You cannot imagine the number of times that happens.
That's all the people who do this active clustering as well. They have a failover cluster. They have software. So all of a sudden you get all the workload here.
Exactly. Same situation.
It's the same that we have in Azure. We have customers that they choose premium with less latency and standard. So, and the standard have more latency in terms of storage. They are running a lot of insert bulk updates. Meanwhile, in the secondary, they are running Power BI. So reports. So in the end, you have a lot of work, and the data is not synchronized because the server, the replica, has no resources about it. So this is the point that is true. And also we have several counters in SQL Server that if you want to see how much is the work that you have beside the CPU, etc., you have the performance counters that you could see what happened in your node and try to determine what is the problem. Okay, but you're right.
For instance, you mentioned the review queue. Okay, that is one of the things that people are more concerned about. Oh, my review queue is growing and growing and growing.
No. They don't care about the review queue. What they do observe is when the log file is overflowed. This is quite. Yeah. Those are the people who post the forums. The reading to this.
Yeah, because they don't realize that we will not reduce the log file or we will continue increasing the log file till we receive the okay from all the replicas that hey, we have hardened it and reduced it. Okay, till we don't receive all that, we will not mark that specific transaction as hey, we can get a break of this. Okay. So, yeah. Okay, so thank you so much. Thank you so much for attending.
Do you have this URL about the people say something about this process?
Oh no, I follow the Q&A forums daily.
Okay.
But I don't have the.
Okay, no, it's because we have several websites that is possible to add your opinion about the product, etc. And we could help in this part. So, but you're right. In multiple times we have been working support with Solid, so we are seeing the bad things and the good things in terms of the infrastructure. Yeah.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for Adatis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances, to yoga classes, to pizza making and fitness challenges, to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Papa. Excellent.
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ether Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Adastra is a global IT consulting company that helps businesses across the world unlock new opportunities in the global marketplace by getting the most out of their data. We craft enterprise data management strategy, cloud-based and modern data warehouse solutions, business intelligence and analytics, enterprise application development, digitalization, and automation. Data has long been at the core of our activities, so are the people. We are looking for passionate graduates and experienced IT professionals to join our team. By joining our team, you will drive the business growth of industry-leading global companies. Stay connected with cutting-edge technologies and platforms. Embrace tech mastery with the support of a personal mentor. Enhance your career with more than 60 technological trainings and certification opportunities. Spend time with like-minded teammates and join numerous exciting initiatives and team events. Want to grow with us? Get in touch with us to discuss career opportunities. We'd love to chat.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now. And going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances, to yoga classes, to pizza making and fitness challenges, to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Excellent.
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ethics Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Adastra is a global IT consulting company that helps businesses across the world unlock new opportunities in the global marketplace by getting the most out of their data. We craft enterprise data management strategy, cloud-based and modern data warehouse solutions, business intelligence and analytics, enterprise application development, digitalization, and automation. Data has long been at the core of our activities, so are the people. We are looking for passionate graduates and experienced IT professionals to join our team. By joining our team, you will drive the business growth of industry-leading global companies. Stay connected with cutting-edge technologies and platforms. Embrace tech mastery with the support of a personal mentor. Enhance your career with more than 60 technological trainings and certification opportunities. Spend time with like-minded teammates and join numerous exciting initiatives and team events. Want to grow with us? Get in touch with us to discuss career opportunities. We'd love to chat.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Those door will look Okay, well, obvious. Let's get started then. So welcome to this session about deadlocks and how we can analyze them, prevent them, or what we can prevent, or at least mitigate the harm of them. So my name is Anders Mosko. I live in Stockholm. I work as an independent consultant. I've been MVP for SQLSaturdays, a data platform, for many years. If you want to get in touch with me, the way you do that is by email. No, none of this fancy stinking social media is taken. SQL, that's almost go to SC. And you're more than welcome if you, I really like to get feedback on sessions, whether you like them or you not like them, or if you have any questions. And I also have a website, so must go to SC, where you find a small collection of large articles. However, non-articles about deadlock, though, not because most of the presentations I have are not. Some of the presentations I have are related to articles on my website, and I will actually make one reference to it but towards the end. Anyway, on my website, you also find the slides and scripts for this session. Someone suppose that's E/present. So if you think that I go on too fast, you want to take a photo, yeah, you can get the goods later on. There will be many slides in this session, just as a warning, and they will be packed with material. So, yeah, we have sponsors. We have had an opening with them, but still I want to include this slide just to thank them, because without these sponsors, this event would not be possible. I'm a little disappointed about these guys. I thought they would be covered to drink. Yeah. I had to talk with Michael about that. Oh well. So this is my agenda. I will start with giving an introduction to deadlocks. So what are they? Are they really a problem? Then, assuming they some, because they are not always a problem, but when they are a problem, to solve them, we first need to get information about them. Then we need to get the deadlock XML, and then we need to understand that deadlock XML. And then that will be the first time of the session. Then I will talk about various ways to prevent deadlocks and also to mitigate them, because sometimes we cannot really prevent them entirely, or at least that would not be a good thing to do, but we can mitigate the consequences of them. So first of all, what is a deadlock? So let's have a look at this, because sometimes people have a misconception about this. So I will move to the Northwind database and I will start a transaction. I will update the freight of one order 10,500 and leave the transaction open. Then I will move to a second window, start the transaction again, and update the ship address of order 11,000 to Plovdiv and leave the transaction open. Now I will move on in this window and try to update the ship address of a second order to Melnik. But you may know that this is order 10,500, the one we updated in the first window. So, and that transaction is open. So what happens now is that, well, this one doesn't complete. And then when this goes on for a while, some people, oh yes, we have a deadlock, we need to solve this. No, this is not a deadlock, because once this window commits or roll back the transaction, the second window will complete. However, I'm not going to do that. Within that transaction, I will update the freight of a second order, and that's order 11,000, which you may recall is the order we first updated in the first window. So now, well, both windows are stalled and are blocking each other. But we got an error message now. Transaction, message 1205, transaction, process ID 61 was deadlocked on locked resources with another process and has been chosen as the deadlock victim. Rerun the transaction. Because when you have these situations, two processes that are blocking each other in such a way that none can continue, this is something SQL Server checks for. And if I now try to roll back the transaction here explicitly, I get an error telling me I don't have any transactions, so that transaction was rolled back. Whereas this one row affected, and I could commit this session if I wanted to, but I want to be able to rerun this demo on a later occasion, so I'm going to roll it back. So, to repeat, a deadlock is when you have two more processes that are blocking in such a way that none of them can continue. And that could be more than two. And this is a condition that SQL Server checks for by default every 5 seconds. So that's, you might have noticed there was a small delay. But if there are plenty of deadlocks, SQL Server may increase that frequency, do it more often. And if there is a deadlock, SQL Server will inject an error in one of the processes which it chooses as the deadlock victim. And we roll back the transaction for that one. And how does it select the deadlock victim? Well, it looks at the amount of log records for the session, for the processes, and the one with the smallest amount you're going to roll back because it thinks that is the cheapest one to roll back. Now, are deadlocks really a problem? I'd like to point this out. Deadlocks occur in the best of family. It's perfectly normal for us every once in a while have a deadlock. So an occasional deadlock is absolutely no cause for alarm. Sometimes I see people on forums like, oh, we had a deadlock. Well, yeah, one deadlock, who cares? But if you have plenty of deadlocks per day, yeah, then you might have a problem. Particularly, well, users might get irritated if they get deadlock victim being splashed in the face. And they might even get irritated if you capture that message and dress it up in something nicer. And also, let's say you have, well, for example, an order entry process that's going in and plenty of deadlocks, well, then the throughput will be reduced because they will be stalled 5 seconds every time because of this deadlock. So obviously, yes, there are situations where you have to deal with the deadlocks, but I like to point out that you only should do this when you really feel that, yeah, they are bothering us. They are causing us harm, real harm, not because, oh, I see a deadlock here, I need to fix this. So, assuming this, we have a deadlock, and we need to understand why it happens. So, the way to do this is to get hold of this deadlock XML, and the easiest way to do this is to use the system health session. This is an extended event session that ships with SQL Server, and it's always running unless you've been foolish enough to turn it off. It captures not only deadlocks, it captures a bunch of other things as well, but the deadlocks is what are of interest to us. And you use this query, and this is a query to get the data, and you use this function, fnxe file target read file, and you give the name of the file, which is system health, and with an asterisk. Because it's not one single file, they got multiple rollover files, so they can easily ace out old files. So don't forget that one, because if you leave that one out, you will not get an error message, you will not get any results, just empty results. Done that more than once. And then you also have to get 3 more parameters that are really not very useful at all, so they can be as even as before. And you need to filter for XML deadlock report, because you will get a lot more things. And you get back a column called event data. It's XML, but it's returned as endvarchar max, so you need to cast it as XML. And then it can be practical to sort this by the timestamp. And notice this is UTC. It's not Bulgarian time, so you will have to, the list time of year, you will have to add 3 hours. And also, that column is not only available in SQL 2017 and later. In SQL 2016, I will show you that in a second, how you deal with that. But because it's available in the XML. And we're going to move to Management Studio to have a look at the output we get. So here is the function that I ran. And you can see here that I've got a few deadlocks. So this is the deadlock I got right now. And there is one event, data, and value. And note, these are the standard from extended events. So this is the actual deadlock. And inside this one, there is there's a victim list, there's a process list, and resource list. And we're going to look at this in a lot more detail later on. There's one thing I'd like to show you about Management Studio here. So you may see I got all these attributes, and you might see these glyphs here on the side. This is not the default behavior in Management Studio, I believe. But what I have done is I've gone into Tools, Options, and let's see here, Text Editor, XML, and then I checked out Word Wrap and show visuals glyphs for Word Wrap. I find this a lot easier to read the XML, because without this, I would have to scroll the XML sideways like crazy. All that. Now there are a few more queries in this file. So this one is a slightly more complex, but what it does is that it shaves off these extended events, or these tags from extended events. So when I run this, you can see I have the deadlock tag outermost, so I get a little more screen estate, a little more prettier, but yeah. So this query here now is intended for SQL 2016 and earlier, so it extracts the timestamp from the event data XML, so I can still order them. That's quite nice, so you can see when, because of course you want to know when they happen. And of course, if I still take the menu to see, but of course you can enhance the query to get them in your local time if you feel like. This query here is more complex. So the thing is this: the system health session has 2 so-called targets. One is the file target that we looked at, but it also writes to ring buffer. This query goes against ring buffer, and the ring buffer is in memory only. So when I run this, I only get one deadlock, because the other one I had was a couple of days back, because it's the only deadlock I've had since SQL Server started. Now the ring buffer, because it's a ring buffer, the deadlock may, if you wait too long, the ring buffer may have fallen out when you come around to look at it. So it's not very practical. But there is one situation you may want to use this, and that is if you're on a Azure managed instance. Because on Azure managed instance, you don't have access to the file system, so you don't have access to the file target. And therefore, you might want to use the ring buffer on an Azure managed instance. And speaking of Azure managed instance, we also have Azure SQL database, where don't have access to the system health session, but the service comes with a session, built-in session called DL for deadlocks, and which we can query with the function f@xe telemetry blob target read file. This one writes to blob storage, I believe. And the important thing to know about this one, and it still has these 3 extra parameters that you don't need. But the important thing you need to observe by this one is you need to run this in the master database of your Azure server, not in the server where you have the deadlocks. But you need to run it in the master database. And probably you may want to filter this one for the database. I couldn't fit that on the slide, but the script file that I show you has an example where I filter for the database. So how you can do this. Now, there are a few more ways you can, if you don't want to use system health. First of all, you can find your own extended event session. And if you want to do that, you would include the event XML deadlock report. There's also an event called database XML deadlock report, which is the one they use in Azure SQL database. But it has a few more pieces of data, but it's not particularly interesting. So why would you do this? Well, first of all, if you're on a Azure managed instance and you don't want to rely on the ring buffer, then you have to set up your own, and you would have to write a blob storage to do this. But it could also be that you find that on your system, querying the system health session is slow. I've encountered this on some occasional servers, where on other servers, that's not really a problem. But if you do this, you might prefer to set up your own extended event session. And also, another thing, you want low latency. This is not a thing in production, because rarely in production, because the system health session has a default latency of 2 minutes. That should not be an issue if there's a deadlock in production. You can wait. You probably might not even have the time to look at it within those 2 minutes. However, if you playing around on your own machine because you want to set up deadlocks and see how they look like and so on, then those 2 minutes can start to be a little bit irritating. So then you want to do something with low latency. And if you set up your own file, you query in the same way as you query system health. Don't forget the asterisk. Yes, I've done that more than once. Oh well. But then we have a couple of more alternatives. We can turn on trace flag 1222, and then we will get the deadlock XML in the SQL Server error log. Well, we will not get the angle brackets, but the rest of the XML we will get. This is, some people might like this because it's simple-minded, it's an easy place to look at. Other people think, now this one litters the error log, don't do this. And anyway, the information is a little more difficult to read because you have the timestamp of all the stuff in the deadlock, in the error log. And then we have trace and profile. I would say this is mainly an option for the very old versions of SQL Server, because I'm not a big fan of extended events really, but one advantage in this context is that we can tell, say, we want this extended event session to start when SQL Server starts. If you want to do that with trace and profile, or with trace, you have to go through hoops with the startup procedure. So one thing I like to tell you about, if you do this in profile, you might get this graph and think, oh, yeah, I can understand the deadlock. I am not able to understand what they're trying to say with this one. Because what? I remember a friend of mine, he sent me this graph and tried to say, I couldn't really understand. Once I got the XML, yeah. And also very important, there's very much a lot of important information missing for this one. So just give this one a blind eye. If you are using trace, use the text data column and just copy it all into the editor to have a look at it. And let's now move over to look at the deadlock XML. As I said before, there's a victim list, which only lists the victim or the victims, which there can be more than one in the deadlock. And we have a process list and a resource list. So these are the processes involved in the deadlock, and this is what they're fighting about. Let's start with looking at the process list, and we have, first of all, we have the process ID, which we saw previously. There's a whole lot of attributes there. And then there are two nested tags, execution stack and input buffer. Yes, and there's always at least two of these tags, because just like it takes two to tango, it takes at least two to a deadlock. So I'm going to start with looking at these nested ones, because these tells you what the processes were up to. And here is the the input buff. This is the very deadlock we looked at previously. So this is what we will see in that particular deadlock XML. We see the exact statement. So this is simple. If it's a multi-batch, well, then we might have to look at the execution stack, which in this case does not always have the text, but we can at least use the line numbers to figure out which statement it was. But we might also be looking at something like this. Just this might not tell you very much, but in this case, what happened
is that the application has called us to procedure through mode procedure call. And then we have to go to the execution stack to look at it. So let's see what we have there. And this is an execution stack on the previous one. So in this case, this was the, you should read this from bottom and up. So this was the one that the application called. And this is term called inResp, and this one ran this insert statement, which apparently ran into a deadlock. And you have here also the line number, and you have these ones, the statement start, the statement end, and the SQL handle, if you want to get hold of the execution plans from the various DMEs. I'm not going to go into that, but sometimes you may want to do that to understand the deadlock. And then there's one thing that might seem a little bit funny, because it seems that things have been chopped off here. Indeed, they have. That's a bug, I would say, that was introduced in 2014, but it's only the last character they lose, which can be irritating enough sometimes. I should come around to report this, I think. Anyway, there were all the process attributes involved in the deadlock, and that's a frightening lot that you might. Yeah, what is all this about? What I found is that not all of these are extremely interesting to look at. So here is I've blanked out those that I don't find extremely interesting. So these are the ones I'm going to talk about. I'm not going to talk about just from this order. I'm going to group them in where they belong together, starting with the process identification. So first we have this ID, which I don't know if this one means anything outside the deadlock XML. We do need to read the deadlock XML so we can map things between these lists, particularly between these two. Then we have, SPID. Well, that's the session ID we all know and love. And then we have SBID for server batch ID, which will be non-zero if you use the option of multiple active result sets. It will also be non-zero if you have a query from an incoming linked server, that is another service using your instance as a linked server, then it will also be non-zero. And then we have ECID, which stands for Execution Context ID, and that will be non-zero if you have a parallel plan. If you have a parallel plan, each thread will have its own process tag in the deadlock XML, and I'm going to talk a little more about that later on. And then we have, these are quite also, client DB name, login name, client app, host name. They don't need any further presentation. Or call these two. I'll set in the connection string, and we all lies with these. They could be inaccurate. So, but it's most of the time, of course, helpful. Then we have this attribute, transaction names. It's extremely important because it answers this question. Also very important when you're looking at the deadlock. Many people overlook this. But are we in a multi-statement transaction or not? Because if you are in a multi-statement transaction, the logs involved in the deadlock could become logs that have been taken in earlier statements in the transaction. Sometimes I see people, I got two select statements are blocking each other. How is that possible? Elementary, my dear Watson. They are both, or at least one of them are running a multi-statement transaction, but probably both. So if transaction name reads user transaction, that's a multi-statement transaction. That's when you will plain begin transaction. You might also say my Tran or New York or Gretchen or something else, because someone said begin transaction and gave it the name. Then you might see implicit transaction. That is also multi-statement transaction. This is when you have this setting set implicit transactions on. This kind of, from an SQL Server perspective, very odd thing, but it's actually the ANSI standards. As soon as you do insert or select whatever, that will start the transaction. And there are some APIs that turns this one on under the covers. But if transaction name reads, like select, insert, delete, etc., well, then in very most cases, you have an auto-committed statement. That is a single statement transaction. But you need to check the execution stack because it could be that you have a trigger. Because think of this, if you have an insert statement and it fires a trigger, then that trigger will execute in the context of a transaction defined by that statement. So then you still have a multi-statement transaction. And finally, it can also read insert exec if you're using that construct, that is, you're calling this to proceed as part of an insert statement, and that will also execute in the context of that insert statement. Then we have three timestamp: last run started, last batch started, and last batch completed. They are also very important to look at. particularly if you have a multi-statement transaction and last tran started is before, well, if you have last tran started is before last batch started, this means that you have a multi-batch transaction. That is, the application has started a transaction and then within that transaction are making multiple calls. And that can be good reasons for this, but this means that you will have to go and look at the application code as well. You cannot only look at the code of the procedure. Although occasionally it could be a runaway transaction. That is, the application called once the procedure, and that the procedure started a transaction, but for some reason did not do a commit because, well, there was a coding error. But that's not very common. But I will come back to this theme anyway because they can cause some problems with deadlocks. And also, if you have a multi-batch transaction, check last batch completed. Because that one, they should be milliseconds apart in this case. If they're 2 seconds apart, then the application is doing something between the calls. And that is making the window for the deadlock longer. That's absolutely worth investigating. We have one more timestamp, and that is last attention. Most of the time it will read 1st of January 1900, like that's on the example. But if you find that last attention is after last tran started, that's a red flag. You have a runaway transaction. What has happened in this case is, most likely, so by default, all client APIs has most client APIs has a timeout of 30 seconds. And if the SQL Server does not respond within that time frame, the client API is going to say no, or doesn't respond, doesn't complete in that time frame, I should say. SQL Server, the client API is going to say, oh, I'm going to go tired of this, and it's going to raise this error timeout expired and send SQL Server a so-called attention signal, which is going to tell, and then SQL Server is going to roll back the current statement, but it will leave unless the setting executable is on, which is good practice. But if that setting is not on, SQL Server will not roll back any open transaction, no matter if that transaction was already in progress when the batch started or it was started in the same batch. So, and then if you just, the transaction doesn't, so the application in this case needs to handle this error by rolling, call SQL Server, hey, roll back that transaction. But if the application just jogs on with that transaction, well, then it will acquire more and more locks, block other processes, and it's not completely likely that you will get involved in a deadlock. So if you see this, there's no reason to analyze the rest of the deadlock. Just go and fix that, because that is the problem, most likely. Then we have the trend count attribute, which also sounds like something that could trigger trace runaway transactions, but it's a little deceivable because if you have an insert update or delete, it will always be 2. It always be 2, and never 1 or 0. And it doesn't matter if it's a single statement transaction or a multi-statement transaction. It will still be 2. Only if you have a nested transaction, it will be 3 or higher. So it could be perfectly normal, but if you have a higher value here, that could indicate runaway transaction. And high value here is, well, it doesn't really match the stack depth. Let's say you have a trend count of 6 and there are 10 procedures on the call stack. That doesn't very strange because, you know, each procedure, several procedures might be doing begin transaction because they're also supposed to be called on their own. Then again, if the trend count is 5 and you only have 2 procedures on the call stack, that sounds like something that could be worth looking into. Because again, if you have a runaway transaction, they are very likely to cause locking problems because they keep the locks far too long. The last attribute I would like to discuss is isolation level. And here, most of the time, it's going to say, like here, read committed. And with read committed, this isolation level, that means that share locks are released when they are not needed anymore. And that could be before even the end of the statement. But if you see repeatable read or serializable, that means the locks are being held to the end of the transaction. And because the locks are being held longer, well, that increases the risk for deadlock. Now, that doesn't mean because if you see this, oh, we need to fix this, because that might be very good reasons why the application is using this isolation level, because else we could get incorrect results when we have concurrency. But you should be aware of the fact that there are some APIs that turns on serializable by default, so there's always a reason to ask, do we need this? Are we using this intentionally? And I also like to remind you that even if you have read committed, you can still be that there might be queries with hints, or someone had been changing around the isolation level earlier, so you can still have shared locks being held to the end of the transaction. Now let's move over to the resource list element. So here we have resource list, and there will be one element for each lock that are involved in the deadlock. And here the name of that tag will depend on the type of locks. It doesn't have to be key lock, but it could be different ones we're going to look at later on. And inside these locks, we have an owner list and a waiter list. So the owner are the process or the processes that owns the lock, and the waiter list are the process or processes that are waiting to get the lock. And here's an inflated version of this. So I've got a process called C8. Well, I tend to look at only the last 2 bytes, or if I can, the deadlock, because you see the first pass are the same process 36 AB, so I tend to look at the end. The C8 has an exclusive lock, whereas E8 has a share lock, and wants to have a share lock and is waiting on it, because here request type wait. And most time request type will read wait. Sometimes it might read convert, but that is really the same thing. And here's the other way around. E8 has the share lock, and C8 is wants an exclusive lock on the same route, or on the same route. And as a reminder, these maps back to the process list, so we can see what are these processes doing. Now, so what do we have in these key or lock elements? So we have a number of things here, but the most interesting one is the name of the object and the name of the index. The rest of them are not so interesting. And we have a key lock. That is a row lock in an index, so it could be a non-clustered index or a clustered index. We might also say read lock. That is also a row lock, but that's a row lock in a heap when we're going to access the data page. That is, we have a table without a clustered index. It might read page lock. Well, that is a lock on page level. And it might read object lock, which is a lock on table level. And there are a few more possibilities. For example, you might see metadata lock when you have lock of metadata, but I'm not going to go into those. These are the most common ones that you will have to deal with. When it comes to the page locks, there is no index name in the tag itself, but you can use this one. There's an object ID to, and this query here where you join sys partitions and sys indexes, and the object ID and sys partitions, another one, and you will get back the index name. Because having the index name is often very useful to understand the deadlock, or very, very important. Now let's talk a little bit about deadlocks with parallelism. So, as I said before, if the query has a parallel plan, there's one process per each thread in the deadlock, and they will all have the same SPID but different ECID. And in the resource list, you're likely to see exchange event elements because the threads are then waiting for each other. So let's say this: thread 1 is being blocked by a writer, and thread 5 is trying to reading a row and blocking the same writer. So we have a deadlock. But then threads 2, 3, and 4 are somehow also waiting for 1 and 5 to complete, so they also get listed in the deadlock with these exchange event elements, but try to ignore those and try to focus on the locks, because those are the ones that are causing you problems. Although, occasionally, I don't think I've ever seen this myself, but you might get a deadlock where all processes in the deadlock have the same SPID. That's an intra-query deadlock. I'm told that these are bugs in SQL Server. The only way you can fix them yourself is by forcing maxstop to be 1, but that's all. So these are bugs in SQL Server. If you run into them, apply the most recent cumulative update, and if the issue persists, open the case with Microsoft. Now let's move over to talk about how to prevent deadlocks. So I'm going to list a few things here that I want to discuss. Always access resources in the same order, query tuning and indexing, recommit a snapshot, lock-ins, review application behavior, and serialize with application logs. I'm thinking it might be, let's see. Anyway, yeah. So first of all, this is very much a standard recommendation about any text you read about, or I've read about deadlock that says, always access resources in the same order. Sounds very simple and obvious enough. You might recall that first deadlock. Well, the problem was that they were accesses, the resources, or the 2 rows in the, exactly the reverse order. But it can be very difficult to implement this in practice. Let's say that this thing that was adjusting the freights, it was a very complicated algorithm, and they really have to work, with just that order, then we have to adjust that one, and maybe the same thing for the ship errors. That's maybe a little more far-fetched, but let's say there are more tables involved, and one process has to work in the order of the tables A, B, C, and the other one in the reverse order. So because of business rules, this can be very difficult to implement in practice. And hey, not even SQL Server based, so this rule will come in query plan. So let's have a look at a deadlock again with a different access order. So here I got a deadlock and it says select, so it's a single statement transaction. And what I'm doing here is I'm retrieving the freight. I'm retrieving the total freight for the orders for one certain employee ID. And then I got an update here, and again, there's nothing on the execution stack, so there's no trigger. So it's just this update statement, and I'm changing the employee ID of a specific order. Then I got the logs here. There's a key log, one on the clustered index, and one on the row in the employee index. And we can see here that in the clustered index, the writer is the king, holding exclusive lock, and the reader is trying to get a shared lock on the data page. Whereas it's the other way around in the employee index. Here, the reader is the king, and the writer is trying to get an exclusive lock. So we go on here. Well, in the clustered index, the writer, it locates the row by the clustered index, and then it changes the data page. That's what it does. And then it also has to go to the same row in the employee ID. Sorry, my finger's bleeding. Sorry about that, folks. It has to go to the data page, to the index page and update and change the employee ID in that index page. Whereas the reader is running this query is using the index and employee ID to locate the orders. So it's going to read a row. Oh, thank you. If you hold things under pressure, let's stop the blood flow. I had a small wound for a few days, but well, anyway, so it's going to use this index to locate a row and then go down to the data page to read the freight. So, and let's now say the employee ID is 42, and it just happens that on this specific order, the employee ID is 42. And also it happens to be just when we run this update, that is exactly in the index where this is running. So this one is going down to the data page, but it's being blocked by the writer because it's updated that page. And this one is being blocked by the reader because it's still holding a lock on that row. And that's why they have the deadlock, because SQL Server is accessing the resources in the reverse order, and it could have avoided the deadlock if this one also had made the clustered index scan, for example, which probably wouldn't have been a good idea in the first. Anyway, so yes. Now, here's something which is a lot more fruitful, I think, to prevent deadlocks: query and index tuning. And the first thing, let's talk about then page locks and table locks. So in the deadlock we just looked at, they were fighting about the very, very same row. But let's assume that the select query had been using page lock, or we only had page locks available. And then the employee ID on the order we changed was only 46. But they would still have been a deadlock because they would be on the same page as the employee ID 42. So that's the thing with this. Yeah, let's see. So that means when we have page or table locks, we have lower granularity that increases the risk for deadlocks. So if we can remove those locks, that is going to help to prevent the deadlocks. And although I like to point back to one thing, I'll need to insert one thing here, that we have these so-called intent locks, IX and IS, etc. They are not an issue on page or table because that's where they belong. The reason we have intent locks is that if the process, let's say a writer, needs to get an exclusive lock in a row, it's going to start to take an intent lock on a page, on the table level, to prevent anyone else to take a share lock of the entire table. So it means, hey, I want to do work down here. And then it's going to do the same thing on page level. But if you see it's these locks, normal locks, real locks, S, shared, exclusive, and update, etc. If you see those on page and table level, then those are the ones that you should go after. And the observation is that these are often a token of a query that needs tuning. Not always, of course, it could be an analytical query that has to scan a table from start in. But it's often the case that it could be something with a query that could be improved. So here's one simple example here. We're looking at the deadlock and we see this query here. Select star from orders where date add, month, order date, greater than get date to find that the orders that are from the most recent month. And if you know something about query tuning, you know that because we entangle this column in the exception. We can't use the index. We can't see that index. The optimizer is not able to do that. Or I could also put it's just too lazy to even try to figure out. Anyway, so this results in index scan, and index scan often results in page locks because the reason SQL uses page lock is because it thinks, oh, I will get many locks. I like to preserve memory. But if you see this in a deadlock, there's no reason to continue the analysis. You're just going to rewrite this query in a way so that you can use the index in the normal way I have seen, and hopefully that will resolve the deadlock. And let's have a look at the deadlock with page locks, and also includes parallelism. Oops, sorry. There's the right place to click. And so here I got a select query and SPID 60 and it's ECAD1. So this is a query running parallelism. And this time, again, summing the freight from a table called tall orders. It's a bigger table. And this time on all orders from a certain order date. And then I got an update process, an update, and there's again nothing on execution. So again, it's a single statement transaction. And this time I'm updating the shipper on the order. And then I got, well, it doesn't say select, but you can see it's again SPID 60, but this time it's ECAD3, and it's the same query. And I got a few more of these. There are only two queries involved in this deadlock, but because it's parallelism, I got quite a few process entries. So I got to go down to the logs. So here, and I got a page lock, and it's on table tall orders. We don't see the index, but I will tell you about that later on. And there's another index in tall orders, and we can see here also the exchange events elements. But as I said, we will not dig into those. I will go back to the slides to explain the deadlock because that's a little more complicated. These were the queries that I had. So I'm here, I'm getting the total freight, and here I'm updating the shipper. Now, the one thing I haven't told you about this table is that there is no index with order date as the leading column, but there is an index on ship via order date. Yeah, it's a bit convoluted, but I made it that way so I could get the deadlock. Anyway, so why do we get the deadlock? First of all, the reader is going to scan that index and they're going to take page locks because it's been 15 million orders or so. Furthermore, SQL Server thinks, as really many pages here, I need parallelism, which means that multiple pages will be locked simultaneously by different threads. Now, what about the writer then? Well, the writer needs to modify 2 pages in shipwire because it's going to move that order from one page to another page. So it needs intent blocks on both these pages. And it's able to lock the first page, but then it's going to go block the second page. It's being blocked by a reader thread. And in the meanwhile, another reader thread comes to that first page and it's being blocked by the writer. Deadlock. Now, so how do we solve that deadlock then? Yeah, maybe we should add an index and order date. And really, we could almost tell that from the start when we saw those page locks. But I still found it interesting to make a complete analysis of this deadlock. Now you might be looking at another deadlock and say, oh no, wait a minute, I don't have row locks. I don't need to query an index to because no, wait, no. Recall this deadlock. This was one we looked at previously. There's more than one way to skin this cat, but a possible way to get rid of this deadlock is to add freight as an included column in the index on employee ID, so that reader doesn't have to go to the data page. Excuse me, I'm just going to have some water. So even if you only have row locks, it can still be a reason to look into the query tuning. And here's one more deadlock example. This time I'm not going to show the XML, it's just whole theoretical, because this is also a multi-statement transaction. So I'm going to process P that starts the transaction. And it's going to update a couple of rows, one or more rows in table T, and then it goes on to populate the temp table, presumably using some of these updated rows, and that query runs for 2 minutes. In the meanwhile, we've got the process Q that starts a select query that joins S and T. And that query plan starts with reading rows in S, and then because joining the T are the rows, but when Q starts to read rows, those has been updated by P, so it's being blocked. And eventually P completes and tries to update a row that Q holds a lock on, and boom, we have a deadlock. Now, how do we deal with this deadlock? We don't know anything about the tables. We don't know anything about the indexes, but doesn't this one stand out like a sore thumb? What if we could tune that query to run, let's say, 200 milliseconds? That would not entirely eliminate the risk of the deadlock. Instead of the deadlock window being this wide, it would just be this narrow. And that's an extremely important lesson to learn. That's an extremely important lesson to learn. The shorter the transaction are, the less is the risk for deadlocks. But shorter, I like to stress that, doesn't mean that you're going to split up a long transaction in many small ones, because then you could threaten the integrity of the data. Maybe it has to be one transaction to be atomic. That's more important, that being quick. But short in terms of execution time, but with still the transaction length you need for the logic. Now let's move over to this one, read committed snapshot. This is also a big thing to remove deadlocks. So let me tell you about the system I do my daily work with. It had been running live for a few months, or 2 months or so, and we came into a period where the users had to enter forecasts into data like crazy. And we had some really, really vile deadlocks. I mean, like 12 processes in the deadlock, and SQL Server would say, okay, that's the deadlock victim, roll back that one. And then 5 seconds later, SQL Server will look at the deadlock with 11 processes, roll back that one, and then 10, and so on. It was not very happy users, not very good situation to be in. But we resolved this very easily. We did this. We put the database in single use mode. We said this auto database, read committed snapshot on, and turn it back to multi-users. And since then, well, we still have deadlocks, but yeah. Well, like every second month or so, they're not really an issue. And why is this one so powerful then? Well, so with this setting, readers will not go to the data pages to read. They will read from a version store, and they will read essentially what was committed when the statement started. There are some nuances to this that I'm not going into, but basically that's what they do. So that means that readers will not block writers and vice versa. And I should hasten to add that this applies to the default isolation of the read committed. If you are using serializable or repeatable read, they will still go to the data pages. But then you get rid of all these deadlocks that involves readers and writers. That's quite a few deadlocks. But I should also say there are some caveats with this setting you need to be aware of. Yes, that version store incurs some overhead, particularly on update and delete operations. That version store has to be maintained, and that includes adding a 14-byte pointer to the updated rows. And then when you rebuild the index, they're going to remove those pointers. And it's not a one-time thing, so you can get some page splits and so on. Normally, that version store is maintained in temp2b, so you will have to increase the size of temp2b, and you have even more reason to make sure that you have fast hardware for temp2b. That's always a good thing to have. A good idea to have very fast, the best hardware for temp2b. But it's even more important when you turn on the setting. Although if you have using the setting accelerated database recovery, the version store will be in the database itself. Those were the technical ones, but you also need to consider this from an application point of view, because you're reading stale data. The data might be in the process of being updated, but you're reading the old version. Now, does this matter to you or not? I can't say that. You have to think about this for yourself, analyze this for your application. But there's some food for thought. So take this example. We cannot have it inactivated secureable in a portfolio. And also, we cannot go in and activate a secureable if it is in at least one portfolio. And that triggers to enforce these rules. So transaction A, it's going to add adds a secureable to portfolio. And transaction B, at the same time, goes in and inactivates that very same secureable. And the triggers reads from the snapshot and finds, oh, all good, no problem. And boom, there's a business rule violation because the triggers read from the snapshot. Now, there is a workaround for this. You can apply this, the read committed lock-in to say, no, for this particular query, I want read committed lock on this query. I want to go to the data page. But there is no set transaction isolation level command for this one, so you need to put that on every table. So but you can do that, of course, for a single one, but if it's long triggers, it might be a bit boring to do that. And in case you wonder, foreign key validation is always done by using locks. But as I said, you have to think for this by yourself. For the system I talked about, it was a no-brainer. Because we don't have any triggers, and I just the way that the nature of that system, I just couldn't see how can this ever be a problem. But on the other hand, I worked with another financial system for many years, and we have plenty of these kind of triggers. And furthermore, there's also a component in that system for which read committed snapshot. I'm not going to try to explain why, but it would have been a complete disaster. It would have absolutely not fulfilled its purpose. But there is an alternative, and that is you can do this. You can say set a low snapshot isolation on, which has a slightly different nature of how you read the snapshot, and you don't need single use for this. And but the thing is, with the other setting, you just change the behavior of read committed. With this setting, you have to opt in by saying set transaction isolation level snapshot in the places where you're safe to read stale data. For example, reporting queries. I got 3 more things here on the slide. I'm going to be brief on these, and I only have one slide on each. So lock-ins, yeah, you might think, lock-ins, that sounds like something like that could be useful for deadlocks. Well, yeah, of course, there is the UPD lock-in. It's very useful to prevent a specific class of deadlocks known as conversion deadlocks. So let's say this, you have a procedure, and you're reading a row, and you plan to update it later. So you don't want that row to change. So you put in repeatable read serialization when you read that row. But then for some reason, the 2 processes running the same procedure in parallel for the same customer product or whatever. So they both read that row with repeatable read, and then they come to the update, and then they're going to block each other with a deadlock because none of them can proceed. But if you instead instead of these hints, use this hint, you're going to put a serialization point on that particular place because this is a read lock. It doesn't going to block normal readers that only want to share a lock, but only one process can hold an UPD lock on resource. It's a lock that means, hey, I'm reading this row and I plan to update it later on. So this is a great hint you should use in those contexts to prevent conversion deadlocks. Then we have the row lock hint. Yeah, you might think, oh yeah, those page and table locks, I'm going to put in the row lock hint. That's going to solve all the problems. Oh, okay. So because you need to do that, create an index tuning, that is not always a trivial thing. You might do testing and so on. If you're going to rewrite the query, you can put this in as a temporary measure. But keep in mind, there is a reason why SQL servers are taking page locks. So let's say this is a very popular query, and you put in row locks instead of the page locks, and they're going to take up a lot of memory, and SQL server will start to wobble like this and eventually fall down when you run out of memory. So be careful. And then, yes, this hint is going to prevent deadlocks. Absolutely, it's going to prevent deadlocks. It's going to take you out of the frying pan into the fire. Because instead of the deadlocks, you will get a lot of last-year concurrency problems like, transient incorrect results. So you'll get bug reports. Hey, I was running this report, it's completely bogus data. And you have no clue how this data was produced because you can't reproduce it. Or even worse, the users may get the incorrect results and think, yeah, this is good data. I'm going to use this. I'm going to make my business decision based on this data. That can be really bad. No look is absolutely not the solution for deadlocks. Stay away from it. Don't touch. Review application behavior. So this is a placeholder for all sorts of things. I touched this earlier. So it's the application running a multi-batch transaction with a lot of work between the batches, like going out to call a web service between each call to SQL server. Yeah, maybe we should probably rework that process so we keep down the window of the deadlock window. Or maybe the application is running a loop. Let's say that's a grid that has to be saved to the database or a collection, and it's running one-by-one processing. Rewrite that one to send down the data in the table value parameter or XML, whatever. But so only one call, and again we can keep down the transaction length that way. Or you might find that you get a deadlock. I recall I had one such on the forums, and the poster replied, "Okay, I'm going to reschedule this. They should not run at the same time." That could be the answer to the deadlock because you have things running at the same time which they should not. And just generally be open-minded. Maybe you have some import process that normally runs in the middle of the night, but you have to run the data. Maybe you should put up a flag to block users out so they don't conflict, or at least, or if you have recommitted snapshot, at least they can't write, and so on. So just think about what you can do differently in the application from that perspective to avoid the deadlock. Finally, application logs. This is great in a specific situation. You have a process, and you realize that it's some process. You have some kind of operation, and you realize having 2 processes running this one in parallel, it's going to be just going to stumble each other like this. It's just going to be a mess. then you would like to serialize them. And this is the way you do it. You say exit X beget at lock, resource, well, name, and lock mode exclusive. The name, up to 32 characters, I usually put in the name of the procedure, but you can put in whatever you want. And this call will block until that lock becomes available, and it's held to the end of the transaction. And I should also say the name of the lock is scoped to the current database, so that you don't have to worry about that. It's a great thing used in the right place, but don't do this if you have an order entry process where you have a del log like every third week or something like that, because then you're going to serialize everything, and then your throughput is going to grind to a standstill. So be careful. Now, there might be situations where you can't really entirely prevent the del log in a good way, but you can still mitigate the consequences of the del log so it's not so harmful. And I'm going to talk about three things here. First of all, del log priority and retrying del log and lock timeouts. So del log priority, so let's say this. You have a del log that involves a background process and end users. And the end users tend to become the del log victim because they tend to have less, I will be running over, I see. I will. They tend to have less
Walk records.
Yeah, log records, yes. And then you can do this. Have the background process to submit this command. Set del log priority low, which means, hey, if there's a del log, I volunteer to be the victim. And instead of low, you can say, well, high, normal, or a number. But I have never had use for anything but low. And you can see the del log priority in the XML. And this is the one you should look at, but it's also task priority, which has the same thing but with the reverse sign, just to confuse. But that's the one that reflects the del log priority. Then we have retry on del logs. So yeah, then rather than just displaying an error, of course, because it's a transient error, we can retry and see if we can avoid the del log the next time. And some people say, yes, you should always retry a del log. That is best practice. I disagree. I say you should only implement a del log retry in situations where you don't have a real problem and you can't get rid of the del log in another way. Why? Because if you implement the del log retry in the wrong way, that can lead to data errors that are very difficult to explain, and I will give an example of that in a second. Also, testing a del log retry is very difficult because you need the del log to test, and you don't write code to produce del logs, do you? And even if you have a case where you have a real problem, provoking that del log at will can still be difficult. But if you're going to implement del log retry, there are two key rules you absolutely have to obey. The first one is don't redo only part of the transaction. Because, and the corollary of this is you can't do a del log retry if you're being called inside a transaction. Because you cannot roll back only your part. You have to roll back the full transaction. So let's say this. You're writing a procedure that is going to perform a deposit or a withdrawal on a bank account. So it updates the transaction table, it updates the cash holdings table, and maybe a few more tables. And someone has told you, oh, you have to implement del log retry, and you do that. And then someone else is calling your procedure twice to do a transfer between two accounts. And it calls you twice, first for the withdrawal and then for the deposit. And during the deposit, you del log. Oh, you roll back everything and you redo only the deposit, and the account holder gets money out of nowhere. Do you think the bank likes that? No. Also, don't only redo a committed transaction, because then you can get the double effect. So let's say that in your procedure, after your commit, you have the select that returns data to the client, but it's also inside that your retry scope. So the account holder goes to the ATM, withdraws money, and during that select, you del log it. Oh, I got a retry. And you withdraw the money twice. You really have to hope that the account holder is not able to get hold of your address, because that could get nasty. Now, I'd like to point out these errors, kind of errors, are very, very occasional, very transient, and can, like the issues we know of, can be very difficult to troubleshoot to understand how they actually happen. So that's one of the reasons you should be avoiding doing del log retries in the first place. You do it in the wrong way. But sometimes you have to do it, and then you have to review your code carefully, but also obey these rules. Make sure that you don't break them. Now, where to implement the del log retry? I like to discuss that a little bit. Of course, sometimes you have to do them inside a procedure, and that's adding to what I talked about previously. I like to point out that it can clutter the code quite a bit. So to the fact that you're looking at all these del log retries and you can't really see the business logic forest behind it. So you might get bugs in the actual business logic because but there was so much clutter from the deadlock retry. But then you might think, wait a minute, I can do that in my data lake because I have one place in my data lake where I call all the procedures. Yeah, but first of all, you can't do a deadlock retry if you're being called inside the transaction. Rule number one. And how do you know that the procedure you redo does not run multiple transactions? So let's say that there is a procedure that accepts a TVP with withdrawals to produce, and it runs the loop because some of these withdrawals could fail because of lack of funds, whatever. And the fourth one, there's a deadlock, and the generic data layer says, oh, retry, and the first withdrawals are being redone. Now, this is not a complete showstopper because if you have really good coding guidelines, so you write that's the procedure in place and you check, have we already performed this, and so on and so on. You can do it, but you need good coding guidelines, you need skilled developers who understand this, and so on. And finally, well, there is the business layer, because that's where you have to go if you start the transaction in the business layer. You might still get some code clutter in some places. On the other hand, sometimes it might be simple. It might be that background process. Oh, yeah, it can just fail. It's going to restart in 1 minute. No problem. Or, yeah, we can just clear the input for the user, and the user has to retry. Maybe not the most prettiest solution, but at least it's safe. On my website, I got an article called, a serious article called Error and Transaction Handling in SQL Server. And in part 3, section 4.4 is one little small part of this. I do discuss deadlock retry, which includes an example of doing this in a procedure, and you can also see the example of the code clutter. So, log timeouts. This is a little more advanced thing, a little more special case, but you might sometimes might be used to this. So, we talked about this, background processes, they can lower the deadlock priority and implement a good retry, and thereby saving more important processes from being deadlock victims. But that can still be bad enough because it can still be the important process can still be held for 5 seconds. You have users enter data like crazy like this, and all of a sudden the system freezes for 5 seconds. That drives me mad. Or you have this throughput in your order enter system. So you might want to avoid that. So what if that background process could step out of the clash at an early stage before we even get into that wait? And that is possible if the background process does this. Set log timeout, for example, 100. It waits 100 milliseconds to get the log. But if that timeout expires, well, the background process gets this error, 1222, log request timeout period exceeded. And in that case, well, it would roll back and wait a short while and then do a retry. But this is not, you should not always do this because maybe that was not the beginning of a deadlock, it was just a normal blocking situation, because if you do this, the background process may never be able to complete. But I have actually used this on occasion. So, yeah, and that's the variations. You can say log timeout 0 means don't wait at all, and -1 means it's a default wait forever. So, and that's also log timeout in XML. I'm running out of time, so I have to be quick in my summary. As I said, an occasional deadlock is no cause for alarm, and you get the deadlock XML from the system health session, and very important, is any process running a multi-statement transaction, and if it is anyone running a multi-batch transaction? It's last one started before last batch started. And remember, the faster the operation starts, the more narrow is the window. The smaller is the window where you can get a deadlock. And multi-batch transaction, these ones should be milliseconds apart, not seconds. Now, one thing I have not discussed, but you might realize, yes, understanding exactly full why a deadlock occurs is absolutely not trivial. You will have to look at the statements, you have to understand logging, you might have to go look at the career plans to understand how they approach the indices, and so on and so on. It can absolutely take quite some time. But there are some good news, because you only need to understand as much of the deadlock to make a decision on how to prevent and mitigate it. And I've given quite a few examples of such shortcuts. Last attention after last run started. Hey, troubleshoot that unhandled timeout. Paint and table locks. Apply query and index tuning before anything else. Recommit a snapshot. Great way to isolate readers and writers to get rid of those deadlocks. And deadlock and priority for background, deadlock priority and deadlock retry for background processes to mitigate the consequences where these are involved. And when things should not run in parallel, well, serialize or separate them. And there are a few more things I think I touched on a shortcut. One more thing though, often when you have a deadlock, there's more than one way to prevent or mitigate it. Choose wisely. Choose wisely, because With the wrong solution, the cure can be worse than the disease. So spurious data errors, no lock, or incorrectly implemented deadlock advice. This is very awful. Or you're going to serialize where you shouldn't. But any method I've told you about here can have bad consequences. Adding an index sounds perfect until you realize that the column you added an index on is updated like crazy, and you get more deadlocks because of that. So you need to take a holistic view of the situation. Yeah, I was asked to put in this slide some upcoming talks. I don't know exactly what this is, but it seems to be by JavaScript. And again, I'd like to thank the sponsors, and I'd like to thank you for attending this session, and everyone else who is online. I hope you've been able to follow. And my name is Alan Sommerskog, and again, my email address is SQLSaturdays. You're welcome to drop me a line if you have any questions, and I will, for those who are here, I will be around for the rest of the day, so just go in and get hold of me if you have any questions. And again, slides and scripts on my website, sommerskog.se/present. Thank you very much for attending.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
stick around because we truly love the company that much that, you know, we're never, you know, tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to, you know, a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, yes, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances, to yoga classes, to pizza making and fitness challenges, to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
Okay. Thank you. Should we speak on English or we can switch the language?
How would you prefer?
It's up to you. Okay. Bulgarian, English, please give me a sign.
Bulgarian?
Окей, добре, много благодаря. Благодаря на всички, които си избрахте този панел. Предполагам, че заглавието на това, което ние предложихме, мъничко звучи като нещо познато, много от фешен и сигурно не привлича особено вниманието, но ще се опитаме да ви разкажем нещо интересно. Ние. Аз, това е Антон, двамата сме дейта инженери в SQLFocus. За самата компания, здравейте, няма никакъв проблем, заповядайте в нашата малка навалица. За компанията вече мои колеги са коментирали, така че ние ще използваме времето, в което сме заедно, за да ви разкажем за нашето ежедневие като дейта инженери и по-скоро да се опитаме да върнем малко времето назад за нещо, което вече всички познаваме, но ние като хора ежедневно работещи с данни, непрекъснато се сблъскваме с него. Кръстили сме си нашата презентация по този начин, по който виждате, нещо познато, SQL, SQL, нещо отдавна в пространство, битката на колените, както виждате, две поколения сме тук и с цел да демонстрираме разликата във възрастта и защото опита ни на две различни поколения е много различен в това как се случват нещата в света на данните. Анонсирахме нашата презентация, така надявам се, по-шеговит текст, в това да започнем от нещо, което добре познават всички. Здравейте! Две много познати концепции, вече едната много стара, другата не чак толкова като NoSQL, нещо, което по-отскоро е в нашите среди. Но това, което искаме да направим днес заедно с вас, е не просто здравейте да ви разкажем нещо, което сигурно сте чували, а да се опитаме да дадем малко различна гледна точка към нещата. Това, което искаме да ви покажем познаваме и двете концепции. Едва впечатлим с някакви фенси технологии, неща, които в момента са много модерни. По-скоро искаме с Антон заедно да ви обърнем погледа към това как изглежда истинския живот. Тоест, опитахме се от нашите малки и големи битки, които сме имали, от многото сини по гърбовете, които имаме в това да правим системи, в които има данни, да ви покажем кои са всъщност проблемите, които ние най-често срещаме и тези две големи идеи, коя къде се позиционира добре. Всъщност, с него, говорейки си много пъти, стигнахме до извода, че света на данните, които се грижат, е много богат, но е несъвършен. И ще се опитаме да ви покажем къде ние виждаме местата, в които все още, която идея от идеите не ни дава достатъчно сила да се справим с нашите проблеми. И понеже аз съм дама, очевидно и възрастта различна, без да го питам въобще, ще започна първо аз.
Само преди да започнем, ще зададем един много прост въпрос. Кой от вас е имал опит с SQL и кой от вас е имал с NoSQL база данни? Може да започнем с SQL.
Предполагаме отговор е всички.
С NoSQL?
Също всички. Идеално, значи на перфектната компания, за да си говорим за важните неща. Благодаря, Тони, аз ще продължа напред. Ще застана тук, за да мога да се движа. Всъщност, едно кратко представяне в нашите биографии, така и двамата, независимо един от друг, включихме думата за вдъхновението и отношението ни към данните. Малко повече опит, просто защото хронологията е такава, също толкова много натрупано в по-кратък период от време. Ние работим активно в софтуерни проекти, в които данните са основата. Ние не просто се използваме технологиите, а ни се налага наистина да ги съживяваме в реалния живот. И когато ни се наложи да правим това, виждаме техните несъвършенства и днес всъщност може би искаме да си говорим с вас за несъвършенствата на технологиите. Може би това различава нашия панел от всички останали, защото тук ще се опитаме да ви разкажем къде виждаме несъвършенствата и ако сред вас намериме смелчаците да търсим нови идеи, ще се радваме да станете част от нашия екип някой ден. И двамата харесваме данните, и двамата сме много въодушевени в тази област. в различни посоки. На къде ще продължиме? Това сигурно ви е познато от днешния ден, всички компании, които благодарение на тях това събитие се случва. Защо нарекохме нашето представяне битката на поколенията? Защото двете концепции за съхранение и обработка на данни си имат своята възраст и те присъстват в нашия технологичен свят от различни моменти от времето. Но битката е по-скоро в това дали правилно избираме кога, какво да употребиме. Това, което ние виждаме в нашите реални проекти е, че понякога изкушението от супер новата и модерна технология не винаги ни дава добрия технологичен резултат от това да постигнем добро качество или добро време. Затова си позволихме така да върнем колелото назад и да си поговорим. Това е за което ще си говорим днес. Естествено, сравнението между NoSQL и SQL е много стара история. Не е нещо, което не сте чували. Най-вероятно, ако сега в миг на скука пуснете телефоните си, ще видите 101 различни, къде добре аргументирани статии или не чак толкова добре. Блогове, симпатично написани или пък не толкова интересно и разбираемо написани, това не е нещо, което ще ви изненадаме. Това, което искаме да направим е отново да обърнем поглед върху релационното. SQL всъщност стои като по-популярно понятие и NoSQL, но в как изглежда то в реалния живот, като стъпваме с тони на това, което ние сме преживявали. Т.е. искаме с вас да си споделиме истинския опит от изграждане на системи, при това, така, нека да не звучи претенциозно, истински ентерпрайз решения с големи отговорности по отношение на данните. Тоест, няма да споделим опит от малки примери, в които сме проверили дали можем или не можем нещо, истинските битки, които сме провели. Ще се позбием малко, т.е. опитахме се един с друг да видим кой е по-добър в предложенията си. Ще ви покажем къде в проблемите, които ние виждаме, двете технологии не се справят или се справят, защото много бихме искали да открием място, в което се намира потенциала за развитие на технологиите по отношение на данните. Толкова за нещата. Всъщност, вдъхновението за тази лекция е нещо, което сигурно всеки от вас е преживявал. Това чух много отдавна от мой колега. Теорията едно, практиката друго, а реалността няма нищо общо с двете. Ние ще си говорим малко повече за реалността на нещата. Скучен слайд. Той е тук само за да започнем с това, че сравняването на релационните бази с NoSQL базите е нещо, което вие най-вероятно знаете. Но това, което най-често се открива, е опита да ги сравним в техните технологични възможности. Кой какво може да прави. Това, което на нас ни липсва е кой къде е най-добрия, кой къде би могъл да бъде използван и затова ще се опитам да снимем гледната точка. Това, което виждате е съвсем сравнение за това два големи свята, какво ни предлагат по отношение на съхранението и поддържането на нашите данни. Няма нещо неочаквано за това какъв е езика, с който работиме с данните, класиката, кое е структурирано и в кое има схема, кое е неструктурирано и кое няма схема, кое се грижи за качеството на нашите данни, т.е. осигурява някакъв транзакционен модел и достатъчно добър, за да сме сигурни, че многопотребителски конфликти, опити за нарушаване на целостта на данните ще бъдат превентирани или пък избягнати. Мисля, ако имате желание, ще се върнем и ще коментирам технологични страни, но мисля, че може би ще оттекчиме голяма част от аудиторията, тъй като е нещо, което всеки от вас вероятно е прочел поне стотина пъти, дали в този вариант, в някакъв друг, но тук с Тони сме на ваше разположение да дадем и нашия опит, как точно тези неща сме ги виждали. Затова ще си позволя да продължа напред в нашия разказ. Всъщност, това, което искахме да споделим с вас е, когато сме участвали в различни проекти, да си нарисувам всичките черни картинки, не се изненадват от тъмния цвят, той се опитва да покаже, имаме проблем, нали? Така, и да използваме цветовете, за да кажем къде се намираме. Опитахме се с него да поровиме във всичко, в което до сега сме живели и всички проекти, през които сме преминали, истински големи, в които данните са били сериозна причина да бъдем ангажирани сериозно с правилния избор на технологии, съответно правилните проектантски и решения по отношение на разработката. Опитахме се да измъкнем шаблона, т.е. това, което винаги във всички проекти виждаме. И винаги във всички проекти се изправяме пред едни и същи чудовища, търсейки да се пребориме с тях. И винаги в тези проекти, във всеки следващ проект се чудиме как да пребориме съответния проблем. Няма да ви говорим за това дали сме смятали позиция на ценна книга, защото проектът е бил от областта на финансите, или как сме сметнали приход на дадена компания. Опитахме се да покажем това, което всеки проект се опитва да пребори по един или друг начин и някакси във времето остават като константни проблеми. И ние всеки път търсиме добрата технология в областта на данните, която да ни помогне този проблем да го решим. Това е нашето кратко резюме. Имаме си едно празно квадратче, може би за да ви покажем, че са крайен брой проблемите ни все по някое време успяваме да се пребориме с тях. Първият ни огромен проблем, който понякога се неглижира и ще си споделя така моята визия като дейта инженер с много години, че в опита да яхнем коня на модерните технологии, понякога го пропускаме. Последиците, особено ако сред вас има хора, които се занимават с дейта анализ и се опитват да се справят с аналитични системи, знаят какво означава да имате лоши данни. Първият ни голям проблем е качеството на данните, т.е. как да подходим технологично, какво да избереме, така че системата, която изграждаме, данните в нея да бъдат консистентни и с добро качество. Понякога много мои колеги така се чудят защо толкова много се взираме в този проблем, но той е много истински, защото всичко модерно в момента, което се занимава с анализ на данни, стъпвайки върху недобро качество на данни от системите, които ни изграждаме, компрометира всички наши следващи усилия, колкото и технологията да ни помага да визуализираме добре, да анализираме добре и да предоставяме съдържание на менеджмента на компанията. Два проблема, отделили сме ги, макар че те винаги вървят ръка за ръка. Единият сме го нарекли липса на знание, другия непрекъснато променящи се изисквания. Това предполагам всеки от вас, ако има опит с изграждане на информационна система, неизбежно се е сблъсквал. Стартираме, мислиме си, че знаем всичко, но в някакъв момент се оказва, че не знаеме достатъчно. И винаги се оказва, че ние трябва да довършиме, разшириме, добавим още нещо в нашата система и този проблем е непрестанен. Свързания с него, че изискванията към нас се сменят, те са като сиамски близнаци. Това ние наричаме проблем, но е нещо, което е обективна част от нашата реалност. Животът ни е много динамичен и бизнес света тръгва с едни очаквания, стига за някакви други. Следващия проблем, който започна напоследък много силно да се проявява. И той започна да се проявява поради това, че се появиха тези добри технологични идеи, които позволяват просто да съхраняваме данни. И след въпроса, какво от това? Този проблем шеговито го нарекохме, имаме едни данни, не ги знаеме какво ще ги правиме, обаче много искаме да си ги запазиме. Някак си така като герой на Гогол, познати на всички Плюшкин, да може и това да си го запазиме. Това започва да става нещо много характерно в нашия свят, именно защото технологиите се развиха и казаха, ние може да съхраняваме всичко. И хората започнаха да искат да съхраняват всичко. Но въпросът, какво ще го правим от там нататък, някак си започва да остава въгъла и след това като един голям страшен демон се появява, защото трябва да се справим с това, прибраното въгъла по някакъв начин. Към това нещо забелязахме и другото явление, което започва да ни предизвиква да търсиме някаква друга комбинация от технологии. Ние го нарекохме отложената употреба на данните. Това нещо, да, нека там да стоят, за какво ти не знам, за какво. Добре, но нека да ги имаме. Тези две неща, не знам какво ще ги правя и малко по-късно ще ги използвам, се появят като сериозни проблеми и те започнаха да предизвикват сериозно релационния свят. Той започна да се чувства като фосилиза и не може много добре да се справи с него. Към това ще добавиме вечния спор, който започна всъщност така, NoSQL базите изгряха с идеята, че може би нямаме нужда от схема, нямаме нужда от структура. Ние просто ще си запазим данните по някакъв начин, но това, което виждаме в реалните проекти, които ние изграждаме, е, че ще е малко така, като трябва да не ви позвучи твърде поетично, но накрая винаги има структура. Каквото и да правим, на финала винаги структурираме данните, колкото и да се опитваме да отлагаме този момент от времето. Ще пропусна един от проблемите, ще продължа към долния десен ъгъл, за да дам възможност все пак и на Тони да се изяви. Големият друг проблем, който се появява много често, е грешката в решенията ни. Тоест неправилното определяне ние какво правим с тези данни. Дали това ще бъдат данни, които ще се ползват за анализ и към тях трябва да подходим по специфичен начин, за да са удобни за използване от аналитичните системи, или проектираме нещо, което е свързано с създаване на така наречените оперативни системи, с термина, който вие познавате, OLTP, Online Transaction Processing системите. Тази грешка започна да става много досадна, защото ние харесваме някаква технология, но някак си грешно идентифицираме мястото й. И този последния проблем за нас е много важен, защото се оказва, ще видите с малко нашето сравнение, колко неподходящи могат да бъдат приложенията на релационния свят и нерелационния, ако ние грешно сме идентифицирали какво всъщност искаме да правим. Малко по-шарен да стане света, затова ще минем от черните. Опитахме се с Тони да направим едно такова цветово сравнение. За всеки от проблемите, аз ще си говоря за релационния свят, той е почти на моята възраст, сигурно за това така ще ми отива повече аз да разкажа за него, на Тони ще оставим да разкаже по-новия свят. Искаме да кажем за всеки от тези проблеми, така наречени от нас, съответния свят, релационния, NoSQL, може ли да се справи и всъщност ние какво ползваме, когато трябва да го решим в един реален проект. Темата с качеството и контрол на данните. Тук мисля, че състезанието го печелиме категорично, казвам ние като релационния свят, не е така в предвид това, че това е идея, която вече на 40 и повече години, защото просто това е в природата на самата релационна база и мисля, че нямате нужда да ви убеждавам. Всички тези концепции, започвайки от теорията на нормализацията, минавайки през нейните проявления като първичен, външен ключ, референциална цялост, типове данни, домени, става като скоропоговорка. Но все, което е заложено в релационната база, е великолепният и изключително мощен инструмент, който се грижи да контролира нашите данни. Затова и цветът е зелен. Смятаме, че тук в релационния свят има изключително много сила и когато сме в ситуация, т.е. правилно сме идентифицирали, че трябва да си градим система, която да се грижи за качеството на нашите данни, може би това е технологията, която ни е нужна. Проблема, свързан с това, че не винаги знаем всичко, е много реален и е много няма как да избягаме от него, колкото и да ни се иска. В релационния свят и в това, което ни се е налагало ние да взимаме като решение, не можем да кажем, че се справяме прекрасно. И причината е в самите технологични особености, изобщо в концептуалното замислене на релационните теории. Имаме идеи, можем да го правим. Аз съм сигурна, че ако сред вас има хора, които са изкушени в това как да проектираме модел на данните за една система, сигурно моментът на къде ви води в този разказ. Можем да го правиме. И отговор на въпроса е, можем ли така да си проектираме структурата на нашата релационна база, че да не ни се налага да я променяме. Това ви звучи като страхотна мечта. Би било прекрасно да можем да го правиме. Видях един интересен поглед. Се зачудихте дали изобщо е възможно това нещо. Всъщност отговор на въпроса е възможно. И има и конкретни и научни разработки по темата, но се опитах да ги обединя в това изречение. Да, можем да го правиме, като създаваме много абстрактен модел на данните, но плащаме много висока цена за него. Предполагам, няма да ви сюрпризирам и всеки от вас е изкушавал поне маничко, че можем да направим модел на данните, който да ни позволи, сега ще прозвучи грандоманско, но да съберем цялата база в две таблици. Напълно е възможно. И то е нещо, което не е само идея, която на нас ни се е налагало да стигнем да е. Убедена съм, че ако се заговориме в формален или неформален разговор, всички ще стигнем до там. Ако имате желание, споделяме я с удоволствие как би изглеждал модел в една релационна база, такъв, че да преодолее неудобството на релационните системи, които новото знание, нещото ново, го добавя с цената на променям таблицата, добавям колона, разширявам системата, оттам нататък се проваля цялото приложение, защото сме го сюрпризирали с нещо ново. Напълно възможна идея и при това много често прилагана. Проблема на тази идея е, че тя се сблъсква с концептуалните основи на релационния свят и цената за нея е много висока. Като казвам цена, да, решаваме проблема. Сетих се за тази поредна колона. Не може ли и това да запишем за клиента? Забравихме за продажбата да съхраним тази информация. Проблема е в понятието производителност и огромните проблеми, които се пораждат колко бързо можем да обработваме подобни структури. Иначе, като дейта инженери са невероятно предизвикателство. Много е хубаво човек да стигне до такъв модел на данните. Уви, той е доста скъп. И понякога, за да решим този, е много по-голям проблем. Затова релационният свят дава възможности като идеи, но това място е негова много сериозна хилесова пета. Какво става с света онези там? Плюшкин, лайк, дайте да ги наречем. Трябват ми, не знам какво ще ги правя. Моят опит вече много години в тази посока си позволих да си призная, че каквито експерименти да съм правила с релационните бази, не мога да се похваля, че са ме правили щастлива и са ми позволили проблема да бъде истински решен. Има допълнителен слайд, няма да губя време да минавам към него, но всички знаете, че в една релационна база можем да запишеме практически всякакви данни. Като се започна от типове XML, JSON, блобове, всичките им вариации, блобси, лоб, има много възможности. Само, че те решават проблема само до това съхранява. Това е прекрасно. Оттам нататък битката и може би си заслужава и някакво по-дълбоко сравнение, някой да потърсите, но ще бъдете разочаровани, предполагам. Битката какво ще направя с тези данни след това, обикновено е губеща. Защото първо, тези данни не са податливи по никакъв начин на контрол, т.е. там имаме нещо, но какво ми дава то, никой не може да обещае. Второ, самата обработка. На любимия български глагол, да ги парснеме, да прочетем нещо от тях, да ги направим нещо тези данни, колкото и да се развиха релационните системи, те не им дават все добра реализация по отношение на производителността и времето, за което ние искаме да обработим данни. Днешно време никой не обича да чака. За мен тук състезанието между релационните бази и някои други технологии е загубено за релационния свят все още. Да, ще ги съхраниме, но по-нататък ще ни е много трудно да пребориме тяхната употреба. Какво се случва по-нататък с любимата ни част от спора, който обикновено водя с моите колеги? Дали наистина имаме нужда от структурирани данни? Защото релационният свят е структурирани данни, това е в неговата природа. Но SQL системите се появиха с тази претенция, нямаме структура, имаме каквото кажете, че искате да имаме и ние сме щастливи от този факт. Но това, което виждаме в реалните проекти е, че на финала винаги имаме нужда от структура. Както и да сме съхранили данните, тяхната употреба винаги приключва с това, че трябва да ги подредим, че трябва да ги структурираме по някакъв начин. Дали ще е в рамките на нашата оперативна система, така както се превежда на български OLTP, дали ще е в рамките на аналитичните системи, винаги накрая стигаме до нуждата данните да бъдат подредени. Тоест, отговорът тук е категорично да, и за мен релационната идея печели, защото тя дава най-добрата за сега концепция как да подреждаме и как да структурираме. Остана още преди да дам на следващото поколение да си каже мнението. Другия проблем, който се появява, той не е точно проблем, но до някъде е, затова е включен и в тази графа. В релационния свят ние имаме огромното изкушение да проектираме данните, че да избегнем сериозните проблеми с неконсистентност, тяхното качество и тези, които се занимават с по-теоретични концепции, може да се за нормализацията, така като концептуално понятие, което ги обяснява, но всъщност проблемът е следния. Да, ние можем да не поддържаме данните в нормализиран вид, може да го направим много красиво. Вместо да имам много колони, ще имам много редове, нещата са прекрасни, обаче някъде стигаме като Тери Пратчет до края на света винаги. Защото винаги сме с една колона назад от края на света, т.е. когато искаме да поддържаме данните в този денормализиран вид, винаги се оказваме изостанали. Винаги ни трябва и още една. В релационния свят това е много лесно за решаване. Можеме го. Но това какво има зад ръба на диска винаги остава като проблем и винаги се оказва паднали в бездната, защото сме успели да се сетим, че ни трябва и 101-та колона, за да денормализираме нашите данни. Нарекохме нашата презентация битка на поколенията, за Стони се опитахме да видим същите тези проблеми, които независимо каква е предметната област са там, нерелационния свят, така наречените NoSQL неща, къде в тези проблеми могат да ни дадат добра идея. Той ще се опита, може би малко по-подробно от мен да ви каже. Още един проблем. Това е още един проблем. О, да, имам още един проблем и той е любимия ми. Извинявайте, пропуснах любимия си проблем. С него всъщност финиширах преди малко. Това е нещо, което мене силно ми отваря очите, когато стартираме всеки проект. Правилно да разбереме данните, за които ще се грижиме, каква е тяхната цел. И кой всъщност ги създава и кой се грижи за тези данни, защото грешната гледна точка довежда до изключително грешни и тежки решения, цената на които е лошо качество и слаба производителност. Например, в една оперативна система, OLTP система, съхраняването на данни, които имат типично аналитичен характер, т.е. те не обслужват текущия процес, върху който системата прави, окей, можем да съхраняваме. Имаше една стара шега, не са ни бавни системите, бавен ви е хардуер. Да, ще разшириме и инфраструктурата, ще я направим фантастична, но проблемът остава. Ние винаги успяваме тази инфраструктура да изстигнем предела. Съхраняването на такива данни в оперативни структури винаги води до влошаване на качеството и в самата оперативна система, в OLTP системата, от своя страна не добавя нищо в това ние бързо да правим анализите, които са ни необходими. Това има в предвид като неправилно идентифициране, за съжаление, много често го наблюдаваме. А наблюдението е, защото самите клиенти на системите, за които ние работиме, те много трудно успяват да се откажат от данните и много трудно успяват да кажат това ми трябва за нещо друго. Защо в жълто? Отново по същата причина, по някои от предходните. Релационните системи са с безкрайно добри възможности за това да правим модел на данните, с който ще гарантираме консистентност, ще гарантираме качество, ще гарантираме бързо действие, но в рамките на това да достъпвам данните, които са ми нужни сега и веднага, т.е. за текущия ми процес, който се случва. Натоварването с данни, които имат исторически характер, имат аналитично приложение, винаги водят след себе си бедите тази система колко е използваема от там нататък. Спирам до тук, всичките проблеми ги минах. Едното поколение се оттегли. За да път на другото поколение, да силно се надявам, че и мен има все още причини да продължавам да се занимавам с данните. Ще се опитаме същия въпрос да го зададеме, но какво могат да направят NoSQL базите и какво те биха ни помогнали. Будьте дълъг разказ за това.
Това е все още SQL World.
Виж колко е голямо, не може да го напуснеш днес.
Така е.
Да.
С клауд системите, релационните важни ли стават втори живот? Аз смятам, че те нямат нужда от втори. Те си имат единствено и продължават да живеят. Защото нямаш нужда от сървър, който да върти операционна система, пък да сложиш си. Това е така, но всъщност ние решаваме един временен проблем и той колко съм или колко не може на инфраструктурата, в която вървят нещата, само че това е пределен ресурс винаги. Тоест винаги има още нещо. И всъщност въпросът стои, ще продължаваме да експлуатираме инфраструктурното решение и да видим релационния свят може да се промени така, че да не се налага да хабим, да ползваме следващата инфраструктура да го направим. Иначе тази шега ми любимата, не е бавна системата, управете си.
Точно така. Това, което Алекс казва е вертикалното, нали, скалиране на продуктите, за което може да говорим после повече детайли. И сега, понеже ще говорим за NoSQL света, ще минем по същите проблеми, които Алекс засегна, от страна на NoSQL системите. Когато говорим за Data Quality, Data Control, NoSQL базите данни се появиха, нали, да кажем, около 2006 година и директно те се използваха за запаметяване на данни, толкова за да се обръща внимание на качеството. Тоест качеството беше нали, на така наречения application level, т.е. да кажем, падаше тежестта върху девелопера, който пише приложението, и върху самото приложение, което да следи за качеството на данните. Нали, когато говорим за NoSQL решения, много от големите компании технически използват NoSQL, именно с тази цел нали, да запазят данните, а толкова да не обръщат внимание на дата quality, но идва един момент, в който те трябва да обърнат внимание на качеството на данни. И много често съм виждал решения, които са, т.е. самата NoSQL система върви базово с релационна база данни, в която да се използва за вдигане качеството на данните в NoSQL системата. Това съм правил лично и аз в проект, който трябваше да обръщам по-голямо внимание на качеството на данни. Също така, много от базите данни в момента, които се появяват, също виждат този проблем. Да кажем, 10 години по-късно от началото на появяването на NoSQL системи, почва да се вдига този проблем, става все по-явен и по-явен. И има много софтуерни решения, които предлагат нали, някакви идеи в качеството в вдигане качеството на данните. Тоест да не е само на application level, ами и точно на database level нивото. Примерно в една от най-известните бази данни, които се използват, която е комерциална, Марко, те използват нещо наречено Data Lineage и в контекста на Big Data те използват де-факто Data Lineage техниката за мониторинг и за визуализация на данните и за тяхното качество директно докато те идват в момента, т.е. in real time. Също така те използват и техника наречена Alerts, което е external connection към някой data source. Казва, нали, ако случайно има налични данни, за да може да бъдат така да кажем, комбинирани в NoSQL системата, да бъде събрани данните. Когато говорим за другия проблем, тогава, когато не разбираме данните или често се променят requirement-ите, тук е много, както знаете, NoSQL системата се появи главно с тази цел, когато много често се налага да се сменят схемата. Затова и NoSQL системите предлагат така наречените flexible или гъвкави схеми, т.е. винаги може да се добавя нещо on the fly, понеже примерно при Document Oriented NoSQL решения, това става много лесно и не се налага нали, да се сменят всичките таблици, както е в релационалния свят и да се минава през този дълъг процес на така да кажа, на ресурси, които все пак това отнема време, отнема и много ефорт. Затова, като кажем, че затова е в зелено, понеже NoSQL света е доста добър в това нещо, да добавя нещо on the fly, както е казано тук. Когато говорим за different use of data, т.е. за данни, които често се променят, или данни, които идват и които не знаеш какво да в момента, тук се използва, има много технологии, свързани с този проблем. В NoSQL системите има така envelope pattern, т.е. данните идват така както са, as it is, raw data as it is, и към тях се добавя метаданни, с които нали, да могат все пак да имат някаква цел тези неща. Самата система се запазва оригиналните данни, по този начин нали, може да се описат в по-късен етап или да влезат в полза на по-късен етап в развитието на данни. Когато говорим за структура, тук няма да кажем, че има прекалено голяма структура. Както знаете, те са гъвкави, не са толкова структурирани, колкото релационалните бази данни. Затова тук нали, сме го направили в червено, защото все пак накрая трябва ние да се структурираме данните, да намерим връзките и така нататък. Когато говорим за denormalized data, но все още структурирана, значи денормализацията като цяло е нещо, което е много засегнато в NoSQL базите данни, т.е. нали, защото джойновете могат да струват прекалено скъпо на някакъв етап. Затова и като цяло, примерно Document Oriented базите данни използват денормализация, т.е. в самия документ съдържа информация от няколко таблици, ако говорим за релационални бази данни. И по този начин се предоставят по-бърз достъп до данните и не се използват джойните, които могат да ни струват доста късно. Това, което не е добре тук е, че има така наречения eventual consistency, т.е. когато искаме да апдейтваме тези данни, ще ни отнеме един significant период, така да кажем, доста голям период, в който може, зависи колко данни имаме, нали, да се апдейтнат. Примерно, ако искам да сменим обикновено име на човек, ще ни отнеме, може да ни отнеме доста голям период. И затова тук сме го сложили в жълто, понеже хем е добре денормализацията в NoSQL, но хем и не е заради eventual consistency. И когато говорим за сравнението между transactional и analytics, между OLTP и OLAP системите, NoSQL системите се появиха като аналитично решение, но все повече и повече се вижда проблема, че те се използват и в транзакционалния свят и затова много от новите решения също предлагат транзакционални фичърс, така да кажем, но не всички NoSQL решения предоставят това нещо, затова преди да се използват NoSQL системи, трябва да се проучат много добре как биха те работили в транзакционалния свят. Тук сме го сложили също в жълто. И тогава вече, когато направим сравнението, да, тук пак са доста дълги неща. Когато се сравняваме, вече вие сами като може да направите оценката, кое, кога, как да използвате във вашия проект. Както виждате, горе-долу се препокриват нещата. За различните неща, различната технология е добра, но има такива технологии, които са не толкова добри и в дадени проблеми, базирано на нашия опит. И така.
Това, което с Тони всъщност подозирахме, че може би ще успеем да установим дали червеният цвят се появява и в двата свята. За наша радост проблемите, които ние най-често имаме, поне едно решение има. Това, което е особено важно в нашите констатации е, че има две ключови думи. И това са OLTP и OLAP, аналитични или оперативни данни, които всъщност са едно много финно умение на дейта инженерите да успеят да разберат за какво ще се ползват тези данни, за да постигнат технология. Наистина, грешният избор, цената, която плащаме, е много висока за това. Това, че технологията е налична, това, че е достъпна за open source, за това, че в момента света говори за нея, в реални системи не винаги означава добро технологично решение, за да постигнем качество, бързодействие, време за разработка, това са цената, която плащаме. Очаквахме, че ще има дупки в тези два свята и те наистина са там. Това, което с него коментирахме в нашите проекти е, че може би е дошло времето или двата свята да станат един, което всъщност се случва в днешния ден, т.е. почват да се появяват решения, които имат претенция и ще се изразя така, че са хибридни, т.е. истинската или хибридна природа, аз все още не съм до край убедена, че такава хибрида ние го постигаме с архитектурни решения, т.е. една част от задачите ги възлага на единия свят, а другата част от задачите, което обикновено усложнява архитектурите на приложенията, поражда допълнителни комуникации, отново оскъпяваме резултата, не говоря за финансовия, а този, който е технологичната заплащане за това. Има места, в които, по мое мнение, нашия свят на данните е все още несъвършен. И несъвършенството идва от това, че ми се промени много динамиката, темата Big Data. За вратата тя е от нашето ежедневие, но когато сме в оперативните си, в OLTP света, в Online Transaction Processing, а все още правим такива системи, защото бизнес процесите не спират и хората имат нужда от нови информационни решения, за да ги обслужват, трябва да бъдем много внимателни какво целиме там и да не допускаме системата да контролирам темата с бързодействието и да прилагаме красивите решения на неправилното място качество, защото резултатът не винаги е толкова красив.
Точно така. Както Алекс каза, много повече виждаме в последните няколко години как отива света в така наречените хибридни модели. Примерно има нещо наречено, което се казва New SQL. То се появи 2011 година като търм. И това означава, че примерно релационални бази данни вземат неща, примерно дистрибуцията или fault tolerance на NoSQL системите и ги предоставят като технология. В същото време наблюдаваме, че NoSQL системите почват да взимат неща от SQL света, т.е. като ACID и Transaction Control и така нататък. Както примерно MongoDB, напоследък също и те почнаха да презентират ACID транзакциите като нещо, което е нормално при тях. Така че отиваме към един така да кажем, хибриден свят и все още най-доброто предстои да видим точно какъв ще бъде резултата.
Ако беше съм дама, и вероятно думата е моя, всъщност това, което се случва е, че NoSQL започва да си краде повече идеи от SQL света и се опитва да ги добави. Очевидно релационният свят става по-консервативен все още. Има претенции, че дава възможност, но
все още не.
Явно заради възрастта, не знам да го обясниме. Имат ли един последен слайд с Тони в нашата презентация, преди да ви провокираме с, надявам се, вашите въпроси или идеи, или пък несъгласие с това, което сме ви казали, че наистина ще се радваме, ако така, има ентусиазирани и смели хора да потърсиме новите решения. Къде? Защото очевидно имаме дупки, в които често попада нови, когато създаваме нашите системи. Ще се радваме да бъдете част от екипа на Scale Focus, който води такива битки, съвсем истински.
Да, ние водим такива битки ежедневно, така че...
Съм с доста рани от тях, разочарование, някой път голямо въодушевление, до следващия път, в който клиентът каже, не може ли. Тогава започваме да виждаме нещата по малко по-различен начин.
Точно така.
Ти ли си последен, аз ли съм?
Ами аз това, което каза Алекс, е наистина, че имаме много проблеми се виждат и на теория всичко изглежда много добре, имат своите плюсови и минуси, но когато говорим за истинския свят, нещата са различни и както тя каза, ние в Scale Focus се борим ежедневно с такива проблеми и се опитаме да намерим решения, които са най-добре, най-ефективни, най-малко, най-ефтини, смисъл, да не губим много ресурси. Така че, ако искате да разберете наистина какво правим точно, може да заповядате и да видите. Със сигурност няма да ще останете изненадани как се ги комбинираме и така.
Както се казва, ladies first, gentlemen's last.
Благодарим ви много.
Надявам се, че сме ви провокирали с нашата гледна точка към двата свята. Технологиите знаем как да ги сравняваме. По-интересно е кой проблем е възможно да бъде решен с тях. След въпроса и как. С Тони сме на ваше разположение, ако искате да споделим как точно решаваме тези проблеми, ако това време, което остава, бихте го посветили на това. Това беше от нас и ви благодарим много.
Благодаря. Въпроси?
Мога да добавя нещо, имаш
Цяло, от вашия опит, повечето проекти, които идват, ако не знам дали клиентът избира технологията или вие избирате, но с NoSQL или релационна база го решавате?
Няма
по-скоро кое има превес?
Зависи, първо, има ги двата сценария. Клиентът някога да казва, искам да ползвам това. Тогава общо взето всичките ни съображения, така ги слагаме за задния джоб и продължаваме напред с това, което технологията може. Всъщност, когато имаме свобода да изберем технологията, е този разговор, с който започнахме нашата много, надявам се, точна преценка за какво става дума. Тоест, какъв тип система се опитваме да направим. Ако идентифицираме, че това е система, която се опитва да автоматизира бизнес процес, оперативен процес, така наречената OTP, определено релационните мисли са ни твърди. Там обикновено се насочва.
Ако имате включени именно след това репортинг и някакъв анализ,
тогава са тези по-сложни архитектури, за които стана дума, но се опитваме да разделим на нещата. Това, което ще се грижи за данните и темата искам да имам добри данни, искам да работя с актуалните сега и веднага, не ме интересува толкова много историята. Обикновено там везната отива в релационния свят определено и мисля, че бих сложила дълго, за да ви убедя, че това е така. Когато отидем в аналитичния свят, там започваме да се колебаем в решението си последната причина. Както видяхте в нашия слайд, се появява думичката структура. Защото когато изберем за изграждането на аналитична система релационната идея за съхранение, печелим много това, че данните ни се структурират добре. Оттам нататък поставянето на инструмента отгоре, аналитичния, който и да е, той мисля, че всички ще се съгласите, че аналитичният инструмент има нужда от структура. Все пак там дейта модел трябва да се появи, колкото и да сме си помечтали друго. Изкушаваме се, но релационната база започва да показва своите слабости по отношение на обемите, които трябва да се гледат, защото аналитичният свят той расте. Той има неприятното свойство само да расте. Поради факта, че при тях отсъстват много инструменти, които наслагат допълнителния процес по контролирането, грижата, която е нещо, което колкото да се окажем от тази денормализация, да се окажем от нормализирането на данните, ключове, връзки и така нататък, винаги behind the scene има още нещо, което не винаги можем да преодолеем. И понякога NoSQL света се появява като място за съхранение, но да кажем, ще си позволя от термините от складовите системи, стейджинг областта, примерно да бъде такава, но когато подготвяме данните за аналитичните инструменти, там отново да се появи релационната идея заради факта и за нейната добро качество за структуриране.
Затова на много места вървят ръка за ръка горе-долу нещата, нали? Като с storage, естествено NoSQL, защото нали, заради обема, заради дистрибутираността, но когато става въпрос за анализ, вече наистина на самите данни, трябва вече в по-частен случай да гледаме, затова вече нали, говорим за нива, може да е релационални, може на програматично ниво, нали, да анализираме, както има примерно с Python, може да бъдат анализирани данни и така нататък. Но като цяло е това. Други въпроси?
Да, ти си аз само искам нещо.
Добре. Тъй като има още няколко така важни въпроса, но наистина то със сигурност можем да говорим за още други такива много сравнения. Но две от важните, които според мен могат да се добавят едното е и някои, между другото, това, което е интересното между зелено, жълто и червено, релационните бази са минали някои от проблемите, се оказват, че всъщност са технически решими. Пример, как еволюцията на структурата, примерно на една схема, как я вършим във веб, как правим вършене на това нещо, т.е. версии. И има всякакви такива тулове, където DynamoDB, е такива, които могат да ти държат версии, да ти връщат към предишна версия на схемата, към бъдеща, да апдейтваш и така нататък. Версиите бяха слабост на релационните бази, нали, на схемата, обаче вече не са. Оказва се, че е инженерен проблем, не е на самата концепция. Обаче има други концептуални проблеми, които между другото най-голямото нещо може би е в празните квадрати, според мен трябва да се добави, но най-важният проблем, който има си даже име, има си като New Starline, Виетнам на компютърната наука. Това е повечето софтуер в момента, който работи, защото това е от гледна точка на данни. Но от гледна точка на системи имаше един софтуер, който работи с тези данни и за добро или за лошо повечето такъв софтуер е обектно ориентиран. Има една неконсистентност, която научно е доказано, че няма как да бъде разрешена добре. Това е концептуален проблем. Едното е граф базирано, как си държим данните в паметта на компютрите и оперираме. А другото е релационни бази, които са на друга концепция, нали, на Edgar Code. И проблема е, че тези графи, които ние си ги правим в програмите, те имат на всичко отгоре понятие като наследяване, което е трудно в релационната база. Нали? Има най-различни решения с Tixo, но всичките са еднакво лоши. Да. Има още два проблема, където можеше да се допълни, но като цяло наистина пак ще изглежда еднакво добри в различни ситуации. Нали? Но за обектно ориентираното програмиране, релационните бази, нали, има този как се казваш, Object Relational Mapping. Импеданс, мисля, значи, да, цялото име на нещото, но да, това наистина е друг проблем, който релационните бази никога няма да решат, просто защото е концептуален, нали, не е технически.
Но когато говорим за графи, нали, за хайерархи, т.е. иерархия да има на нещата, естествено там много SQL с графичните бази данни доста добре се представя като Neo.js, като решение. Така че за това не сме го сложили тук, понеже това малко играе в ролята на NoSQL. Трябва да бъде, нали, да бъдат сравними.
Да има просто... Искате да добавите някаква празно квадратче проблем, че...
Някои от проблемите, които казахте, според мен в смисъл всичко, което казахте, беше окей, нали, на мен интереса. Просто си мисля, че примерно проблема с данните си е изначал проблем, който няма нищо общо с според мен. Мисълта ми е, че колетето на данните, според мен от архитектурна гледна точка е сбъркано поначало. И затова данните качеството им не е окей. Тоест, именно това, което дадохте за пример, че change на requirements, да речем, в смисъл този проблем не идва от самите бази, нали? И смисъл, според мен е трудно да си представя, че те трябва да го решат толкова. Според мен проблема трябва да бъде решен изначало, както и то с отлагането на данни. В смисъл, ако ще ги отлагаш, по-скоро ги набучи в някакъв боб или нещо си, и после реши да прави с тях каквото решиш.
Всъщност, това, което казвате, това, което се опитахме ние да кажем, че когато сравняваме NoSQL и SQL, в повечето случаи сравняваме какво те могат, чисто технологично. Ние се опитахме да видим всъщност тези неща, проблемите, които истински се появяват, без значение дали са предмет на самата база, или са архитектурни изобщо, доколко трябва сега да се намесват там, да ни дадат добра идея да помогнат тяхното решаване. Ясно, че проблем за data quality може да бъде решен на база, може да се реши на всяко друго ниво от архитектурата на системата. Ние като data инженери се опитваме да видим това нещо в нашия свят, постижимо ли е, как е постижимо, на каква цена и две технологии, коя би била по-добрият ни приятел, за да се дадем добрата идея как да се погрижи. Иначе съм абсолютно съгласна, това не са проблеми, които идват от естеството на базите данни. Това са проблеми в системите изобщо, но ние като data инженери се сблъскваме с тях неизбежно. И затова търсиме тази гледна точка в сравнението на SQL и SQL. Кое къде би било по-полезно, би дало повече добри идеи. И ясно съм, че те може би няма да решат проблема и той да бъде без нужда да се намеси някакво друго архитектурно ниво в тази посока. Така че, всъщност благодаря, защото това беше посоката, в която се опитахме да вървим с Тони.
Другото са структурираните данни, те всъщност, поне моя опит, нали аз съм data инженер, винаги се опитват всъщност и NoSQL да ги структурират, ще сложат партишенки, ролки и нещо.
Това беше
моя скромен опит, нали? Бих казал, че в един момент, според мен, поне което виждам, NoSQL ще вземе всичко полезно от SQL в един момент и SQL просто ще...
Надявам се, няма да
Аз също както казахме,
бой с Тони, че в крайна сметка NoSQL краде от SQL света.
Но и обратното се наблюдава също. Има тези наречените New SQL системи, които... Да. Но прави се прогрес в тази насока, така че очакваме, нали. Затова казваме, че най-доброто тепърва предстои от дата технологиите. Все още ще видим със сигурност по-добри решения, които да хващат всеки проблем, нали, който сме седи тук. Така че ще видим какво крие бъдещето.
Нашето ежедневие не е просто да решим проблема на клиента, да се опитваме да разберем къде на света трябва да се свършим.
Може ли аз да задам един въпрос? Да ви разкажете за някои решения, които сте направили, където имате само NoSQL, където няма релационна база скрита отзад. Има ли такова?
Когато говорим за NoSQL, тук пак ще трябва да захванем и ролята на девелопера, т.е. на човека, който разработва приложението. Защото когато говорим за data quality, тогава всичкото тази логика, която има в релационалните бази данни, по някакъв начин трябва да се допринесе и в application, т.е. в което приложението, в което правиш ти.
Аз имам предвид по-скоро.
Чисто решение, в което има само
NoSQL. Решение, в което пропускате SQL базата, защото ви се струва, че всички решения имат задължителна релационна база, някъде скрито отзад.
Да.
99% ми интересува този 1% да има стъпва само върху NoSQL база. Защото, примерно аз работя с платформа, която в основната е релационна база, горе имам две NoSQL бази различни, всяка с различна функция и работи чудесно. Но не мога да се, как да кажа, не мога да се откажа от моята релационна база.
Честно казвам, това е правилният отговор. Нали, има няколко, ако говорим за малки проекти, които може само да имплементираш на SQL, примерно като Redis, която е key-value, нали, ако зависи колко ти е набора на данни. Ако е прекалено ограничен и трябва ти бързо да стигнеш до него, Redis е примерно добро решение, нали, тя е key-value. Говорим, нали, за малък обем на данни, но когато говорим вече за голям обем на данни, релационалната база винаги е в уравнение.
Аз също нямам такъв опит.
Аз също не бих казал, че само в NoSQL сфера нямам такъв опит. Винаги се добавя...
Чисто NoSQL, в Enterprise решение, поне до сега на мен
не се... Да.
За да фиксираме това, ще е дума за сериозни обеми като данни, но аз не мога да кажа, че...
Това е един уред през да вземе пак комбинация с Memcache и Redis.
Да.
Но отдолу има база данни.
Която е, нали, рационална, да. Така че горе-долу там, като се върви, ще бъде добре да има, нали, едно решение за тези два проблема, но първо предстои, така да кажем.
Проблемът е при нас да се борим за
Да.
Виждате да промени света, кой знае.
Точно така.
Дали сме успели да намерим новата идея.
Не, това е. Някой друг?
Много ви благодарим за търпението и вниманието.
Благодарим.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Papa. Excellent.
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ether Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Adastra is a global IT consulting company that helps businesses across the world unlock new opportunities in the global marketplace by getting the most out of their data. We craft enterprise data management strategy, cloud-based and modern data warehouse solutions, business intelligence and analytics, enterprise application development, digitalization, and automation. Data has long been at the core of our activities, so are the people. We are looking for passionate graduates and experienced IT professionals to join our team. By joining our team, you will drive the business growth of industry-leading global companies, stay connected with cutting-edge technologies and platforms, Embrace tech mastery with the support of a personal mentor. Enhance your career with more than 60 technological trainings and certification opportunities. Spend time with like-minded teammates and join numerous exciting initiatives and team events. Want to grow with us? Get in touch with us to discuss career opportunities. We'd love to chat.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Супер. Преди да започна да попитам на български или предпочитате ли на английски да си говорим? English, please. Oh, okay. We'll carry on in English. We weren't sure if we've got just Bulgarian speakers or if somebody prefers to speak in English, so that's absolutely fine. I'd like to thank everyone for attending this session. It's my very first Data Saturday event ever. So please be kind. Today we're going to talk about shared data sets in Power BI. I assume all of you are familiar with Power BI or have got some decent working knowledge in Power BI. So in this session, we're going to cover how to create shared data sets, what is a shared data set, and why the hell should you use a shared data set? Okay, just a few details about myself. My name is Dimitar Shutev. I'm currently working at EPAM as Senior BI Analyst. I'm Microsoft certified in DP203 and PL300. I predominantly specialize in the MS BI stack, so Power BI, SQL Server, analysis services, and etc. I also teach people how to work with Power BI on Udemy. If you are familiar with Udemy, I've got my very own Power BI course there. And that's enough about myself. We're thanking our sponsors for this event. So here's the agenda. So we're going to cover what is shared data set, why to use shared data sets. Hello. What is the shared data set structure? Then we're actually going to build one in today's session. So it's not just going to be some decks from my side. The idea is to have a little takeaway for you guys that you can use in your own projects. We're going to discuss how to secure the shared data sets, how to refresh them, and how to access these shared data sets. So before we say what is a shared data set, I would like to answer what is a data set in Power BI. Because when you are building a report, you look at the front end, and the front end is just one side of the report. There is a data set that's going on in the background that holds your table relationships, your data structure, hierarchies, tables, connections, everything. And to discover this, you need to go into Task Manager and see where it says SQL Server Analysis Services. So this is where the dataset itself actually resides. So everything that's data related on the report is actually part of this service. This is actually the reason why there is no Power BI for Macs, because Macs do not support SQL Server Analysis Services. And for Mac users, unfortunately, the cloud version of Power BI is the only thing that you guys are ever going to get. That's what Microsoft says. I'm not making up the rules.
Is there a gateway, Power BI gateway for Mac?
I'm not sure if it exists.
I researched it 2 days ago. Incidentally, no. What people do is they install the gateway on Windows machine that's actually has direct access to the database, whatever it is, and then you go to the cloud through that Windows machine. So unfortunately, that's the way.
Because you can have SQL Server on Linux.
Yeah.
Yeah, but actually it's the same binaries as on Windows. They don't compile a version for Windows. They use some virtualization to run the same binaries on Windows. But they unfortunately cannot do that for analysis services.
The workaround is to set up a virtual machine somewhere and just use a virtual machine on your Mac, or use Parallels. Parallels is like an application that you can install on your Mac, and it runs a virtual Windows machine using your Mac's resources. It costs about $100, but it's worth the investment if you need some, I don't know, Microsoft services.
$100 is like nothing to Mac users.
Exactly, exactly. Case closed. So buy Parallels.
The price of one adapter.
Exactly, yeah. So it's nothing for you guys. So yeah, buy the Parallels. Okay, so a shared data set is a data set that is actually shared between multiple reports. Makes sense, right? So why do we use shared data sets? Well, as business organizations grow and their data grows and they've got data in different continents, in different places, for different departments, it's very difficult to manage this, and it's very difficult to have like one source of truth. So that's why having one place that everybody can connect to and build their own accurate reports is so important. And this is how this can be achieved using shared data sets. It eliminates the margin for error because the data set is developed by people who know the data, who know about data modeling. So they provide to technical and less technical users this data set that they can work with. They can straight away build reports by drag and drop, or they can enrich it by adding their own elements and creating a local version of it. But the idea is that a shared data set is to have like a centralized copy that is also certified, because you can see when you try to connect to it, you can endorse it. You can make it promoted or certified. So once we reach the end of our demo, I'm going to show you guys how to endorse this content. So when you connect to a data set from Power BI, it appears on your screen and you see which one is endorsed and is safe for you to use. So the shared dataset structure covers measures, covers calculated columns, table relationships, row level security, hierarchies, everything. So you're almost like building something to sell to someone. It needs to be like that pixel perfect. So here's a bit of a case study. Company XYZ, it's a very creative name. It's a multinational retailer that operates in several countries. Each day, there's hundreds of thousands of records that are being input into the database globally. The current reporting solution seems to be struggling with it. They've been clever. They've employed some people to build a data warehouse, but they're still struggling on the reporting side of things. Inside the data warehouse, they've got this large data volumetry that's just loaded every day. And this is combined for all like countries. So you've got Europe, you've got US, you've got Australia, you've got Asia, like all of this just gets loaded into this massive data warehouse. So our idea is to build separate data sets for each region. So we're going to build one model that can easily be replicated by changing one parameter for each region. So once we build our base like skeleton, it will be as easy as just typing in from US to UK, from UK to Australia and whatever, and hitting refresh, and the data will load with the necessary region. Okay. So I am going to launch my little demo now, and I'm going to open up Power BI desktop. Just to let you know, for the purpose of this demonstration, I've set up a resource in Azure that is contains some AdventureWorks data that we're going to use in this demo, in case you're wondering where this data is coming from. So I've set this resource in Azure, and I am going to access it because we don't have a data warehouse that we can use. So this is the closest we can get to a data warehouse in the cloud. It's an Azure SQL database. Okay. So I've created two views instead, a view for customer and a view for sales. Instead of just loading them straight away, I'm going to transform our data. And that is because I've added this column for country region. So in a typical world scenario, inside the data warehouse where you've got mixed regions, the data modelers would put a column that will tell you for each country is the data. So for sales one and for customers, we've got that column added. So I am going to create a variable now that will hold the value for country region. Currently we only have US and United Kingdom, but that is good enough for us. Okay. So what we're looking is to add parameter. And this will be country. Okay. And value will be, let's make it for United States. So it will be United States. Maybe there are some M language experts, but I am going to do this in Power Query by clicking on different things. So I am going to filter out United Kingdom. And then inside this little window, instead of United States, I am going to quote the parameter that we just created. So the country region will equal to the whatever value is inside the parameter. So if we change this to United Kingdom, we go back here, it reflects that change. Okay, so I'm going to change this back to United States. And we're going to apply the same kind of logic to customers. Okay, so whatever value we've got inside the parameter filters both tables. Does this make sense so far? Okay. We're not going to import any more tables, so I'm just going to hit close and apply. One thing I forgot is to rename these tables. I don't like having the VWs. It's a good practice to call it with their actual name. So instead of VW sales, I'm just going to call it dim sales. And for customers, it's just going to be fact. It's actually fact sales and then dim customers. Next, we're going to check our relationships if they work as we expect. So we've got like customer ID, which is one-to-many with fact sales. To make our model complete, we also need a calendar table. So we're going to do this using the good old DAX. So we're going to build one fairly quickly. So we go to modeling and we go to new table. I'm going to call this calendar equals to. We're going to say add columns because we're going to have several columns for year, for quarter, for like all these things because we're going to build a hierarchy. So the first one is the calendar auto function because what we want is we want to scan the full model and create a range of all the available dates. So calendar auto just scans whatever dates we've got inside our tables and makes a range between them. So this becomes our first column. Next, we are moving on to the rest of the columns. So I'm creating the year one. So year, comma, year function. Then it will be month. It will be month. And day. Okay, our calendar table is now ready. I am going to connect it to our fact sales table. So order date with date. One thing we need to do is we need to make sure that our calendar table is marked as a date table. This is important in case you're going to do any like time intelligence functions. So make sure that you mark it as a date. Otherwise, your time intelligence may not work. Okay, so this looks good. Next, we're going to build some measures because if we don't have any measures in our model, it's not good enough model for us, really. So this will be total sales amount. It's a sum of sales actually we need to use a different function here because we want to find out the sales amount. So we need an iterator. What we want to do is from fact sales, we need to multiply quantity times price. So order quantity times unit price to figure out sales amount. And we're going to test our measure that it returns a value. Okay, that's good enough for me. And we're going to build one more measure. This one is items sold, and that is the sum of order quantity. Okay. Now, I don't like to have these two measures just left on their own, just in the middle of nowhere. So I'm going to make a blank table that will be our measures table. So instead of using DAX, I will do it manually by entering some data. I like to use the hashtag symbol. So this will automatically push the measures table always on the top of everything else. So I'm going to call these measures and load. And then to place these measures, you can just drag over the table, or at least you used to be able to do it. So you click on the measure, and on the home table, you say measures. Same goes for total sales amount.
So you create a table only for the measures.
Correct, yes. That's just to keep things tidy, that's all. Because as you build more measures, they're going to keep getting placed in different places, like in various tables.
Is that a common practice?
It's quite common, yes. Actually, Power BI likes that, because when I delete this column now, see how this icon is going to change. So I'm deleting the column 1, which is empty. And Power BI is changing the icon of this table. So it recognizes that, hey, this is actually a measures table. So if we want to preview it, there is nothing to see, but it's there. Magic.
Does it appear in the model?
So if we go into the model, you can see it in the model, but obviously that's as far as you can, yes. Okay.
Does it need to have a relationship with the other tables?
It does not, because these formulas, this is actually metadata. It's just metadata that's just saved inside one table. So inside the contents of the table is just different bits of metadata that only gets executed when it's placed inside the visual.
It uses the context of the visual.
Correct. And okay, so we've got our measures table, we've got our calendar table. We're going to build a hierarchy on the calendar side, because no calendar table is complete without a good old hierarchy. So I'm going to start off with the year, create hierarchy. And let's see, then we drag month. We're adding it to hierarchy, year hierarchy. And we add date. So when you're adding these, make sure that you add them in like descending order. So always the top thing, and then the bottom thing, and then the middle thing, and the bottom thing. Otherwise, you won't be able to change the order that easily. So I'm going to rename this date hierarchy. Okay. And I'm going to test this real quick to make sure that we're working correct. So we've got our date hierarchy. We can drill down next to the item below and go all the way down to day level. So the hierarchy looks okay. So next thing is, how do we secure our data set? There's two ways you can do that. One way is doing it the regular way, which is the row level security, which I'm going to create. First, I'm going to create 2 roles. So from modeling, we go to manage roles. And I am going to create 2 roles, one for finance, and one for marketing. Okay. The roles can be any roles that you guys need. Actually, it can be department, it can be something else. Anything you need with the roles, you decide on how you want your data to be like restricted to. So let's say the finance people only want to see the finance data. Okay, they don't care that John Smith bought whatever. They want to see that somebody from America bought this much, somebody from this state bought this much. They don't want to see like people's names. So we're like almost securing the data. So they only see what's necessary for them. Using the regular like roles, you cannot restrict that data because we can filter rows, but we cannot filter columns, if that makes sense. So I'm gonna save these two roles now as blank. And if we test them, finance, nothing changes because we've not assigned any DAX value to it. But the idea is to show you how to use a third-party tool called Tabular Editor. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but Tabular Editor is an excellent tool. So I recommend you guys use it if you really want to extend the capabilities of Power BI. There is a Tabular Editor 3, which is premium. And I think it's a subscription-based model. So I'm using my Tabular Editor 2, and that's as good as we're ever going to get another one. So,
Excuse me, the external tools, you have installed them previously on your machine?
Correct.
And do you need to link them to Power BI, or just the new version detects them automatically and connects them to the Power BI model?
It detects automatically. So it recognizes that they are part of Power BI, and every time there is an update, they will remain intact. Yeah, it's a clever tool.
Yeah, that studio from 4 years on a virtual machine, and of course the Power BI desktop there is quite old. But I didn't know, I'm selecting manually from DAX Studio the model.
No, this one is works perfectly fine. Just what you need to do is, if you need to update these third-party tools, you need to do it manually because Power BI will update, but they won't update because they're... Yeah, okay. So if we expand the roles, and let's say for finance, we want to hide some columns. So from tables, from customers, I want to hide first name and last name for people in finance because I don't want them to see like who is actually buying the products. So we expand the table, we select the column, and let's see where we say object level security. It shows you that we've got two roles. For finance, I'm going to change the default value from default to none. I'm going to do the same on last name. Make this none. And I'm going to save my changes from like this save. It's Control S, or you can just save that. And I'm going to close it. And to test this out, I'm just going to add first name and last name to our sales data. And if we view it as a certain role, let's say we view it as finance, it breaks the visual because it does not have access to these two columns because Power BI hides it. It does not delete it from the model, but it hides it as if they don't exist. So now we're viewing the data as if we're part of finance. And from our customers table, we don't have first name and last name. And you can only achieve this by using this third-party visual.
Or tabular model.
Yes.
Under normal SSAS tabular model, we use to the view or something.
Yes.
Perspective.
Yes.
So
But
you just tick the columns the user can see or what.
Mhm.
So this plugin is the same as
yes,
Visual Studio.
it's just you don't need to use Visual Studio here. It's all in one place. You can do like lots of cool features like calculation groups, which is an excellent one. So if you've never used calculation groups, you might want to check this out. So calculation groups is another context, but in calculation groups, you can create like, let's say a table where you can place any measure inside the table and it will do like various transformation. Let's say we create a calculation group for quarter-to-date sales, year-to-date sales, this month versus last month, and you can drag any measure inside your table and it will adapt because it's using a different DAX measure called selected measure or something. But that's another topic. Just Google calculation groups if you're interested on the topic. Okay. So we're gonna stop viewing as finance and okay. I'm gonna save our file. So this will be chat dataset US. Okay. So we've pretty much built our base structure. Now we need to think about refresh. So you can use scheduled refresh to refresh everything. Every time you're making a refresh, it refreshes the whole data set. Whatever's coming to Power BI will refresh each row. But when you're working with millions of records, they don't get updated daily. They only get added to like the list of the records, but not every record is going to be updated. So there is no need for us to continue refreshing through millions of records, even though only a couple of thousand get updated every day. So that's why a better policy is to use something called incremental refresh for like large data sets. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to set up an incremental refresh inside Power BI before we upload our model to the cloud. So to do that, we need to go back to Power Query first. And create some more parameters. So we create a new parameter for range start. By the way, guys, this needs to be like exact as I'm showing you. It cannot be like free text. I've tried this by saying start and end, and it doesn't work. So in the Microsoft documentation, it's listed as range start and range end for these parameters. So that's what we use. Make sure that they're date type of date time, because with incremental refresh, it's accepting date as the argument. So this is how it will decide what's the latest date and how many days we need to go back or forward to make this refresh. So current value can be, I don't know, let's say 8th of October. I'm going to do it in the US format because my culture is US here. So I'm going to stick to the US format. Okay, so this looks like a datetime value. And we're going to add one for range ends. So this will be range end. Okay. So next on our fact table, we're going to select the order date and we're going to create a filter. So the data that is inside this date column needs to be between these two ranges. So we select it and we want to filter it based on a custom filter. So we go to custom filter. And we've got two options. So keep rows where order date is parameter for range start. So let's think about this. The starting point needs to be after our range start. So we want something that is equal or after is after or equal to our range start, and is again before our end date. So again, we need to make sure that we want a parameter. Parameter is range end is before. So now this column will be filtered between these values. Now the table is empty, and it's empty because we've put a very current date, and this data is from 2008. So if we change this current value to be to 2008 instead, I'm just changing this to make sure that we can see some data. Yeah, it just keeps.
Very smart.
Yeah, not very clever. Okay, we're almost there. Now let's see. It's before that. So range start, I'm gonna make this like this. So now it should be okay. So I'm gonna hit close and apply. Okay, and now we need to actually set up the incremental refresh. So we go to the to the fact table, and there is an option for incremental refresh. So select the fact table, incrementally refresh that table. Yes. So you got some options to choose from. So this one is important because it will ask you like how to archive data. And by archive, it means that what data this will not refresh. So how much data do we want to keep? So currently I'm going to put a very large threshold of, I don't know, 15 years because we've got a very small amount of data and we want to keep this data from 2008. So when we connect to it, we can view it. But normally people put like 5 years or like 4 years or 2 years, depends on like whatever their data situation is. So archive data starting 15 years for refresh dates, and incrementally refresh data. So how often how do we define what's a refresh period for us? So let's say this 1 day. So each day it will actually tell you like from 7th of October until the 8th of October. This is what the refresh will cover.
So it's like a sliding window that is currently 15 years long, and every day it shifts 1 day into the future.
Exactly.
Okay.
But this does not affect the scheduled refresh that we're going to do afterwards.
Sorry?
This does not affect the schedules of the refresh that we're going to do afterwards.
It will not. It will tell them. It will tell them what to refresh because the scheduled refresh will still work, but it will work using these conditions, not just refresh everything.
And if the underlying date is dated, for example, someone changes their name or address.
So, well, that will be a problem because if it's somebody from the customers, it will be fine because we're setting an incremental refresh only on fact data, so only on like sales data. If it's dimension data, we don't care about that. So people can change their number, their name, their gender if they want to, quite flexible. But the fact data will remain the same. So
Data changes will not work in this case, or it's something else.
So if you expect some changes on the fact data, so something on the fact data to update, the incremental refresh in this setup will not work unless we detect data changes. And there's a learn more on like what this actually means.
There are some combined approaches, so you refresh increments every day and mark one month. At the end of the month, you will load everything and then again increments.
Okay, just saved ourselves reading the article. Thank you.
Really?
Well, it's a long article, you know. It says 19 minutes.
My date table is small. We don't have fact tables between as a row.
Mhm.
But because the model is very complex, I don't want to load everything again. every
Okay.
time. So in this case, I would use the incremental refresh on all tables, but
If they've got a date column, you can use it. If they don't have a date column, then
but the data can change.
the data can change.
Yes.
Uh,
For example, I'm loading data from a ticketing system.
okay. But
I'm
how
taking-
how
well,
much
the
back in
ticket will
time
be
it can change?
maximum 1 or 2 years. There are open tickets for a year.
Mm-hmm.
It can get closed.
Okay.
I want to reflect that.
Well, in that case, you need to investigate, like, detect data changes and make sure that this retrieves accurate data changes for you. Because the incremental refresh is just, as you mentioned, it's just a window kind of function that once you define what's the window, it just,
And that's only for import.
yes. Okay. So it even tells you like what you're doing, like review and apply. So 15 years before refresh date, archived. 1 day before refresh date is the end date, and then this is the actual date when work gets done. So we click apply. And we save this. And now we are ready to publish it. So I'm going to publish this to my workspace. Obviously, don't publish it to my workspace because nobody else has access to my workspace. But in my case, I'm using my workspace. One thing to know about these incremental refresh datasets is once you upload it, you cannot download it from the service. So you either delete it from the service if you need to make some specific changes to the model, or you can do it by using another third-party tool called ALM Toolkit, but this will only work with like premium capacity worksets. So with incremental refresh, once you upload the file onto Power BI service, and if we go to Power BI service now, go to my workspace. And this is the shared dataset that we've just created. In order for me to load it with some data, I need to refresh it first. So it will refresh all this data that is inside. And then after this, I can set up an increment. I can set up a scheduled refresh, and it will refresh daily with only like data worth that's from the last day or something. So one final step before we finalize this is I'm going to go to the settings of the dataset, and where it says endorsement, I can make it promoted, but I cannot make it certified because I'm not certified by the organization to certify this dataset, but I can promote it. So everybody else who's got access to the dataset and who I've shared the dataset with, they will see it as a promoted dataset on top of the rest of the datasets. So I'm going to click apply. And now if we open a blank Power BI file, instead of just going to get data, we just go to Power BI datasets. And now we've got our promoted ones on top, and then everybody else just at the bottom. So I'm going to select the one that we just created. I'm going to click Create, and notice how this menu will change. So we no longer have like the data preview feature. Because we're connecting it to a data set, it says connected live to Power BI dataset, blah, blah, blah. And we can still see like the relationships and like whatever else is inside the model and measures. And we can see the measures, but we cannot edit them. We can make new measures if we want to. We can make all the measures that we want, but the ones that are already inside the data set are just there. They are promoted, they're certified that they're safe to use. And any measure that you create will be something on your own. You can build measures using these. You can build your own measures, but this is like the core data set that you receive. From there, you can build something on your own, or you can just drag and drop and build your own reports. Or if you want to, you can add your own data source to it and just create a new report and etc. But that is the idea behind shared data sets.
So you can edit the data model here, like an Excel table?
You can add an Excel table, but you need to change the connection because currently we're connecting live. So we need to make this a local model, and then
I think that in measures there are some functions that are limited. I don't work with the data sets, but I work with analysis services, with the tabular model, and it looks the same.
Sure, yeah, of course.
And there are some functions which won't work in the Power BI, so I need to do the measure in the analysis services in my case. But I don't remember which function. I've just Googled it for 2 hours and then find out.
Well, you can't remember all the functions. There are more than 400 DAX functions, and they're always adding more.
There are some limitations. Measures.
Okay, so this is how you guys create shared datasets. This is how you...
Question, can you create shared data set like Inception on multiple levels? So shared data set based on a shared data set. And promote the second one, the one that depends on already shared data set.
So if I use this to make my own data set.
Can you promote it yourself?
I don't see a reason why you shouldn't be able to.
Let's say that we have data, you said that it's separated to
Yeah.
finance marketing.
Yeah.
The finance team would like also to use this as a data set to promote it to the ExCo, the management, etc.
I don't see a reason why you cannot do it, but you need to remember that if somebody does not have access to a data that is in the original source, you may run into a problem. Because it's still like checking your credentials to which like security group they belong to. So you can add this, but if somebody's missing security rights somewhere, the whole model might break for them. So
if you don't pick up a security group for the people you're sharing with, or if they're resharing and not choosing a security group, will the model load all the data in the report or just nothing?
So
There is no row level security.
if there is no row level security and
There is row level security because I thought there were two options:
Mhm.
other user and
Yeah.
the finance and marketing.
yeah, you need to belong to a group. That's why you create groups. If you don't assign somebody to a group, they will still see like everything.
Exactly.
Okay.
How do you get your? I was trying to promote and certify my own data set
Mhm.
I have loaded years ago, How do I get them certified?
So,
Someone will need to click yes.
so here is what it says. Certify the show, okay, and how do I get my dataset certified? So this needs to be done from whoever is the admin of, yes, pretty much.
So the IT office.
I think I have some kind of admin access to.
No, I mean, as in like I think it's part of Microsoft 365, it could be, or something like not just the admin of the workspace, or just, it needs to be somebody really like head of infrastructure kind of person. So you're not authorized to certify content.
I don't believe that anyone would really care to click and see my data set.
You just want it to be certified, not promoted.
Well, maybe so.
Yeah, it sounds better, don't get me wrong. I like to have mine certified, but I don't have that access either. So
What's the difference between them?
so the idea is that certified is somebody certifies you. Somebody says, hey, you're a good data modeler. Your data is spot on. It's 100% correct. I give you the green light to certify your data set. Promoted means I've done a really cool data set, and I want to make sure that everybody in this room gets to see my data set like before the rest of the data sets.
So both are visible throughout the whole organization?
Yes, before everybody else, but the certified ones means that it's correct. Assumption is it is correct. That's why it's more difficult to obtain the certification. Promoted means I've gathered some really cool insights that I really want to share with everybody so they can see what they can find out themselves using this data. So that's the difference.
Maybe it's about the data ownership. So I'm working at finance and I've made this cool data set, I've promoted it, but there is some head of finance who needs to certify this is okay.
If they use Power BI, if they have admin rights.
No, the IT ops will have the admin rights, but
But they're not.
But they are technical, you know, it's not
Yes.
about the data quality and stuff.
Exactly.
the idea is for a second person to approve what you do, because otherwise you can approve everything you do.
Correct.
It's more related to data governance.
Yeah.
This is on the operational level. If you are from department A and there is some data set from department B, you do not know what are those people that have published the data sets in department B, but if you need some of those data sets, you know that if data set is certified, then you can use it in your reports. If it's not certified, then you will not count on this data sets, on the data.
Okay. Any other questions?
How we should choose, when we should choose to use shared data set instead of using, let's say, data flows or analysis services models?
So the datasets feature is like something that's introduced fairly recent. I mean, it wasn't as popular as it was before because everybody was sticking to analysis services. But with analysis services, you need Visual Studio to develop analysis services model. And now with this feature in Power BI, you almost get like all the analysis services capabilities that you can do inside Power BI and use this as your data set instead of doing it through analysis services. So unless there is a feature in analysis services that you cannot do using this, I would say you're pretty much safe to use these data sets as your model just moving forward.
Yeah, but for example, workflows. There was a question: can I inherit a shared data set? You can nest workflows, many levels.
It's not that complex yet. It's just something that is simple to use and you can do from your Power BI desktop, but definitely it's not as powerful as using Visual Studio or anything else.
So maybe it's more made for the citizen developers, so they don't have the Visual Studio, they don't have only.
Yeah, but you don't need Visual Studio to build data flows, for example.
Yeah. It will be more complicated.
For example, some of my colleagues don't know how to install and set up Visual Studio.
And it's a question of licenses, because Power BI desktop you can download for free, but Visual Studio you have to pay for.
Yeah, but if you share the data set, you have to have at least Pro license anyway.
Yes, but not the Visual Studio license.
No, you don't need Visual Studio to build data flows.
Data flows, yes, but
yes,
with regards to SSAS, for example, yeah.
Because it's about building a single source of truth, let's say.
Yeah.
And you have different options to build this single source of truth. The classical, typical data warehouses like analysis services or something like this, but in Azure, let's say. Also, you can build data flows, which will transform, combine the data, again, give you some form of single source of truth. And the interesting thing was how to compare, let's say, data flows with shared data set. What's the benefit to use the shared data set outside of being more easily accessible through a single button? Some technical point of view, from technical point of view, are there any advantages to use one over the other?
It's more of user friendliness, because from Excel you can connect to these shared data sets. So you can make the data set in Power BI, but you can connect to it from Excel. And people who love Excel, they don't ever use anything else. So they don't care. They don't care. It can talk to them. It can give them a better viewing experience. They still love their Excel. So I think this is more oriented towards business analysts and people who are less technical, who they just want to connect to it and just get some insights and do their report for whatever purpose they need as fast as possible. And yeah, I would say this is the advantage of these data sets, because
aren't there some limitations in terms of size on data sets and such?
The only limitations that apply are the same as like the import mode and direct query, because the limitation is on the data set itself that is in Power BI. So if it's got like 1 billion rows, it's very heavy. So regardless whether or not it's a shared data set or not, it will still be a lot of rows. But other than that, there is none.
Is it possible to have a report based on more than one shared data set? For example, one table here, one table there. Because we have this business case where we have some reports, and then our manager would like to see a mixture of these reports, one and the same logic being applied to multiple reports, like a table.
So you should be able to do that, but you need to make this a local copy of Power BI to your machine. So currently we're connected live to this shared data set, but if we make this a local copy, then we can import additional data sources. So you can connect to like multiple data sets if you want to. But the idea is how they're going to communicate to each other. Like if you filter something on one page and it only filters like one side of the data and it doesn't filter something else, like...
So it has more or less connected data. It's just that I'm not loading. For example, in one report I have data from SQL Server,
Mhm.
from many tables.
Okay.
And in another report, I want to use the data from one of these tables. And have, of course, another data set that has everything else.
Sure.
Or if I can do it, just the visual, combining the two data sets just on the web portal.
I mean, you will be able to use like multiple, not just data sets, just data sources. It's just whenever you're sharing them with somebody else, you need to make sure that they've got access to whatever else is nested inside the report. Because if you use, let's say, two data sets, somebody else adds a local Excel sheet to the data set, they make their own data set, somebody else wants to work off with that, they don't have access to the second person's Excel, and then it just becomes very messy. So that's why we use these kind of things.
I think that if you're interested in this, there is a preview feature to enable direct query for Power BI and analysis services. And in this case, you can use a composite model for more than one Power BI dataset. But I think it's still in preview. So you have to enable. No, but technically, the Power BI dataset is also analysis services. So, yeah, if you enable this direct query for Power BI dataset, you can, how to say, create a composite model for more than one Power BI dataset.
And also we have a system today, so some tables where there is query or something, some tables where you can combine the.
Yeah,
you must be very careful with that. It still has some pitfalls, but technically it allows you to do something that you're interested.
So now we have data, the same data in at least 3 workspaces for different purposes, just being.
Yeah, but in this case, you should consider using, let's say, data flows instead of Power BI datasets. Because obviously the schema, your model is more complex, and maybe you should use some more flexible features.
Isn't there
not the
10 gigabytes of data cap on the
so
data flow as well?
you can even use direct query with data flows. So it depends.
So I would suggest you, just because we're already out.
Sure. Okay.
Do you have more slides and
No,
information?
it's
and
that's
can continue after this section of
Sure. That's that's the end of the session. So no more slides from my side. So thank you all for attending this, and hopefully you found something useful in today's session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready? Готов? Окей. Здравейте. Първо да попитам случайно, има ли някой в залата, който не говори български?
You can ask this in English.
Okay, what do you prefer in Bulgarian or in English? Yeah, because I count the people. Така, значи, добър ден. Надявам се, че конференцията за сега ви харесва. Имам още 1 час да я съсипя. Така като първа от доста време насам значително присъствена, за мен е удоволствие да бъда отново тук с вас заедно. Аз се казвам Андрей и като цяло аз съм програмист човек. За мен е Power BI хобби. Занимавам се с данни, предимно с SQL Server и с Power BI, но като цяло в ежедневието си аз съм програмист. Имам удоволствието така, да съм лидер на Пловдивската Power BI юзер група, като от време на време да отекчавам други хора, но сега ще обучавам вас. Интересният факт тук е, че ако погледнем класациите на Stack Overflow, за Power BI Embedded аз съм Top Answer for All Time и ще се използвам аз тази привилегия с традиционната българска философия носи баба знае, носи пае. Днеска също ще ви поговоря малко за Power BI Embedded или как може да си вграждаме Power BI в нашите приложения. И този път ще се фокусираме малко на промените от последните години, как е редно да го правим това нещо в 2022 година, какви са последните актуализации на технологията. Тук са моите контакти, така че ако имате някакви въпроси, ако имате нужда от съвет, предимно по технологични теми, нека да е така, или просто искате да се обадите да кажете здрасти, за мен ще бъде удоволствие, ако се свържете с мен. Другото много важно нещо, което искам да кажа е, че дължим една огромна благодарност на нашите спонсори. Виждате колко много са събрали само за да може да направим този евент. Както Мишо каза в откриващата сесия, в съвременния свят всичко поскъпва и наистина дължим огромна благодарност на тези хора, които не съпортват нас, за да имаме възможност да направим евенти като този. Какво ще си говорим днес? Първо, какво представлява това да си ембедеднем Power BI в нашето приложение? Малко технически детайли ще споделя за това, какви варианти имаме, как по принцип трябва да се дизайнваме, да си проектираме, да го преведа на български, multi-tenant, това няма да го превеждам на български, multi-tenant Apple Data Application или приложения. Ще ви запозная с нещо ново, което се нарича Service Principal Profiles. Това е нов фичър на Power BI. Излезе в General Availability тази година. Ще ви разкажа за него и как той е свързан с нашата лекция днес. Ще ви разкажа как може да менажираме тези Service Principal Profiles и съответно как може да ги използваме като в комуникацията с на Power BI API-та. Сега, Embedding Power BI. Защо изобщо ембедедваме Power BI в нашите приложения? Като цяло, Power BI е един страхотен тул, дава ни възможност бързо и лесно да направим така, доста добре изглеждащи репорти. И ако имаме възможност бързо и лесно да създадем този репорт и да го вградим наготово в нашето приложение, това е само от полза за нас. Тоест, по този начин ние много бързо може да изградим едно приложение, използвайки компоненти, които всъщност не са част от някакъв език за програмиране, а външни тулове, като Power BI в случая. Тоест, ние имаме, представете си, направен готов Power BI репорт и трябва той да се появи някъде в едно екранче, нали, в нашата програма. То става много просто, трябва да следваме само няколко стъпки. Първо, нашата програма трябва да отиде да се представи на Azure Active Directory, да каже аз съм еди кой си, дай ми тук един, нарича се Access Token. Това е нещо като временна парола, която в последствие ние ще използваме в комуникацията с API-то. И тя първо представя кой сме ние и второ какви права имаме и върху какви ресурси. Има една друга стъпка, следваща, която по принцип е опционална. Може да минем с нея, може да минем без нея. Използвайки този Access Token, който сме получили от Azure Active Directory, да отидем на Power BI, да му се представим и да кажем, аз съм еди кой си, представяйки ти този Access Token. Дай ми сега друг нов Access Token, само че за по-малки права, отколкото имам аз. Аз имам админски права в целия Power BI, обаче тук само ще искам да покажа този репорт. Дай ми Access Token, който да използвам с права само за този репорт. И, например, мога да си кажа само да го виждам или да имам права да го редактирам. Защото аз мога да вградя репорт в моето приложение и оттам да позволя редакцията на този репорт или създаването на нови репорти. Тоест, това са така fine-tuning на права, които, понеже този Access Token би могъл да бъде видим, нали, да го видят, затова предпочитаме да работим с минималните права, които са ни необходими, а не с пълните права, които може да имаме. След това Power BI ни дава едно SDK на JavaScript, така наречения JavaScript клиент, който ние просто трябва да конфигурираме и да му кажем, значи този репорт искам, ето ти Access Token, който съм получил, искам да го вградиш еди къде си. Нали? Това е в някакъв div елемент, div, не в смисъл на дивак, div HTML tag, в някакъв web page. И всъщност Power BI JavaScript клиента ще е този, който прави всички heavy lifting, извършва всички операции, нали, без ние да се интересуваме какво точно става отдолу. Най-накрая ние знаем, че тук в този tag ще бъде зареден този наш репорт. Важното на разграничение, което трябва да направим на този етап, е, че имаме два типа embeddedване на Power BI. Единият е когато ембедедваме контент, някакво съдържание за наши колеги от нашата организация. В този случай всеки от нашите колеги ще се сайнне в Power BI с неговите собствени креденшали, с неговия си акаунт. Това ни дава възможност да следим изкъсо правата, кой какви данни има възможност да види. Ако той няма права да консумира това съдържание в Power BI, дори вградено в някакво приложение, той и там няма да има възможност да го консумира това съдържание, да го види. Това е удобство, нали, от гледна точка опазване на сигурността на данните. Но пък неудобството на този подход е, че всеки един трябва да има акаунт в Power BI и трябва да бъде подходящо лицензиран. Тоест, това означава, например, че всеки от тези колеги трябва да има Power BI Pro акаунт. Не е задължително, но например. От друга страна, ние бихме могли така да го вградим това приложение, че да няма нужда хората, които го консумират, да имат акаунт в Power BI. Това обикновено се практикува, когато правим някакво приложение, което го разпространяваме на клиенти извън нашата организация. По този начин, при този начин на вграждане, Power BI аутентикира нашето приложение, като ние му даваме един конкретен акаунт. Master User се нарича. Или в последните години е препоръчително да се използва така наречения Service Principal. Ще ви покажа съвсем скоро малко по-подробно за това нещо. Но идеята е, че нашето приложение се аутентикира срещу Power BI, без по този начин нашите клиенти да имат нужда да притежават собствен Power BI акаунт и лиценз. Което е удобно, но пък от друга страна, ако не внимаваме и нашето приложение има някакви проблеми с security-то, теоретически е възможно клиенти, които не трябва да получават достъп до дадени данни, да успеят да ги видят, защото приложението вижда всичко. Има едина юзер акаунт и не можем на базата на юзер акаунта да разделяме правата. Така. Как да го избегнем това нещо? само забравях да спомена. Съответно, тези два начина на раждане Power BI се наричат User owns data и App owns data сценарии. User owns data, защото юзера вижда неговите данни, т.е. той вижда данните, които той притежава. Той така или иначе може да ги консумира, ако отиде директно на Power BI.com, нали, в сервиза. Така че това си неговите данни. User owns data. А другия вариант е App owns data. Приложението е собственик на данните и то решава кой юзер какви данни може да вижда. Това са другите две имена, с които често се реферират тези сценарии за вграждане. Като софтуерни девелопери, които създават някакви приложения, ние обикновено се насочваме към App owns data сценария. По този начин може да разпространяваме нашето приложение като софтуера за сервис. Например. Няма нужда клиентите да си купуват Power BI лицензии, да се грижат за това нещо. Ние им осигуряваме софтуера, ето, ползвай го готово. От тебе се иска компютър с браузър. Така, как трябва да се дизайнваме тези приложения? Обикновено, когато правим такова приложение, ние ще искаме те да бъдат така наречените multi-tenant приложения. Тоест, Tenant е някакво изолирано пространство в нашото приложение, където се съхраняват данните на този конкретен клиент. Всеки клиент си има свой собствен tenant. Тоест, би трябвало по този начин да изолираме данните на един клиент, да не могат да бъдат видими от потребителите на друг клиент и така нататък. Тоест, обикновено, когато го правим това нещо в Power BI, типичният пример е един workspace. В този workspace са данните за клиент А, за клиент Б правим отделен workspace, за клиент С трети и така нататък. Сега, в процеса на провизиране, тази хубава българска дума на нови тенанти, чист български казано, какви са стъпките, които следваме? Обикновено ние имаме някакъв шаблон, нали? Един или няколко Power BI репорта. Когато трябва да онборднем един нов клиент, създаваме за него нов workspace, тези Power BI репорти се аплодват там, евентуално се насочват към някакъв друг data source, ако имаме отделни data source за всеки един клиент, в зависимост от това, може да е общ data source. Съответно, стартираме някакъв процес на рефрешване на този dataset, ако това е imported, може да се наложи да променим credentialите на този data source. Но това са стъпките, които следваме. И когато правим едно истинско multi-tenant приложение, това по някакъв начин ние трябва да си го автоматизираме. Тоест да има възможност администратор на нашето приложение цъкне един нов бутон, да въведе името на клиента и всичко оттам нататък да тръгне автоматично. Това, което искам да обърна внимание е, че тук Data Source credentialите трябва да знаем, че те не са част от workspace, не са част от dataset. Те са нещо, което е на ниво юзера, който се е аутентикирал за Power BI. Ако в един dataset, аз workspace създам dataset, който се вързва към Data Source X и там запиша юзернейм и парола, след това във втори workspace създам dataset към същия data source, той вече може да преизползва credentialите. По този начин, ако имам приложение, което е с единствен master user, credentialите за data source на Customer 1 ще са достъпни теоретически и за юзерите на втория workspace, което е лоша изолация. Нали? Защото аз поделям, моето приложение се аутентикира като един единствен юзер срещу Power BI. Той няма разлика кой е реалният човек, който консумира моето приложение. Той не се аутентикира срещу Power BI. Моето приложение се аутентикира и съответно моето приложение има права върху всеки един workspace, всеки един dataset и всички credentials. Така. Толкова по въпроса за изолацията. Как можем да си решим тези проблеми? Както казахме, Едно време се аутентикираха подобни приложения с така наречения master user. Това е юзър с парола, най-обикновен Power BI юзър. Може да използвате юзъра, който използвате вие, за да дизайнвате репортите и да администрирате Power BI. Естествено, това не е много добра практика да използвате същия акаунт, но възможно е. Тоест, от същия тип акаунт. Последните от няколко години е достъпна възможността да се аутентикирате с така наречения Service Principal. Това е всъщност в Azure Active Directory, вместо да си направите User Account, да си направите Application Registration. Т.е. да си регистрирате вашето приложение. И по този начин приложението се представя пред Power BI и Azure Active Directory, като казва, аз съм ето това приложение. И там вече ние може да си менажираме права. По принцип не е добра практика да се използва Master User вместо Service Principal, защото първо той се използва с парола, което не е добра практика. И може да доведе до някои проблеми. Например, най-очевидният пример е какво ако ние разрешим многофакторната аутентикация. Всеки път, когато нашето приложение се опита да се логне, на нечий телефон, примерно, ще излиза съобщение и той трябва да го потвърди. Не може да го използваме. Затова, когато става въпрос за някаква машина, някакъв софтуер да се аутентикира, се използват Application Registration. Това е пак юзер и парола, да го кажем, защото вие към регистрацията на приложението може да добавите така наречения secret, което е де-факто парола, просто е малко по-дългичка, не е лесна за запомняне, но идеята е, че тя е сложна парола, не може да се брутфорсва по никакъв начин и това елиминира необходимостта да включите многофакторната аутентикация за това нещо. Тоест, препоръчителният начин, ако трябва да аутентикираме една машина или някаква програма, не е да използваме потребителско име и парола, а да направим регистрация на това приложение. Application Registration, да ви покажа, например, директно в портала, ако отидем.
Няма ли как да се случи с групи? Тоест имаме една мейл група с супер много мейли вътре.
Така, значи тези Application Registration после може да ги включвате в групи. Те могат да служат като обикновени user акаунти, както ги включвате. Когато отидете в Power BI в Workspace, дадете там Access, там може да добавите юзери, може да добавите групи, може да добавите и конкретни Application Registration. Значи ето тук, ако отидете, имате App Registrations. Вгоре са Users, имате Groups и съответно имате App Registrations. Това са приложения, които аз съм регистрирал в моето Active Directory. И ако отидете, както казах, в Power BI, тук в другия прозорец, ето тук, примерно в някакъв Workspace, ако дадете Access, виждате тук, Андрей Николов, това съм аз. Това е група. Това е Service Principal или Application Registration. Service Principal се нарича локалната репрезентация на регистрацията на приложения в Active Directory в контекста на Power BI. Така го наричат. Де-факто това е просто един GUID, с който се идентифицирате. Но той е регистриран в Active Directory и когато се аутентикирате, вие го подавате този GUID, подавате си секрета, което фактически юзернейм и парола. GUID е вашето юзернейм, секрета е вашата парола и така той ви дава токена. Вместо да използвате име на потребител и парола на потребител. Идеята е, че паролата на потребител трябва да е нещо, което потребителя може да запомни и да въведе. Докато на приложението е нещо по-дълго, което не е нужно никой да го помни и да го въвежда.
Аз имам въпрос. Ние правим връзката към, примерно, клиента използва връзката чрез АП. Но клиента иска да ограничи достъпа или да го разпредели на различни роли в неговата си компания, които всички минават през АП.
Ето това са ти тенантите, за които говоря. Един тенант за Finance Department, един тенант, нали, за маркетинг, да използвам примерите. Да. Не.
Тоест имаме един ап с връзката към Power BI, към организация чрез апа, а пък вече от къстъмърската страна, какво се прави, те се ги правят на тенанти.
И едното е тенанта, другото е тази опционална стъпка 2, където казах, че трябва от Power BI да си поискате токен, какво може да виждате и какво не. Там има възможност много детайлно да си опишете така нареченото Effective Identity. Тоест, вие може да кажете, аз съм тук еди кой си, аз съм член на тази и тази Role Level Security група, нали? И така нататък. Тоест, не, Role Level Security групите ги администрирате в портала, нали? Там си включвате юзерите, но при поискването на този токен може да си кажете, аз съм finance@mycompany.com. И по този начин автоматично Role Level Security ще лимитира данните, които са видими само за Finance групата. Защото Finance@mycompany е мембър на Finance ролята, която сте направили в модела. По този начин, използвайки един единствен сервис принципъл, вие все още може да използвате Role Level Security. Просто вашето приложение е отговорно да види кой е този, който влиза, и да му назначи някакъв Effective Identity, някаква идентичност, нали, която вече може да е член на определена Role Level Security група и съответно модела си работи както трябва. Така, значи ето това са приложенията, които сме регистрирали. Ако влезете в едно приложение App Registration, тук има примерно Certificates and Secrets, това са начините, т.е. тук може да дефинирате пароли за това приложение. Т.е. юзернейма ви е GUID на това приложение, един дълъг GUID, а пък паролата ви е ето този secret. И вие когато искате може да направите нова парола, да изтриете съществуваща, по този начин да отрежете достъпа на това приложение и да не може да взима нови токени и така нататък.
Датата за експайрване by default се задава от user или ти задаваш кога експайрва датата?
Аз когато го създавам, казвам колко време да е валидно или да не експирясва изобщо. Не знам дали има възможност по-грануларно, примерно да кажа 6 дни или нещо такова. Но принципно от тук се задава период на валидност. Но ти ако искаш да е валидно 6 дни, след 6 дни можеш да си пуснеш някакъв automation, нещо, което да изтрие този секрет.
Малко глупо въпрос обаче, ще се получи нотификация, че е about to expire.
Не, няма как да се получи. Ти нямаш имейл, на който да ти се изпрати тази нотификация.
Да, има ли как да се автоматизира, да бъде изпратена?
Значи нищо вградено няма. Това е нещо, което вие може да си билдвате. Вие сте, щом го ползвате това, значи сте Independent Software Vendor. Имате идея как се пишат приложения, ще го направите. Така. Да продължим. Сега, когато правим такъв дизайн, ние тук посочихме как може да си отделим различни тенанти, да си обособим в нашето приложение, в нашия environment. Казахме, че вече за юзер аутентикация няма да говорим, защото това не е добра практика. Вместо нея ще говорим за сервис принципъл само. Ние можем нашето приложение да е с един сервис принципъл. Много е лесно, но това има един проблем. Има едно документирано ограничение от Power BI екипа, че един конкретен сервис принципъл, същото важи и за user аккаунт, не може да бъде мембър в повече от 1000 workspace. това не е някакво така твърдо наложено ограничение. Нали, не е проблем да го добавите в 1001, в 1200, в 2000, 5000 workspace. Никой няма да ви го отреже, но тази ситуация не е supported от Power BI. Ако в един такъв момент имате нужда от support, те ще ви кажат, съжаляваме, тази ситуация не се съпортва, трябва да го направите да е мембър на под 1000 workspace. Защо е това ограничение? Вътрешно в Power BI се поддържа някакви списъци с Access Control Lists, този Service Principal на кои workspace-ове е мембър и така нататък. И когато се правят някакви колове в апито, Power BI му отнема време да ги провери всичките тези списъци, има ли права той да го достъпва това нещо или не и така нататък. Съответно може да си представите, че колко лесно се търси в един списък дълъг от 1, 2, 3 елемента, колко дълго се търси в списък от 1000 елемента. И те за това казват, окей, слагаме ви ограничение до 1000, за да запазим оверхеда върху извикванията на апито да бъде в някакви разумни граници. Тоест да не е твърде бавно. Това, което искам да кажа е, че ако един Service Principal е мембър на 10 workspace-а, коловете с него към апито ще работят по-бързо, отколкото ако този Service Principal е мембър на 900 workspace. И съответно, нали, ако е мембър на 900, коловете ще работят по-бързо, отколкото ако е мембър на 5000 и така нататък. Тоест, Power BI са ви задали това ограничение, документирано е, ясно е, толкова си е, не трябва да бъде мембър на повече от 1000. Което означава автоматично две неща. Първо, че вашето приложение не може да има повече от 1000 клиента и вие да останете в supported вариант. И второ, със всеки нов клиент, който онбордвате във вашето приложение, той почва да работи по-бавно и по-бавно. Сега въпросът е колко по-бавно наистина. Аз не работя в Microsoft, не мога да ви кажа някакви обективни метрики за това нещо, но си направих един експеримент. Те за това са тук тези странни имена на App Registration-ите, ако ги видите тук. Demo 1 и Demo 900. Това са два сервис принципала, единият от които е мембър на един workspace, другия е мембър на 900 workspace. Малко под границата от support лимитациите. И с тези аз си направих някакви тестове да викам апито и да се опитам да хвана някаква разлика. Тотално субективни са тези измервания, не ги приемайте за даденост, но примерно изглежда, че като усредниш малко резултатите, може би около 5 милисекунди, 10 милисекунди се добавят върху всеки API call, който е направен от Service Principal, който е мембър на 900 workspace-а, в сравнено с този, който е на един workspace. Тоест, те наистина са ви дали някакъв лимит. Окей, ние ще ти върнем до 5 милисекунди забавяне на API call-а, ако ти се придържаш към нашите правила да си член на не повече от 1000 workspace. И съответно, какво се случва тук? Ако ние вече почваме да имаме стотици клиенти или, дай Боже, да подминем хилядите. Какви са ни вариантите? Вместо да имаме един сервис принципал за нашето приложение, ние можем за всеки един workspace или tenant, който правим, да създаваме отделен сервис принципал. По този начин всеки сервис принципал е мембър на един единствен workspace, който изглежда чудесно. Това би трябвало да е оптималното решение за нашето приложение. Но тук има един друг проблем. Много често, особено в организации, хората, които менажират Power BI, хората, които менажират Azure, Active Directory-ата, това са съвсем различни екипи. Тоест, тук влизаме в един тежък бюрократичен процес. Айде сега трябва да ми регистрираш един нов сервис принципал, нали, трябва да му дадеш какви си права, има някакво изчакване, нали, понякога това е доста тежък процес и на практика пък да накарате хората да ви разрешат да направите приложение, което автоматично да създава такива регистрации зад гърба им, това па е още по-тежък процес. Което, нали, малко прави този подход не особено практичен, нали, в реалния свят.
И съответно може да направите нещо средно. Нали? Окей, да, тук примерно за всеки 100 клиента ще регистрирам сервис принципъл. И тук 100 клиента ще ги обслужвам с този, следващите 100 с следващия сервис принципъл, т.е. някакъв пул, нали, набор от сервис принципали, които да ги разпределите. Така че да не са, нали, мембъри на 1000 workspace, да и не са, нали, толкова сервис принципали, колкото workspace имам, защото в единия случай нашето приложение ще работи бавно, в другия случай хората, дето администрират тези жерени, ще се сърдат. Така че търсим някакво средно решение. Сега, тук съм направил една табличка да ви покажа предимствата и недостатъците на всеки един от тези подходи. Когато използвам отделен сервис принципъл за всяко едно приложение, аз имам много висок оверхед към Azure Active Directory. Аз трябва постоянно да регистрирам нови приложения там, което е проблем. От друга страна, той много добре изолира данните. Тоест, използвайки отделен сервис принципъл за всеки един клиент, просто няма как този сервис принципъл да опита да прочете данни на друг клиент и да успее. Просто Power BI ще му отреже оттам. И от гледна точка на перформанса на API-то, това е идеалната ситуация. Но имаме много висок оверхед в Azure Active Directory. От друга страна, ако използваме единствен сервис принципъл за цялото нашето приложение, чудесно от гледна точка на Active Directory, веднъж се договорим с тях, те ще ни го направят, ще стиснем ръцете и поживо поздравя. Обаче, от гледна точка на изолация на данните, нямаме никаква. Той е един сервис принципъл. Ако нашето приложение нещо има някакъв бъг и тръгне да чете от неправилен workspace, sorry. Клиента ще види данни на друг клиент, което не е хубаво за нас. От гледна точка на перформанса, ако се придържаме в обхвата на supported сценариите, добре, имаме някакъв приличен. Вече ако тръгнем да отиваме много на брой клиенти, не е добре. И тук идва, нали, ролята на екипа на Power BI да ни помогнат на нас какво да направим като Independent Software Vendors да скалираме по-добре в нашите приложения. Те идват с това решение, което е наречено Service Principal Profile. Значи, Service Principal Profile е нещо като User Account, като Service Principal, но само за Power BI. Тоест, това е обект, което е нещо локално за Power BI. То не е известно на Active Directory, нямаш регистрация там. Тоест, ти няма нужда да си комуникираш с външен екип, да ти регистрират нови приложения. Power BI самичък може да си ги регистрира. От друга страна, той е проектиран и е направен по такъв начин, нали, че е оптимизиран да може да скалира много по-добре от обикновения сервис принципъл. Няма нужда да се комуникира с Active Directory, да се проверява има ли го това, няма ли го, какви права има, нали, какви апита, после по какви workspace-ове, нали, member и така нататък. Просто проектиране с идеята да скалира много добре. Те казват, нали, от Power BI, слушал съм Тед Патисън да го казва това нещо, че спокойно може да скалира до стотици хиляди и повече membership един сервис принципъл профайл. Тоест той да бъде мембър на стотици хиляди workspace-ове, което си е доста. Дай Боже да стигнем до този момент, нали, да имаме толкова с клиенти. Кога да използваме сервис принципъл профайл? Сега няма смисъл един Data Analyst, който си ползва Power BI десктопа, да използва такова нещо. Това е фичър, който е специално насочен към софтуерните разработчици, които създават приложения. Те ще го ползват. Значи, това отговаря на въпроса кога да го използваме. И както казах, нали, защо да го използваме? Защото той е оптимизиран и фактически сега съм допълнил същата табличка с още една колонка. Ние се опитваме да вземем най-доброто от всичките сценарии възможни. От една страна, ние имаме само един сервис принципъл в нашето приложение, чрез който ние ще си създаваме тези сервис принципъл profiles. това означава, че ние имаме нисък overhead върху Active Directory. Ние де-факто регистрираме един единствен сервис принципал. Това е еднократна операция, при което вече нямаме нищо общо с тима, нали, за менажиране на Active Directory. Тоест, той взима най-доброто в този случай. От гледна точка на Data Source Isolation, Service Principal можем да си го добавяме в workspace-овете като нормален юзър, като нормален Service Principal, т.е. в Power BI ние си менажираме правата, все едно, че това си е най-обикновен юзър. Тоест, ние може да си настроим, когато провизираме нов клиент, да си настроим новосъздадения Service Principal профайл, да има права само върху този workspace, само този tenant. По този начин ние осигуряваме максималната изолация на данните, която можем да осигурим. Другия, нали, плюс от другия сценарий. И съответно от гледна точка на Power BI API-то, като перформанс, тъй като то е оптимизиран, изграден е, създаден е по съвсем различен начин и оптимизиран да скалира максимално добре, имаме и минимален overhead върху API-то на Power BI. Само да отбележа, че както трябва да си разрешим изрично, че може да се ползват сервис принципали за аутентикация в Power BI тената, по същия начин изрично в Tenant Settings трябва да отидем и да си разрешим, че в нашия тенант могат да се използват Service Principal Profiles. Тук има един скриншот за това нещо. Така, как се менажират Service Principal Profiles? Съответно в API-то имаме един специален endpoint, който ни дава възможност да си менажираме профилите. Може да създаваме профили, да изтриваме и така нататък. Ако отидем да посетим една от страниците, ето го, тук в API-то имаме си го нашия endpoint. Може да му кажем, създай ми Service Principal Profile с какъв си display name и той ще го създаде. И това е информацията, която ни връща. Окей, аз създадох, това му е ID-то на този Service Principal Profile, това е името, което ми поиска, ползвай го. От тук нататък ние може този профайл да си го добавяме като мембър на някакви workspace-ове, да си му администрираме права, се едно, че е обикновен юзър. До тук, надявам се, ясно ли? Добре. Това, което искам да обърна внимание на този слайд е ето. Create profile. Creates a new profile that belongs to the caller, the service principal caller. Тоест, този профайл принадлежи на сервис принципала, който е извикал API-то да го създаде. Той е негов child object. Тоест, ако имам два сервис принципала, единия създаде профил, другия изобщо не го вижда. Тоест за него той не съществува. Не може да го менажира, не може да се аутентикира като него и така нататък. Тоест тези профили са child обекти, деца на сервис принципала, който ги е създал. Само той може да ги менажира, само той може да ги ползва. Защо само той може да ги ползва? Когато тръгнем да викаме API-то, има две неща, които са ни необходими. Ние в API-то си подаваме токена, който сме получили от Active Directory, който сервис принципал е поискал от Active Directory, и трябва да добавим един хедър в нашите извиквания, който се казва XPowerBI Profile ID, който е ID-то на профила, собственост на сервис принципала, който е издал този токен. Ако ние тръгнем да ги мешим тези двете неща, ще получим unauthorized. Нали, няма да можем да извикаме API-то, няма да можем да вкараме приложението, нищо няма да може да направим. По този начин възниква сега въпроса, кога трябва да се викаме API-то в контекста на сервис принципала и кога трябва да се викаме API-то в контекста на сервис принципал профайла. Фактически всички операции, които използваме ние в нашото приложение, да са извикани в контекста на някакъв профил, който сме създали. Това е нашия юзър, който ни осигурява изолацията и бързодействието на нашата програма. Единственото изключение е извикванията за менажиране на тези профили. Т.е. когато създаваме нов профил, тогава трябва да си го извикаме в контекста на сервис принципала. Той създава профила и профила ще бъде дете на този сервис принципал, който го е създал. Съответно, когато искаме да изтриваме или ако решим да апдейтнем, да сменим името на някой, само в този случай трябва да работим в контекста на сервис принципала. Тоест, ние си имаме специални оптимизирани юзери, тези профили, затова ги наричат профили, а не юзери, защото самия сервис принципъл може да превключва от един профил към друг профил, без никакви пароли, без нищо. Това е точно като профилите на вашия веб браузър, например, да си създадете. Вие можете с едно натискане да си включите от този профил към другия, към третия. Но Power BI отзад се менажира правата спрямо тези профили и за него това са реални юзери. Важно е да знаете, например, ако имате data source, например Live Connection към някакъв анализ services, тъй като тези профили са локални за Power BI, само Power BI знае за тях. Ако identity-то на конекцията трябва да отиде към анализа сервис отдолу, той ще бъде сервис принципъла, който вика анализи сервис, не профила. Никой извън Power BI не знае за съществуването на тези профили. Така, отекчихва достатъчно, имам 20 на минути да ви покажа малко как работят тези неща на практика. Сега да започнем малко на по-ниско ниво. Тук съм написал няколко PowerShell скриптчета. Да видим така, би трябвало да се вижда добре. Виждате ли? Ето, например, идеята е такава. Аз ще използвам на Microsoft PowerShell командлетите за връзка с Power BI, които ми дават възможност лесно да се аутентикирам. Създал съм си съответно Service Principal. Нали, вие го видяхте там. Това е неговото ID. Не точно, понеже се записва сесията. Така че, както виждате, Tenant ID, Application ID и паролата са малко скрити, но идеята е, че тук вие може да си напишете вашите конкретни стойности, да извикате Connect Power BI Service Account и вие сте логнати в Power BI, като това е identity горе, което сте споменали. След което вие може да викате API-то и да си комуникирате, да си менежирате. Ето сега, тук, например, аз ще създам някакъв нов профил, който е собственост на ето този Service Principal Profile Demo 1. Тук ще кажем Data Saturday. Това, ако го извикаме, след това викаме API-то, който му казваме създай ми профил с това име, той просто ще ми го създаде. Да, веднага показвам. Ето го. Той го създаде и ми върна данните. Окей, имаш създаден профил. Неговото ID е какво си. Името му е My Test Profile Data Saturday. Сега, ако отидем значи с SPP Demo 1, където има Get Profiles, ето го тук, аутентикирам се като същия Service Principal и просто извиквам метода, само че не с post да му създавам нещо, а с get. Дай ми нещо. Дай ми профилите, а не нати нов профил. Сега, ако това нещо го стартирам, ето го, той ще ми върне. Имах My Test Profile, имах My Test Profile 2 и ето го ново създадения ми My Test Profile Data Saturday. Сега тези профили аз мога да отида в Power BI и да си ги използвам като на обикновени юзери. Сега тук, ако му кажа Access, тук мога да кажа My Test. Окей, не мога, защото, разбира се, Service Principal само може да работи с тях. Не мога от тук, от това да ги добавя, мога програмно да ги добавя. Ето тук съм ги добавил, виждате. Service Principal и това е Service Principal Profile. Това е добавено като мембър на този workspace, като админ. Това естествено мога да си го направя като Create Workspace. Ето тук. Сега ще се аутентикирам като Service Principal Profile. Нека да си взема новото ID на новосъздадения. Ето го. Ще си добавя в хедерите на извикването новия елемент Power BI Profile, т.е. аз се аутентикирам като новосъздадения от мен. И искам да създам един workspace, който се казва Data Saturday Sofia. Извикам API-то за създаване на workspace, т.е. аз си провизирам тенант за нов customer, който ще бъде използван от този профил. И за мое удобство, след това ще си добавя имен си, като админ на този workspace, за да мога да си го видя в Power BI в браузъра. Тоест това нещо сега, ако го стартирам, искрено се надявам да мине номера, окей, без грешки, отиваме в Power BI, Refresh и трябва да имам workspace, който се казва Data Saturday Sofia. Ето го. Той е празен, Access, ето го, собственик е My Test Profile, който е Service Principal Profile. Тук мога да си му видя пълните имена. Ето ги. Тоест, по този начин аз мога да си аутентикирам срещу Power BI, като този профил, който е скалируем, оптимизиран и може да работи много по-ефективно, отколкото един обикновен Service Principal. И, както се казва, дай Боже да му достигнем и на него лимита. Съответно, как вече може тези тенанти, които си ги създаваме, как да си ги ползваме това нещо в приложението? Как всъщност да си ембедедваме ние репорти в едно приложение? Сега, казахме, че това се зарежда в div прозорец, в div елемент, в някакъв webpage. Съответно, логиката е, че ние обикновено това нещо го правим в web приложение, ама кое му е интересно? Сега и баба може в web приложение, дайте да го направим в desktop приложение. Практически можете и в мобилно приложение. Няма ограничение, въпрос на технология. Така че аз сега съм написал едно простичко WinForms приложение, в което аз ще ембедедвам Power BI репорти. За мое удобство, тук съм приготвил две бутончета, които ще ми сетват ID-тата на workspace и на репорта. Ето тук, ако кажа на репорт 1, отвори ми workspace, той ме праща в един workspace, който има доста така голям аксес. И аз имам достъп, и двата сервис принципала имат достъп, профили имат достъп. Този е по-общо достъпния и съответно, ако кажа Open Report, ето тук така, този красив и безкрайно полезен репорт, ще го ембедеднем от този workspace. А пък втория репорт се намира в някакъв друг workspace, който като права са зададени малко по-ограничени, само че аз отворих репорта, а не самия workspace. Ето го. Ако на workspace погледнем правата, само сервис принципала има право, но не и самия профил. Никой профил на сервис принципала няма право. Докато в другия, ето вижте, тук има сервис принципал профайл, който е собственик. Тоест, ако аз се идентифицирам като профила, аз ще мога да отворя първия репорт, но не би трябвало да мога да отворя втория, защото нямам права върху този workspace. Нека да покажем малко код. Сега няма да е интересно иначе. Какво представлява нашето приложение? То е много простичко. Имам две форми. Главната форма го показах, която има две кой workspace, кой репорт. Няколко чекбоксчета как искам да се аутентикирам като юзер или като сервис принципал и съответно дали искам да добавя хедерите да се аутентикирам като профайл или ще работя в контекста на сервис принципал отгоре. Естествено, че няма да го покажа сега. Да. Ще го отворим в нещо друго, защото Visual Studio не е благосклонно към мен днес. Ето го кода на въпросната mainform, който исках да ви покажа. Отново трябва да се аутентикираме по някакъв начин. Това е сервис принципал, който ще използваме, т.е. регистрацията на нашето приложение. паролата е удивителна, 40 звездички. Това е нашия тенант, т.е. ние трябва приложението да знае към кой тенант да се обърне и да каже, окей, аз съм еди кой си, позволи ми да работя с теб. Съответно, тук, когато се получават тези access токени, трябва да кажете, логин Microsoft.com има там някакъв интерфейс, чрез който да ги получавате и да му кажете, че искате тези токени да са за Power BI, при което трябва да подадете ето този URL. Това са технически детайли, не е важно. Което е важно, ето го, ако чекбокса да се аутентикирам като сервис принципал е отбелязан, аз ще взема access токен като сервис принципал. Ако не, ще го взема като master user. И съответно, ако е отбелязано да се аутентикирам като сервис принципал профайл, аз ще добавя и ID-то на профила към целия процес. След което ще създам втората форма, която е формата, прозореца, в който вграждам репорта, ще я покажа и ще кажа, този репорт сега, зареди го тук. Простичко като код. Какво представлява всъщност аутентикацията? Ето го. Когато се аутентикирате като юзер с парола, съответно трябва да имате user account и парола. И трябва най-накрая да извикате, да вземете някакъв access токен. Това е стандартен код, няма какво да задълбаваме в него, нямаме твърде много време за губене, но идеята е, че това е стандартен блок от код, може да си го видите от всякакви екзампли на Microsoft, демо приложения, пълно е. Идеята е, че може да се аутентикирате с юзернейм и парола. Другия вариант е да се аутентикирате като сервис принципал, което е препоръчителният вариант. Не е препоръчително в момента да използвате юзернейм и парола, но все още е технически възможно. Когато използвате аутентикация, пак това е абсолютно стандартен код. Идеята е, че в двата случая най-накрая връщате един access токен. Просто получен или чрез username и парола, или чрез application ID, service principal и неговия secret, които са де-факто username и парола на приложение, а не на юзер. И другия код е, ето го, да си сетна двата репорта, които съм подготвил и съответно да си отворя браузъра в Workspace или в самия репорт, бутончетата, които ви показах. В другата форма за embeddedване, какво имам аз там? Аз ще си създам един Chromium браузър, ще си го добавя в формичката, тя е абсолютно празна форма, няма нищо, ще го разпъна по целия прозорец, ще му разреша да изпълнява JavaScript и всъщност какво ни е необходимо, за да го заредим. Ние казахме, че трябва да ембедеднем репорта в div елемент на някакъв пейдж. Къде е този пейдж? Ето го. Така. Отгоре има, инклюдват се някакви JavaScript файлове, които са необходими за този клиент, но идеята е, че има един report loader, което е малка JavaScript функцийка написана. Това е значи тук в Power BI е самия JavaScript клиент, който трябва да си изтеглите и това е кода, който ви е необходим. Ето го, целият. Няма нищо сложно. Първо трябва да го конфигурирам. Трябва да се извика този метод, на който ще му подадем URL, от който трябва да ембедеднем репорта, access токен, на който сме взели, какво е това нещо, дето ембедедваме, дали е репорта, дали е дашборд, тайл и така нататък, и неговото ID, ако е репорт, ще е репорт ID-то. Какъв е типа на токена, т.е. дали сме минали през стъпка 2 или сме само през стъпка 1, т.е. дали токена е издаден от Azure Active Directory или е издаден от Power BI. Това е типа на токена. И ако вмъкваме дашборд, трябва отделно да се подаде и дашборд ID-то. Няма значение, но най-накрая всичкото това го записвате в една конфигурация, намирате си div елемента в пейджа, където трябва да го ембедеднете и на Power BI, което е клиента, му казвате, сега и в този контейнер, дето съм намерил, тази конфигурация, зареди ми репорта, който съм ти подал. И тук вече съм показал възможност как може да се сабскрайбнете към дадени евенти, т.е. да получавате нотификации от Power BI клиента, кога, например, репорта вече се е заредил, кога е кликнал нещо върху някаква точка, да си вземете данните от него, примерно и отстрани да визуализирате допълнителна информация, която идва от вашето приложение, да си направите по-интерактивен репорт, а не само самия Power BI. Но това е като цяло целият код, който имате. И ето го сега, както казахме, имаме два елемента. Дали да се аутентикирам като сервис принципъл или не, ако не съм като сервис принципъл, е master user. И съответно, ако се аутентикирам като сервис принципъл, дали да се аутентикирам като профайл или не. Първо ще се аутентикирам като юзер с моя си, с юзернейм и парола, казвам ето embed, създаваме тая форма и ето този прекрасен репорт. Искрено се надявам да бъде зареден. Ето, това е репорт 2. Цъкнем репорт 1 и кажем embed, сега трябва да е другия. Тоест аз като master user, който е всъщност global admin в този tenant, мога да си правя всичко си. Ако сега реша да се аутентикирам като сервис принципъл, сега този access token ще го получа чрез ID-то на приложението и неговия secret, а не чрез моя си акаунт и моята си лична парола. Репорт 1 би трябвало да мога да го вградя. Всичко е 6, работи. Обърнете внимание на ето това нещо, тъй като нямам закачен dedicated capacity Power BI Premium или Power BI Embedded към този workspace, той ми казва, че съм в trial mode. Тоест, когато мина в production, би трябвало аз да си купа capacity и да го закача към този workspace. Сега за тестове и development е окей. И като сервис принципъл би трябвало да мога да достъпя и втория репорт. Ето, чудесно, всичко работи. Точно така. Ето как всъщност става тази магия. Тук в браузъра, след като ми се зареди пейджа, аз му извиквам този JavaScript метода, който ви показах, за да го вгради. И ако съм подал Service Principal Profile, ето тук, браузъра, когато ми зарежда embedded елемент, на него трябва да подам в хедерите, че работи като Service Principal. Сега, ако му кажа влез като Service Principal, в репорт 1, тук имам право. Ето го, аз съм си задал. И ако тръгна да го ембедедвам, излезна. Чудесно. Обаче, сега ако се опитам да достъпя репорт 2, няма репорт за мен. Тоест, това е, как да го кажа, препоръчителният начин да се създавате приложение в последно време за работа с Power BI Embedded, API и така нататък, което бих могъл да го кажа, че са заключенията от обобщението от днешната ми лекция. Важно, не дейте използвайте Master User, това не е добра практика, не работи в някои ситуации, например когато имате многофакторна аутентикация. Препоръчителният начин да създавате приложение, да се аутентикирате е чрез Service Principal и ако искате да създавате скалируеми приложения, които могат без проблеми да скалират стотици хиляди клиенти, да създавате стотици хиляди workspace и тенанти, препоръчителният начин е да използвате Service Principal Profiles. Така, умаях ви достатъчно. Имате ли някакви други въпроси, на които с удоволствие да отговоря? Или да ви спомена да продължим темата за JavaScript, което след около месец променихме датите на 11 и 12. Да, тук Мишо продължава с организацията на практически най-големия евент за JavaScript в региона. Ако имате интерес към това нещо, заповядайте. Въпроси? Благодаря ви тогава за присъствието. За мен беше огромно удоволствие. Последен път да благодаря на спонсорите за това, че ни подкрепиха за това събитие и до скоро. До нови срещи. Благодаря още веднъж.